Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. Yes, once again, family, it is a dynamic duo. This is Bomani Tyehimba of Africa for the Africans Tours and Investment. And I'm here with my good brother, Kala Genesis, the great scholar from the Black African Infrastructure Organization and family. We're going to keep you connected from the Americas to the African continent, as usual. So yes, family, we are the kings of Pan-Africanism, and our vision is to steer you towards nationhood. All right, so tonight we have another dynamic topic. Hopefully everybody's excited and ready. And Kala is excited. I'm sure you got some good stuff he's going to get into and talk about. Tonight's topic is, can Gen Z recreate new image and vision for Pan-Africanism? The Afrikstan Analysis, live at Bomani Tyehimba and Kala Genesis and family. That's our website, africafortheafricans.org. So yes, my brother Kala Genesis, why are you so excited tonight?
Oh, because like I said, it's almost like the Godfather scene. Remember, I settled all family businesses. Remember that? So don't tell me you're innocent. Remember that? And tonight, man, I'm settling all family businesses. A lot of my old partners and stuff like that. I used to roll with in the Pan-African world. They got to be checked. And now it's time for a new generation. I'm looking at a new generation of people. And we're going to talk about the failures of the past generation, the millennials and everybody that came after us and stuff like that, how they unapologetically failed, how they unapologetically misled people and everything. And tonight, I'm focused on two young brothers that I've seen that's dynamic, right? Doesn't seem like they're coming from a fire and brimstone Pan-African background, but they're having such an impact on the Pan-African world. Even older people like myself are starting to take notice. I'm talking about Mark Beats Africa. I'm talking about Austin Holloman. And also I'm talking about Tiffany Banner. Remember, she's the girl that went to Tanzania. Remember that, her? And these Gen Zs, these new generation of Black kids that are going to the continent, right? And they go into the continent giving an honest, something that we've never had before, an honest assessment about Africa, an honest assessment about our chances in Africa, an honest, realistic approach to Africa. Okay, that's something that has always been lacking in the Pan-African world, because the Pan-African world has always is this Africa, this escape, this fantasy. It's going to solve all our problems and all stuff like that, and we realize now that has never been true. But it does not mean that Africa is not the answer. It is the answer, but it has to be from a position of power, strength, and everything. Because Gen Zs are the most advanced group of Black people, and the African American Gen Zs in America are the most advanced Black people at highest standard of living, the most advanced Black people that have ever lived on the planet Earth. No, and most advanced people that have ever been on Earth. Nobody else has had more access to technology, wealth, opportunity, and just a different view of the world from a position of the Black middle class, the Black affluent class, all these things, the Black educated class, and also coming from an integrated society, which they were part of the mainstream of America, right? So when these kids, I'm not going to call them kids, but these young men and women make a choice to visit the continent, that's very, very significant. Okay, it's not like broken down people who've been beaten down and kicked down their whole life in America and everything, like you navigate freeways and everything like that, who are broken and battered and they end up in Africa bitter and stuff like this. These are young people who have all the opportunity and the world in front of them, right? So if they embrace a Pan-Africa, but they're embracing Pan-Africa on their own terms, and I said they're recreating the image, right, of what Pan-Africanism and repatriation is, from a position of power, strength, and prosperity, and also continuity. So that's what I want to open up with, So we're going to talk about that tonight. We're going to talk about why is that these young people are getting such pushback, and why is that there's so much resentment. We have people, and let's be honest with ourselves. Like everybody who I'm going to criticize tonight, you asked for this. You asked for this, right? You have people like Go Black to Africa, right? He makes mistakes after mistakes, mistakes after mistakes. He goes around the continent and he basically just doing what? He's not attracting anybody and everybody. Nobody wants to look at an old man talk about you need to move here and everything like that. But people will listen to Mark Speed Africa. People will listen to Austin Holloman. You know, they will say they see them. So the younger generation of successful Black people will say, yeah, well, maybe there's something to this. And then when they tell you, okay, this is what needs to be happening in Africa. You know, we need to invest in this. We need to build this. And everything I keep hearing them say, I heard O'Shea say too, right? He's not a Gen Z, but he said, look, he said in his latest video, Black people from America need to be organized. That's the feedback he's getting from these Gen Zs that are over there. Black people from America need to be organized. You know, you can't just go to Africa and be organized. You have to be like the Indians and the Arabs and everybody else on the continent. You're another group trying to find their way on the continent. And what I'm seeing, the Gen Z people are very much open to that. You know, while they're trying to embrace Africa, they realize that, you know, that they have to stick together and they have to do certain things or whatnot. They have to be a benefit to the continent, and the continent has to offer them something too. If they're going to choose to live on the continent has to offer them something too. So that's been like something new where people just, I'm just going to Africa, and they end up going to Africa, wasting their whole life away, wasting everything. And then they come back to America bitter and broken and everything. It didn't work out. And I'm like that. I got scammed out of land. I got scammed out of money. I got scammed this one, that F Africa, F Ghana, and all the stuff like this, you know. And this is what happens, right? But these young people are taking their time. They're traveling. They're getting to know the land. And the whole thing that they talk about too is, okay, you know, how is the dating scene? You know, how's love making? They're talking more about that, love making, matchmaking and stuff like that, social stuff like that, things that break the ice, things that can lead to long-term stuff, because that's very much has to be part of the thing. Do we have a lot in common, right? You see a lot, and also I'm seeing a lot of Gen Z Africans and African Americans, right, in nightclubs and dating and doing stuff like this. You know, that's their generation. You know, they're meeting each other on different terms. They got TikTok, they got Facebook, they got all these things, and they probably know each other more than any other past generation of Black people in the world. You know, I said last week on the show, how people got to know each other centuries ago through books. They need to learn about each other. You know, so that's how people could break the ice and everything. Now we have Facebook. You know, we have the Instagram. We have social media. Social media is doing what it took books and universities thousands of years to do. You know, so they're doing these. The Gen Z people are doing this stuff in real time and speed. And don't just discount them. This is something that's happening real. I'm seeing young kids. I'm seeing kids, young people, 19, 20 years old, coming from Black middle class America. We're not just getting interested in the ancestral homeland. You know, they're not coming from 125th Street, not coming up at the tutelage of Dr. Professor Smalls. They didn't go to they're just average Black people in America. And because they're hooking up the continent, they're reinventing what it means to be a Pan-Africanist, you know? And so I think it's a good thing, you know? Who knows? People like Kala Genesis in the future might be obsolete, you know? I might better have to sit back and be like, hey, y'all teach me something, you know? Because they're making a lot of inroads, you know? But that's what I want to open up with, brother.
Yes, Kala Genesis, great introduction, and let me know if you have any videos you like to play. I do have that one hater video. I can always I got that one ready.
Oh yeah, we'll play it. We'll play that. I want you to play first, right? Like I said, while the young people are talking about the things they should be talking about, dating, having fun, you know, being young people, you know, right? Your elders, your older people like Kala Genesis, what he wants to talk about is geopolitics, infrastructure, and nation building. That's what Bomani and Kala is here for. You know, let the young people do what the young people do, you know, and I'm going to explain that tonight, right? The first video I want you to play is France is saying that it's a very disturbing thing. France is basically saying it's not leaving Niger. So we have a situation where the president of Senegal, who's a puppet of France, and all these other people, whatnot, they're betting on white supremacy. You know, what's going to happen? This is what I'm talking about. This is time for us to grow the fuck up as black, excuse my language, grow the heck up, right? You have a country like Nigeria and stuff like that that says, and I know I don't want to hear about, well, the people in Nigeria. No, we're talking about the government. The government. How do we basically say, you know, Nigeria, we understand your government doesn't work like that, but we have to distance ourselves from your whole country as well. And then you put pressure on your government to change your government, whatever. Same thing with Senegal. You got a lot of black people in Senegal talk about, I love Senegal and everything like that. Senegal is my country. But Senegal president is like, well, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's time to basically start favoring countries that align with our geopolitical ideology. If they start saying that the diaspora, the real diaspora in the West has a position and everything, if they don't think our position is worth it, right? Like Ghana is in no position to be challenging Black America on this. Because they rely on our tourism dollar and everything like that. And they rely on our political protection and stuff like that in America. Same thing with Liberia, same thing with all these other countries. And it's time to start flexing our muscle, right? It's like this. Either you fear France or you fear us. I don't want to hear well, the government is like that. No, it's time for that. That's what I say like this. If you make a geopolitical move, right, we have to make a geopolitical move, right? Your country decides to go to war against Niger and cause all this bloodshed and whatnot. We're going to say, we're going to cross you off our bucket list. As simple as that. If every Black person start doing that, and I see a lot of Gen Zs, that's the way they think. And I appreciate that. And so therefore, I want to talk about. So that's the first video that I'm going to talk about is the France. It really burned me up last night when I said to the Bomani real late like last night when I saw, I don't know if he, after we got off the phone. So I didn't want to call him back because I was so pissed off when I saw it. I wanted to talk about, we already talked for like 3 hours, right? Bomani and I build a lot, man. We build a lot. We talk about a lot of important stuff before we get on the show. So anyway, but I didn't want to call him back and bother him. So I sent him the video. Hope he watched it and we could talk about it on the show, So you want to play that video, Bomani?
Definitely, brother. We can play the video. I'll do a short introduction of our Africa Tourism Investment.
Oh, yeah, do the Africa Tourism Investment first. We haven't done that yet.
What I have is a video called Breaking France Refuses to Withdraw Troops from Niger.
Do your invasion.
I got you though. Is that the video?
Yeah, that's the video, yeah.
Yeah, perfect. So that video is ready. So perfect. Okay. All right, so family, this is our website, africafortheafricans.org. And goal is to take you on the journey of a lifetime. And the journey of a lifetime is across many different countries. I'll go through the schedule. And the investment is to connect you with Repatriation, Pan-Africanism, and Nationhood. So talk about that also. So once you're on the website, you see the big, beautiful red, black, green, and gold banner. And then you'll see various photos from 17 years in business as Africa for the Africans with over 30 different journeys across over 8 different African countries. So that is the flow of what you see and a whole lot of photos with our Africa for the Africans t-shirt on. And our goal is always just to use our vibrant colors and energy just to connect with the experience. So these are some of our good friends, this tour members. So you'll see this various photos. And if you just want to see a whole lot more photos, then we have a link to Facebook below. And then the same thing, if you want to see a whole lot of videos, link to YouTube. Now on the left is a nice MP3 player. You can just pause it or just enjoy the music. And as you scroll down, what you see is on the main menu is our Black Star Repatriation and Pan-African Community in Ghana. So that is our future project that we're building from the ground up. and over the last few years, and we have 15 acres community land and also 60 acres. So once you click on the link, it'll give you the full details, and then there's also links to videos and photos. So there's a whole lot of documentation as we build organically from the ground up. Scroll down is a few different support and documentation, especially once you get past the tours about us. If you ever want to know more about us, and if you just want to connect with me directly, that's via email, and then other option is via WhatsApp, or you can just call directly. But as far as the tour schedule, you also see it on the main page, where you can just click on the same links. So want to introduce people to incredible safaris across mainly Tanzania. So we have a crew there that handles all those wonderful things. So this is just an introduction. And we completed our last journey, Ghana Repatriation Investment Tour. That was the 23rd journey of a lifetime to Ghana. And now we're on the way to Tanzania for our fourth journey of a lifetime day. That's November 16th to the 27th. So we are literally 2 months away. So that journey is, get this banner rolling. There we go. This journey is set to where take you across 3 major parts of Tanzania, and that's Arusha, Zanzibar Island, and Dar es Salaam. So that's another incredible tropical journey. And as we proceed to close out for the year, we're going to be in South Africa. That's December 24th to January 4th. And that is a nice closeout journey back to South Africa for a second journey of a lifetime, and my fourth time overall in South Africa. So a whole lot of experience on all of the journeys that we have, and looking to just make sure that everyone is clear about what we're doing and be focused on enjoying the journey. And it's a whole lot of wonderful things on the itinerary. Once you click on the link, you just could just go to the day-to-day itinerary. You have the overview with all the numbers, what's included, what's not included. So we encourage anyone that's have any interest, or you just want to view the details, just click on the link and check it out. All the information is there, including preparation information. And for the countries that you're traveling to, visa information is available, and also assist with all those paperwork. And it's a full operation to where when you're ready, I got you on everything. All you just got to do is to be clear on everything, and we just go through the process smooth, get you connected to the group pages, and keep you posted. We do a whole lot of conference calls throughout the month on different countries, all the countries together, and on our land presentation at Black Star Pan-African Community. So all these things that I talk about, we just have relative videos for it. So 2024, we're going to set it off in Liberia for the Reconnection and Investment Tour. That's March 29th to April 9th. So that is the journey that we have as our featured journey. And we're looking to build an incredible connection from there on, and share with you a whole lot of documentation as we build organically and build that connection from America to Africa. So that is one of the featured country to where we're looking to do a whole lot of future projects, and just create an energy of repatriation for those who are looking to live, invest, and do business in Africa, and you're looking for a new country, a fresh start, a new opportunity. That's what we have arranged, and that's what we're going to get you connected to. And then Ghana, back for our 24th repatriation investment journey of a lifetime. So the same thing too, as we build on our Black Star Pan-African community, we'll be able to show you a whole lot more when we do our land tour there in July. And for the fall, we're going to proceed to Egypt and take the Nile Valley journey of a lifetime as we cruise down the Nile Valley, and also as we visit all of the most important historical parts of Egypt, and then also just enjoy that beautiful journey on the Red Sea, where we just can enjoy a wonderful resort. So this is an incredible 5-star accommodations, and working with our good partner there in Egypt, Matrilla on a mission, and she is have everything worked out for us, and we're just looking to just get more people ready for that journey. So all these dates, some are closer than others. If you need more time to prepare, just think about a future journey. And as we complete the next few schedule, we'll just rotate a few countries based on Now, based on success and based on interest. So that is our schedule for 2023 and 2024. And as you scroll down, you'll find the details for the conference call coming up. You can just click on the link, join us, and then there's a link below for all of the previous recording. And as you scroll down, there's more documentation, and this part is all of our social links, group pages, and things like that. And when you scroll down, the close of the page just showcase all of the group photos from 2006 to 2023, celebrating 17 years strong in business. So these are some of the last few journeys. Ghana, Senegal, Gambia, Ghana again, Tanzania. And so that's like our popular rotation of countries over the last few years. And this is our South Africa journey, which we're looking to reconnect back. So family, you can just check out the website and then flow with the details, and we'll get you ready for the journey of a lifetime. So that's the link right there to our website. And now back to our regular scheduled program with our good brother Kala Genesis as he break down the topic of can Gen Z recreate a new image and vision for Pan-Africanism. So family, you're live on the Afrikstan Analysis with Bomani and Kala Genesis, and Kala's gonna break it down. So let me know if you want me to start that video, brother, and I can get that video
Well, I want
going.
to say this before we start the video, right?
Go ahead.
One thing I'm seeing of the Gen Z thing is that most of them grew up in the suburbs. Most of them grew up in middle class America. And they're like 3 generations in of black middle class, black success, black high standard of living, black excellence, you know? So in other words, basically, you don't have people coming off of one generation off of Jim Crow, you know? One generation off the civil rights movement, one generation off the ghetto and the inner city and stuff like this. So basically what we're saying is the success, the black excellence, the fruit of black America, what we accomplished in America, all the system, we have a lot of success in black America. We have millionaires and billionaires. We have people in top corporate thing. We have a huge middle class, largest black middle class in the world. Yeah, we have our challenges and everything, but out of which you have a lot of people that have a lot of success. And the Gen Zs basically don't know anything but that success. And so therefore, when they decide to embrace Africa, like I said earlier, it's very, very significant. It's not coming from a position of powerlessness, not coming from a position of desperation, not coming from a position of self-hate and defeat. They're basically going to Africa in victory. They're going after with optimism, and they go in there with enthusiasm, with this idea that they could do whatever they want to do, So don't begrudge people like Austin Holloman and Mark Meets Africa and everything. That's the generation they come from. They don't know failure. They don't know oppression, They don't know all the stuff that Mark Meets Africa said, look, I didn't know all the things about black culture. Black culture tells you that everybody's a gangster, everybody's a thug, everybody's all this. A lot of these people basically, and also there's a lot of black people who come from middle class who don't want that culture at all. And Africa could be a safe haven, and the Afrikstan ideology could be a safe haven from the fact that all they know is black success. And they say, okay, well, geez, man, the hood is the gang, the ops and all this like that. Because I don't want to deal with all that, right? So either they move further into the white suburbs, or they embrace ideologies like what Bomani and Kala Genesis talk about, building the Afrikstan, where we could build thriving communities throughout the world and everything like that, where they could have a continuity and continuously building and creating everything they already know. So I'm very excited about that thing. With that, I got more to build on that, but I want to play the video so I can build off that first.
Hi, brother. Here goes the video. So, family, the title is France Refuses to Withdraw Troops from Niger. So, let's hear what they have to say. This is a nice short video.
Online President Mohamed Bazoum from power has accused France of mobilizing forces and equipment in several West African countries to launch what it called a military intervention against Niamey, Niger's capital city. Colonel Amadou Abdrahman, the spokesperson of the Niger junta, said that France has continued deploying its troops to neighboring ECOWAS countries like Benin, Ivory Coast, and Senegal. He said that French military cargo aircraft have been unloading many war materials and equipment in the above-mentioned countries. Of course, these countries' presidents are well-known French allies and puppets who will not hesitate to go against their own brothers because of their selfish interests. There has been a lot of tension between France and Niger since President Bazoum was ousted in the July 26 coup. However, Paris has stood beside its detained puppet Bazoum and refused to comply with the Niger junta's demands to take out its troops from Niger. French President Emmanuel Macron has been arrogant and vocal about the situation, saying that he will not recognize the junta, but will instead redeploy more troops to Niger unless Bazoum says otherwise. The French do not want to leave Niger because they have been exploiting the country massively for a long time by buying their uranium at 80 cents per kilo, while Canada sells its own uranium at 200 euros per kilo. We have created a video detailing the uranium price increase in Niger. We've added the link in the description below. In addition to Niger, France is also involved in keeping other 13 African countries poor with its French policies, parasitic influence, and exploitative deals. We have a video on our channel showing you that France is keeping these 14 African countries. You can find the link below. However, thousands of people have been demonstrating around the French military base in Niamey, asking them to pack their things and go home. Late last week, Paris announced that it would remove some of the 1,500 soldiers stationed in Niger and only leave an autonomous force. However, Macron has reversed this statement and is provoking the Niger junta with his arrogance. The soldiers were stationed in Niger to assist the military there in fighting insurgents in the Sahel like Al-Qaeda and ISIS-linked groups. According to AFP, a source from the French Defense Ministry said that Paris was in talks with the military regime over withdrawing elements of its presence in Niger. The Nigerian post-coup Prime Minister, Ali Mohamed Lamine Zeine, confirmed this statement, adding that the French ambassador to Niger and the French foreign minister had ignored his invitations to have a conversation on the issues concerning both countries. The Prime Minister also said that talks were underway to come to an understanding with the ECOWAS, which had previously threatened to attack Niger. Emmanuel Macron insists that French troops will only leave Niger if requested by ousted French puppet Mohamed Bazoum. He insists that France condemns the coup and calls for the release of President Bazoum and the restoration of constitutional order. He adds that France does not recognize the position of the putschists since President Bazoum hasn't relinquished power. He says that France has been coordinating with the heads of state of the ECOWAS, and they truly support their position to take military action in Niger. We all know that France is only interested in exploiting and stealing Niger's uranium and keeping the Nigerians poor. They also want to ensure that the gas pipeline from Nigeria via Niger to Algeria and Europe is completed and functional so that Europe can benefit from petrol from Nigeria as Russia no longer supplies them. ECOWAS, which is under the chairmanship of Nigeria's president, is playing along because he wants to rip off the deal. However, other African countries, including Algeria, the Nigerian Senate, and the AU, have rejected and denounced any military intervention in Niger. How would you explain that France hasn't said anything about the coup in Gabon, but is heavily condemning it in Niger? The reason is simple and obvious. The Gabon coup is an orchestrated scam to keep the Bongo family in power so that they can keep exploiting the oil-rich country via their puppets. Meanwhile, the Niger junta will surely use the French corporations in Niger as leverage against France. There are over 30 French corporations operating in Niger. Targeting these corporations would hurt France, as Europe is already battling inflation due to the war in Ukraine. Africa is being reborn. The new generation has had enough and is standing up to make changes that will benefit the next generation. We're used to seeing a group of older, selfish leaders who sided with former colonial masters to steal from their countries. How do you explain that the richest people in Africa are politicians who have most of their investments in Europe? They have stolen money from their countries and kept it in foreign bank accounts in Switzerland, money that they may never use in their lifetime. New leaders like Ibrahim Traoré of Burkina Faso are putting an end to this, and Western powers are not happy about it. We've added the link to the video on our channel that shows how a coup was attempted against Ibrahim Traoré's government. Make sure you watch it too. What do you think of France's arrogance in Niger and Africa? Let us know what you think in the comments below. Make sure to like this video and subscribe to the new tourist channel for
Yes, Brother Kala, like you mentioned, the new generation is on the rise.
Right. And the bottom line, they're fearless. They don't care. They don't care. They see things what they are. All these governments, like this was the biggest mistake past Black so-called Pan-African leaders did. Right, was recognizing the sovereignty and the legitimacy of these African governments before we had any real recognition ourselves from them. Think about that. When we did the Rumble in the Jungle with in Zaire, right? Muhammad Ali, right? We basically legitimized that right there alone gave him 20 more years in power, because people talk about, oh yeah, I go into Zaire or not. This guy was a brutal dictator, a butcher. Mobutu Sese Seko. He was a billionaire. The only way to become a billionaire in Africa, and I'm going to talk about a message I sent to you this morning. I'm going to send a message, but I want to set it up really good because I'm going to repeat this message over and over again, and I want somebody to challenge me that I'm wrong. I say that the Africa, that's why people start coming here talking about their Pan-Africanists and all stuff like that. Do you know that Africa has not changed? We see this now with the French and everything. Africa, the relations between Africa and the world has not changed in 500 years. There's no real business infrastructure in Africa between Africans and everything, which they have networks and data centers and people doing business across the continent like they should be. Most of America's business, trade and business is done between its neighbors, between Canada and Mexico, and then Europe and Asia and everything like that. But building the North American trade zone and everything like that was very vital and important. Africa, 90% of Asian countries in Africa, business is done with their former colonial masters. And all the modern Africa does is, right, instead of him standing on the coast, right, with a net or a spear or whatever like that in a canoe, right, and doing his calls and drums to communicate with this interior. Now he has cell phones, laptops, and everything. It's all about what they can facilitate the looting of any continent of Africa. Everything you see in Africa is going out, looting and everything. And we get so enamored when we see Africans sitting there with, oh, look at the new Black African businessmen. They show them in sports cars. They show them going to trips to Dubai. All they're doing is continuing the looting and facilitation of exploitation of the continent. That's why when people say go to Africa and build and whatnot, or go there, your whole vast friggin' continent, right? And you telling me that I got to go there and start a business. I mean, where's the business on the continent? There's no business. You really told me I got you can't go there and I can't bring my credentials and say, look, this is what I can do. And I can go over there and get a job or work at a corporation, everything, and build and everything. I got to start a business. I got to start some raggedy ass farm. I got to do all this stuff like this and waste all this time, energy. And this is why people, the people tell you, come to Africa. There's no infrastructure set up. That's why we have the Black African Infrastructure Organization. Do you understand what I've been talking about for years? Why we need Black African infrastructure? That's business to business, trade to trade, industry to industry and everything. Then we'll benefit. We don't have to go there. Good job. We can just get in where we fit in. We can have a labor supply chain, a brain supply chain, all the stuff like this, which is necessary. And you can only do that when you got real governments on the ground that are about being pro-Black and being pro-Pan-Africanist. Other than that, you're playing games with people's lives. And stop telling people to come to the continent if you're not serious about building the continent. So that's what we want to talk about tonight. And I'm like, I like the fact that I got that Gen Z energy because that's the way they talk. You know, why the hell, if I'm going to my ancestral homeland, there's a billion people on this continent. That means a billion people need a billion things. Why isn't it set up so that there's companies and corporations and stuff like that, like Asia does? Why isn't it business to business? China and Japan hate each other. But because they hate each other, they got $400 billion worth of business together. That creates millions of jobs for the people. That creates a middle class. That creates a wealthy class. That creates millionaires and billionaires in the process. There's something for people to do. There's something for people to plug into. What are we plugging into when we go to the continent besides going there, wasting our money and failure? This is why I think this new generation, right, who only know nothing but success and prosperity, right, never known poverty and stuff like that, is going to change Africa. So that's what I wanted. Any comments yet, brother?
Yes, Kala, you have a comment from your favorite hater.
Nathan G's FP is care about Africa. They're there.
I beg.
Yeah, see, that's what they hate. You know, with the Gen Zs, I can't stop them, man. You know, they have a different outlook. They're not going to Africa because they are oppressed in America. They're not saying that. They're just going to Africa because, hey, why not? You know, these are people who travel the world, who got access to the internet and stuff like that. You know, they don't have the image of Africa past generations. They grew up on the internet, you know, where they could Google and look up YouTube and whatnot and see new cities and everything, and they see possibility. So it is what it is. You're going to lose this ADOS and whatnot because you got nothing to offer them in America.
Perfect. And I got Bantu saying, I think the next scoop will be in Nigeria. Something has to happen there.
If Nigeria invades, goes along with this thing, right, and you don't have to need a coup, right? Because the Nigerian military is going to march right to Abuja, you know? And you're going to see a Tinubu on a boat out of there. It's going to look so humiliating. You know, Niger, it's going to be it's only going to be one Nigeria. It's going to be Niger and Nigeria all in one country, you know? Nigeria has always been a joke, you know, like an embarrassment to the black race.
Unfortunately. So as we moving in, we're talking about a new generation. Let's talk about a hater of the new generation.
Yeah. Well, I think he misunderstands. I think Afro think tank means well.
No,
I think he means well.
Let's play the video and we can, we can analyze it.
Yeah, let's analyze that. I think he really
Is it
means
well, or is it hating? That's
well, the bottom line is the same thing, you know. A lot of people hate and whatnot, and they're emotional and everything like that, but they mean well, you know. But just at his time and what he thinks does not matter in these days of time. But I think he overplayed his importance, you know, in this whole thing, you know. So we're going to talk about that after we're done the video.
So yes, Kyle, you want to read the title and get folks ready, introduced?
Oh yeah, read this up. Put the title up.
No, it's right there on the screen.
Exploit. Also, Holloman, exploitation of black women, Africa. His career is finished. How is his career finished? This guy's taken off. Well, he said that he was in Senegal. He now is back in Kenya and everything like that. You know. Yeah, we know. We were talking about you, Afro Think Tank. If you want to join the panel, we'll put the link on the show tonight where you can call in. You know, and all you people, you Brandon, all you people who think you're important and everything like that. Hey, look, and I said also, I appreciate the work you're doing, but you overstepped your bounds in this one. You were out of line in this one, attacking this young brother. So if you want to join the panel tonight, whatnot, we'll have the link on there for you. You're more than happy. You're a brother, and we can do this thing like brotherly thing and do this civilly and everything and have a conversation. But this acting like a fucking female and acting like a little sissy and whatnot, and getting into your emotions and shit like that is not going to be tolerated. So this is what we do on this show. We check people. Just like people check us and everything like that. This is what this whole movement's about. We check each other. So if you don't like it or not, you have more than happy to come on the show and tell us why you don't like what we're doing. What you don't like, where you disagree with Kala Jensen and Bomani. I guess you knew this was coming. So anyway, play the video, Bomani, and we'll get to it. So
this is one comment. Let me give you the other comment.
Don't compare to Brandon. He's not a Pan. Well, that remains to be seen. You know, you guys and Brandon can go back and forth. You guys and Brandon been going back and forth and everything like that. He claims he's a Pan-Africanist, right? So who am I to say? Like, I say there's Pan-African, Painos. I call Pan-African the name only. But who am I to judge, right? He goes to Kenya, right? There's a lot of people who follow him, and he claims Pan-Africanism and whatnot. I can't tell him that. All I can do is say, this is what I believe in Pan-Africanism, right? Pan-Africanism is not friggin' hating on black people and hating on your own race all the time and elevating white people and everything. We're going to talk about Brandon tonight too. It's not just you, brother. We're not. This is what I'm saying, right? There's I don't know whether my generation and past generation didn't leave you guys with anything to build with and everything like that. But this toxic shit right here and this back and forth and everything doesn't do anything for anybody. All the people who believe that we should be building in Africa should have a consensus. But when you look at people who call themselves Pan-Africans and everything like that, they're constantly trying to undermine each other, cut each other's throats and everything like that. And this is unacceptable. In comment section of the video received, majority of people agree with me. I don't think I was out of line. Well, that'd be if the comment section, yeah, people in your comment section will agree with you. But who are these people, Afro Think Tank? That's what happens when people get a YouTube channel, right? They get full of the ego. You know, when we do these shows, majority of people agree with me. That doesn't mean anything. You know, and there's a lot of people just attacking this guy, Austin Holloman, and they attack O'Shea Ju Jackson and everything like that. They attack everything like that. They attack Go Black to Africa and back and forth. People attack everybody. You know, we don't know who these people are. They don't come on the show and show their face in camera and say, this is who I am. This is what I do. So I don't take anything in comment sections to a grain of salt, you know? So let's play the video. Let's play the video. And I'm going to be basically fair. And I'm going to give you a chance to come on here and clarify yourself, brother. Go ahead and play the video, Bomani.
What's going on, everybody? This is Afro Think Tank. I wasn't even going to do this shit. I wasn't going to do this because I'm the guy who speaks responsibly and tries to find middle ground and tries to be, do the big brother thing. But this is my last video I'm going to make on this Austin Holloman dude, bro. Because he did a video today.
Hold on. I didn't know there was more than one.
Versus Nairobi. I
didn't know there was more than one. I mean, is it really that serious? I mean, there's several videos. You could have made like a 3-minute video, say, Austin, blah, 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 and moved on. There are more important things to talk about in Africa, right? What about the fact that recently there's a white man in Kenya who was basically, they're doing all kinds of weird shit to African women. African women are being abused by Arabs and all these other people when they go to Saudi Arabia, Dubai, and all like that. I haven't seen Afro Think Tank do a video about that. I have not seen anybody talk about the sex trade between white tourists in the Gambia, whatnot, that goes on right now as we speak, whatnot. No one talks about that. I don't see anything what this young guy is doing, but just having a good time. A 24-year-old having a good time, whatnot. When I was 24, I was doing the same thing. Now, if Austin Holloman was my age and older, you would have every right to criticize me for trying to go out there. But he's a 24-year-old kid. He's not exploiting anybody. I have not seen him winning nude pictures. I have not seen anything nude. He hasn't said anything disrespectful. He hasn't said anything degrading and everything. He just out there just enjoying himself with young ladies and everything. And I think there's nothing wrong with that. I'm, as an older man, a mature man, would not do that, So, but I'm saying, but just to attack the brother, right? Criticize him, say, hey, look, we don't want that sort of energy here. But I looked at his videos for Brazil, right? And I look at what he does in Africa. It's very respectful. The women are clothed. They sound intelligent. they sound like this. He's asking them intelligent questions about their careers and stuff like that. He's not asking them sexually superlatives and everything like that. So what the heck does he doing this so bad? You know, that's what I would like you to come on the show and tell me what he's doing so bad.
Well, these are his reply, but you do
have the right to check me in your opinion. Do you have the right to check? Well, look, the bottom line is this: we all, if you put out a video, right? You have a right. You put out a video, right? I see the video, right? I got they have this platform to make my opinion known. Now, if you don't like it, you can always come back and say, "Kala, I disagree with you on that," and we can have a debate and have a discussion. As simple as that. That's the way it is. But I tell this to everybody that's out here and whatnot. Kala Genesis is always here, and I fear nobody.
You're the culture critic. You're the culture critic.
I'm the
geopolitical pundit.
I'm the political pundit. You know, I've been around here longer than everybody. Everybody. I've been out here for decades. I'm Omar Johnson's big homie. I've been out here before Omar Johnson. You know, he was one of my listeners originally. I've been out here a long time doing this thing, studying Africa and stuff like that. A lot of stuff I brought to this thing and whatnot is a reason why you got Dynas and Pan-African Strike Back and No Shade. They'll all tell you. I'm not just somebody online. You know, I've been doing this for decades now. Yeah, so let's go play the video, brother. Let's get to it.
Yeah, I'm rolling through the comments for him, man. He has direct comments for you, man. Plenty of them.
I would like him to come on the show and talk about it, you know? You know, everybody said they got intelligent subscribers. You know, according to Jason Black, Professor That Truth, he's Intelligent Black Society, but I don't sound very intelligent to me. He said this is Intelligent Black Society, a bunch of dumbasses. You know, everybody. Angry Man says he's the number one. You know, this is why we do it over here like this. And then Angry Man, I said I love Angry Man, but he says that y'all niggas think y'all came from Africa. I was like, you know. I was rocking with you, Angry Man, but when you say you're not African, I gotta turn you off. Everybody with a YouTube channel thinks they're on top, you know? Everybody turn on the YouTube channel. That's why I don't do a YouTube channel myself, because it'll blow your ego up. People look at you like you're a celebrity, a star. I'm a YouTube. I got super chats. I got revenue coming in and everything like that. And go see your head. You know?
Well, brother, about to play the video, but he got another one for you.
Yeah, he's being attacked. He's being attacked by people. I have no idea. Let me tell you something about black folks, right? If you haven't noticed about Apple Think Tank, right? You could take that energy, right, and say, let's do something positive and everything. But if you're basically, I'm not defending him. I'm saying that he's doing what he's doing, right? Everything has a lane. What you're doing in Nigeria, I appreciate it. You have a lane. Stay in your lane. Build that lane up. Build Afro Think Tank's lane up. Also, Holloman can reach people you can't reach. Mark Meets Africa can reach people you can't reach. O'Shea G. Jackson can reach people you can't reach and I can't reach. Everybody has their lane and what they're doing. Now, if also Holloman was doing something out of bounds and out of stuff like that, I would be the first one to say, hey, look, you're out of bounds. I have not seen anything a 24-year-old man, 24 young kid and whatnot that's traveling the world and everything like that, an inexperienced young kid is doing that's out of bounds. When he does do something out of bounds, I'll be the first to legitimately say, hey, look, I think you're out of line. You know, matter of fact, when he was in Brazil, right, I used to always criticize, look, dude, you're out of line. You know, I used to always go back and forth with him when he was in Brazil. I didn't like what he was doing in Brazil. But when he got invited to Africa and whatnot with O'Shea and everything, he's like he changes too. He matured. And he's doing things respectfully with African women. He knows this is the mother continent. He's smart enough to know this is the mother continent. I can't do what I do in Thailand and Brazil and Africa. I have not seen all that yet, you know? You know, so I don't think that thing's also going to jeopardize male. How the heck is that going to happen? When you underestimating the intelligence of Africans? Africans know Austin Hollywood is just a kid. He's a 24-year-old kid. He says a young, good-looking boy from America and whatnot, having a good time. That's the way most Africans see it. He's having a good time in his life. He's coming to Africa where he's around mostly black people, and he's trying to have a good time, you know? You know. So I don't know. I don't understand that. You know, that's going to ruin what's ruining the relationship is what I want to know is all the white men that are coming to Africa, using Africa for real sex tourism and stuff like that. That's going on the continent right now as we speak. That's what I like people to start focusing on. You know, the Chinese men that are coming there, leaving half Chinese babies all around the continent. I have not seen Afro Think Tank, my good brother, talk about that issue. Use your platform to talk about that. The Chinese people in Ghana, right? There's a China man in Ghana who was made a chief, right, by some corrupt Ghanaian official, right? Was made a chief, like you were made a chief, Afro Think Tank, because everybody a chief, everybody's a dime store chief nowadays, right? A Chinaman was made a chief, right? So he could loot gold and some of everything out of the interior. And then when the journalists went there, he had the military beat up freaking journalists. I would like for people to talk about that. That to me is more of a problem than worrying about what some 24-year-old kid with fucking testosterone and whatnot is doing on the African continent. That's not the most pressing thing. If you want to know. Let's play a video.
Everybody, this is Afro Think Tank. I wasn't even going to do this shit. I wasn't going to do this because I'm the guy who speaks responsibly and tries to find middle ground and tries to be, you know, do the big brother thing. But this is my last video I'm going to make on this Austin Holloman dude, bro. Because he did a video today. This Accra versus Nairobi thing, right? And listen, you know, I listen to snippets, but after looking at the comments and hearing what people on my videos got to say about him, I said, you know what? Let me go ahead and watch a video. Let me watch a whole video, right? Bruh, this little boy is disrespectful as shit, yo. This little boy he's finished. Austin Holloman is finished, bro. Listen, you can't be over there. You can't be in Africa with no personality, all right? Zero personality. Anybody watching Austin, I say I want. I'm just being regular now. Anybody can see that the reason why Austin Holloman don't get having success in America because he ain't got no personality. He's weird, right? And then when you see him in Kenya not Kenya, you see him with the other ladies over there in East Africa, they looking visibly uncomfortable. Like the dude ain't got no personality. And the thing is, he come to the West Africa with people who look like him. He ain't impressing nobody because I mean, for all his working out, he ain't really doing nothing compared to no West African man, for real. And he ain't got no damn money. Right, for he ain't balling like that. Like, keep it real. Like, dude is an asshole. Like, he is a very immature boy. He does not represent African Americans. I have no idea how this dude can go to Africa without understanding the historical context of the places that he's going to. Because the shit that come out of his mouth is ignorant as fuck. I'm like, damn, bro, you was fucking it up for everybody, bro. You was fucking it up this dude is fucking it up for everybody. I swear to God, like, you know how many people go to Ghana? That's the thing. You know how many African Americans done went to Ghana already, and we know why the places are the way they are. This dude want to be pampered. He Wi-Fi and everything. He want to be perfect. This dude ain't no adventure explorer. This dude travel all the way over there.
Time out. Let me stop him right there. Now, here's the thing. There's a lot of people who go to Africa, right? If you're African American, right? The Africans, when they come to America, right? They have criticisms of Black America all the time. They give their opinion, everything. Sometimes we don't like, whatever like that. What is it about Africa that somebody can't give their honest opinion about what's going on on the continent? You know, what he was saying was comparing. Well, okay, I think Nairobi's infrastructure is a little better and everything like that. You know, and people did not want to hear it. How is that messed up for African Americans? The average Ghanaian is not thinking about what a 24-year-old has to say about his country. Not thinking about that. They're like, okay, that's his opinion. And I heard some of them. Okay, that's his opinion. That's what he thinks. He's wrong. Whatnot. We think Accra. His idea was, he said that maybe Accra was oversold, and that's not the first time I've heard that. You know, it was oversold to this, that, and the other thing. But how is he messing up for African Americans? There are people on plane right now going to Ghana. Ghana's not going to say, you know something? We don't like Austin Holloman's video, right? We agree with Afro think tank. You black people from America can't come here no more. That's not going to happen. So let this thing play out. This 24-year-old person with no experience and everything basically say, give his honest opinion. That's what YouTube is for. People say like this. Me personally, there's a lot of stuff I could say. I don't say it online, right? Because I don't need to give all my thoughts. There's a Bible, a quote the Bible says, a fool under the fall is mine. That means if you sit there all day, right? If you got the power of firing up that YouTube, that channel and making a video when you're emotional, like Afro Think Tank, when you're going to say stuff that you're going to regret. And so Austin Holland is a young kid and whatnot. He said, okay, maybe he doesn't have the nuance to basically say, okay, I'm going to be diplomatic about this. He's 24 years old. I'm going to watch what I say and everything like that. Now, he's basically went to different countries in the world and compared Brazil with this other country, right? That's what he does. He travels the world. He compares this country to Thailand. He compares this. I like this one. That's what he does. He travels, you know? So it's no different than when he goes to Africa and everything. Now, if he was a fire and brimstone Pan-Africanist, blah, 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 right there, he will understand that, yeah, Ghana is in a situation, you know, because of the legacy of colonialism and corrupt governments. They had 4 military coups and stuff like this. So they might be a little behind than Kenya, who never experienced war. And they basically was given a better hand because they had the Mau Mau revolution and stuff like this. So they was in a better position when and their country was under one government, one dictatorship for decades under the Arab War. Before they transitioned to democracy, they were pretty much, you know, in a better position than a lot of countries in Africa. Uganda suffered under the rule of Milton Obote, Idi Amin, right? So therefore, when you go to Uganda, you go to Kenya. If you know the history, you understand why Kenya is a little more advanced than Uganda. You understand that, right? But someone who's studied the history, right? Instead of saying, you know, something also, Holland, man, let me get your number. Let's talk offline. Let me educate you about the reason why these things are right here, right? Let me put you on the game. That's what I would do. I would say, you know, so also, Holland, man, you know, and I've done this. Ask O'Shea Duke Jackson. You know, I give him pointers on stuff like that. He listens to me because he knows I'm the big homie. But I don't get up there and be like, oh man, O'Shea, blah, 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 blah. I'll inbox O'Shea and text him and say, hey, look, you know, same thing with Dynasty Mir. And even Brandon. I'll say, yo, look, you know, what you said, you know, this, that, and the other thing. I don't wait to get on the air, right? And be like, hey, look, you know, I'm going to trash this whole thing. Oh, this, that, and the other thing, because that's not necessary. That's not building. If I have a legitimate thing, like what you call like O'Shea, you know, I still want to have a discussion with him about Liberia. We're supposed to do a show together, right? He has a lot of things wrong about Liberia. He takes like little subtle shots, right? I'm not angry. O'Shea's my brother, right? He's my young brother, man. I'm going to basically do a show. I'm going to sit him down and say, here's where you're wrong. Here's where you got right, you know, and put him on the path of learning about why we talk about Liberia, why Liberia is so important to the Pan-African world, why Liberia is important, essential in dealing with Black America. But that's what you do when you really believe in brotherhood. You don't call people names like this, especially somebody with a big platform. Especially somebody that can reach young Generation Zs and everything like that. You just basically call him all kinds of names, call him soft, call him weird, you call him awkward. Is that respectable? Is that honorable? Could it be handled a different way besides being emotional? Couldn't you get in touch with Austin Holloman and say, hey, yo, look, young brother, but is it more important to have popularity, right? You had 300-something comments in there and whatnot. You're feeling good about yourself, you know? You're throwing him under the bus to boost yourself up and everything. I don't know if that's your intentions, but that's exactly what it looks like. I'm not here to judge you, but that's what it looks like. Everybody wants to use the next man as a come-up. So this is why we do shows like this, to set the record straight. Yes, there's criticism of Austin Holloman and everything like that. I criticize him, understand that he's new to the Africa, he's new to the world, whatnot. I'm not going to expect him to know what I know. I'm not going to expect him to do that. And when he does something outlandish, I will contact him and say, Austin, I think you're a little out of line there. I think I think you're going too far. That's the way you handle things like men. But we can't get anything done because, well, what happens is black men, right? We start going at each other, whatnot. But instead of us building and say, hey, look, agree to disagree, let's have a discussion. Let's have it together one night. You stay in your lane, I stay in my lane. My lane's perfect, man. I can see the finish line right here. Everybody should be in their lane looking at, damn, I'm at that point where I can see the finish line, right? Because we don't have no lane, we keep switching lanes, jumping into somebody else's lane, right? Backtracking around somebody else's lane, trying to run him off the road in his own lane, everything like that. And nobody's going down their lane and getting any place. But I had to get that out. But you can go ahead and finish it.
Looking for some pussy, right? And he talking about some Wi-Fi. Who gives a fuck about Wi-Fi? Enjoy yourself while you're there. You complaining about bullshit because you ain't pampered because it's not America. You're not about Wi-Fi. Enjoy yourself. This dude travel all the way over there looking for some pussy, right? And he talking about some Wi-Fi. Who gives a fuck about Wi-Fi? Enjoy yourself while you're there. You complaining about bullshit because you ain't pampered because it's not America. You're not in America. Things are developing over there. And he's literally complaining about shit he should have known before he went over there. Like, dog, you are totally disrespectful. I see why African-American women don't like your ass. I see why Brazil kicked you the fuck out. I see why East African women are like saying, fuck you. And I see why people are saying in Ghana saying, get the fuck out. Dog, nobody wants motherfuckers like you in their country, bro. You are just a nasty, disrespectful, no motherfucking personality having little boy. You are immature as shit. You need to take your ass back home to Houston and learn some fucking manners. God damn, bro. Like, you ain't that good looking, nigga. You is not that good. You is not one of them dudes that you can be so fucking arrogant to go to these countries and literally just disrespect women willy-nilly, disrespect the country willy-nilly, talk out your motherfucking ass and make African Americans look bad. God damn, nigga. And then nigga didn't listen to nothing I said. Nothing I said. Try to pick this dude some game. This dude is one airhead, ignorant ass, little ass boy, bro. He need to get the fuck. Yo, this dude is going to get himself hurt over there. I swear to God. I don't see how he's like a dirty fucking lollipop. Nobody's gonna want this dude. This dude gonna go back to Kenya. I can't see any Kenyan woman wanting to fuck with this dude at all. Any self-respecting black woman would not mess with a guy named Austin Holloman. No fucking way. This dude need to go home and learn some fucking manners. Because this nigga ain't got no fucking manners. How the fuck you gonna disrespect just a whole country full of people? Damn, who the fuck you think you is? Like, he's literally going over there sounding like the most arrogant stereotype of an American you can, like, god damn, bro. It was ridiculous. It was hard to watch. Now I understand what everybody's talking about. I was trying to get the dude the benefit of the doubt, but god damn, nigga. Holy, who the fuck do you think you are? Why you ain't cutting hair?
Yo,
come on.
Stop right
you
there.
Ain't even cut, like, you nigga, you a barber, bro.
Stop
You're
right
a fucking barber who dropped.
Right there. Stop right there. Now he's going off on his looks. He's talking about his arrogance and stuff like this, right? This sort of discourse does not belong in the so-called Pan-African world. These are personal ad hominem attacks. This is character assassination. You know, and also Holloman is back in Kenya talking about, I'm back home. You know, and back home. And I want to know exactly, specifically, what Afro think tank and whatnot. If he comes on tonight, show us exactly the clip he's talking about, that he's being disrespectful, where he's just talking and giving his observation about a country. I like this, I like that, and everything like this. You know, there was a black couple in Kenya, right, who basically said they're moving to South Africa, right? They said, we decided we'll move to South Africa, right? They've been in Kenya a long time. They're bigging up Kenya and everything like that. I forgot the name of a couple. I sent you the video, right? They're getting so much hate from Kenyans who are saying, oh, man, we thought you was one of us. They said, look, yeah, but we made a decision for our business and everything that South Africa is a better move for our family. So they're basically, you had all these Kenyans talk about, we hope y'all are victims of xenophobia And we hope they treat you like the query, the thing for foreigners over there. All this hatred for this couple who just simply said that I think Kenya is not better than South Africa is not better than Kenya. And Africans feel a certain way about African Americans' critique of their countries. I mean, some people go to a country and feel it. And some people say, hey, look, I like this country over a better country. Same thing else. If you go into a wine tasting contest, right? And if you taste one wine and say, I like this wine, and the other wine, I like this, right? The wine seller or the wine brand will not going to come and attack you and beat you over the head because you chose the other person's wine. They'll say, okay, that's your opinion. That's your choice. We have a choice in your opinion. So I don't know what Afro think tank. I mean, I'm really disappointed in him. I thought he was more intelligent than this. The vitriol is coming out of his mouth. I want to peep, homie, young, dude, you're not there yet to be mentoring somebody. You haven't been in this movement long enough. You're still finding yourself. So I want to see if you guys going to delete that comment, and you did right away. What comment? I don't delete anything. What comment are you talking about? I don't have any control over deleting everything. What are you talking about? I'm not here to play games with you. We're gonna put the link on the show, and you can call in and tell me and cam up and tell me face to face what you feel. Because the bottom line is the person who's acting out of line here isn't Austin Holloman. He's acting like a little gentleman. I haven't heard him cuss. I haven't heard him do anything like that. I haven't heard him get into his feelings. I haven't heard him lose his temper on camera or whatnot. He's acting like the way a 24-year-old acts, a obnoxious little 24-year-old acts. That's what they do. They're full of testosterone. He's seeing the world. Right? And the bottom line, you say he's not that good looking. He's a very good looking brother. He's a very good looking young man, tall, trim, brown skinned brother. He's very, very good looking brother. I don't judge men and all like that, but a lot of women think he's hot. There's women out there talking about he's fucking fine. That's the consensus I get from women. Right? And who am I? What kind of man judges another man on his looks? That's up for the women to decide. You don't know what his situation was in America. There's a lot of men that go travel around the world because they want different experiences with women. And you say he don't have that money. He has a remote job. He's making like $13,000 a year from his job working remote. Plus, he got that YouTube channel. So he don't need to be balling out of control in Nigeria and stuff like that. He's doing well for himself financially. Obviously, he could travel from one country to the other with ease and everything like that. How many people can just get up and go to all the countries he's going to and everything? So you try to paint the picture that he's broke and dusty and everything as out of line. Just say, look, man, I jumped the gun on this and whatnot. I thought I was doing the best thing for Black people and Africans and everything like that. And I may have overreacted. And I'm going to try to basically say, hey, look, I'll be more constructive and talk about people like Austin Holloman and everything. I'll be more constructive when dealing with Gen Z because, like I said, your time, my time is past. They're the future. When we come at somebody young like that, you don't have any real experience and everything, and just coming down on him like you some big firebrand Pan-Africanist, you got books under your belt and lectures and everything under your belt, like you're somebody that's built like that, and which you're not, you out of line. And that's why somebody like Kala Genesis have to step into this thing and set the record straight. And I do the same thing to Brandon. I do the same thing to Dynast and whoever else. Because that's my job. Just like people come in when I'm out of line or whatever like that, there's people that check me. Say, Kala, you out of line. You what the hell you talk about? That's what real brotherhood is all about. Real brotherhood is about we could talk to each other. We don't have to degrade him. You didn't have to call him names, call him out his name, and degrade him and emasculate him. We got the white man for that, Afro think tank. He's going to get enough hell from the white man and the white devils out there that's trying to destroy all of us. He don't need somebody being a black devil trying to destroy him. There's stuff you do on your channel. I'll sit there and I give you the support. I say, hey, I mean, I agree with Afro Think Tank, but I'll leave it alone. I trust that he bounced it out. You know, when you and Brandon were going back and forth, I stayed out of it. I say, hey, look, you made some good points. We did a show about it. I say, Afro Think Tank made some good points. Brandon made some good points. I hope these brothers can see the differences and whatnot if they both believe in Pan-Africa and work it out. But I'm not going to be like, hey, man, Afro Think Tank's a piece of shit, blah, 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 blah. No. I'm going to like Brandon Pan-African, but he's not a real Pan-Africanist and whatnot. This, you know, don't do that. There's a time and place for joking and like that. But when you come out there with that hate and that level of anger, we don't need that, you know? Pioneers act like, yeah, Africa is not above criticism. Trust me. You know, and that's the problem we have right now. We have leaders in Africa, right, who basically are, it's all coming out, what we were saying for decades, right? And I told Bomani, I was hoping that I was wrong. As the president of Senegal has put his full weight behind ECOWAS and need France to do military invasion on Niger. We're not supposed to say anything about that? No, I think we graduated from the point of sitting back, letting these people basically who are destroying our ancestral homeland. That's our ancestral homeland. Anything goes on that continent, we have every right to be in every last single discussion, talk about everything. Was it a lack of sanitation, everything like that on the continent? We have every right to say, this is what we don't like and this is what we do like. We don't even have to go to the continent. That's our ancestral homeland. And to basically deny that, right, is to basically say, okay, because Europeans, they got a lot of criticism of Africa. The world has a lot of criticism. That's why there's not a lot of investment in Africa, because the criticism that the world has for Africa translates into Africa being the least amount of people, least place that got foreign direct investment. We're trying to correct these things, right, in Africa, right, to draw a better thing. That's what the Gen Z, I hope, is going to do. And we can correct these things. People say, you know, I listen to Oscar Holloman. Maybe we need to do this, right? Maybe we have discussion. Now, notice Rwanda is the cleanest country in Africa. He didn't have any criticism about Rwanda as far as that concerned. But why not give him credit for his praise of Rwanda being clean and everything like that, right? Why dwell on what he said negatively, or not just negatively, but just an honest opinion about Ghana and make that his whole frame of reference? It sounds like you have an agenda against him. When I look at people, when I look at the whole entire thing, I don't say, oh, I got you. And be dishonest about the fact that somebody may be doing really good work and stuff like that, right? And they may say something off when I don't wait for them to say, yo, you did it this time. I'm going to get you. Yeah, don't give these faceless keyboard warriors so much. We're doing what we got to do. We're building what we're building in Ghana and Liberia and stuff like that. And we're like the number one Pan-African movement, the Black African Infrastructure Organization, Africa for Africans and whatnot. We're doing this thing for real. This is Bomani and I decades into the struggle and whatnot, and we're really building this thing. We got connections all over the continent, stuff going on all over the continent and throughout Black America, throughout the world. You know, and the purpose of this show tonight is just to say, hey, look, you know, there's parts of the world, there's parts of Black America, right, that we can't reach. I don't know what it's like to have somebody basically who's growing up on artificial intelligence and Snapchat and all stuff like this, right? I got all my knowledge from reading books. I'm not an internet person. All the knowledge I have, you listen to these shows and whatnot, and when I break down African history, the nuances of African history, I break down world history, and I do all my stuff in world history. That's years of going to the library and years of buying books, spending my last few dollars to buy a book for sale. That's me exhausting my library card. Because when I was in my 20s, I had a thirst for knowledge. I wasn't out there, you know, like doing that. I would love to have Austin Holloman be able to travel and do it like that. But no, I was focused on what I'm focused on now: learning, nation building, infrastructure, you know, geopolitics. I've been in geopolitics. I was into geopolitics and the reality of geopolitics since I was 18 years old. I understood the idea of the nation state, governments, and stuff like that really matter. So that's the approach I have to Africa. What's the geopolitical realities?
Well, brother, excellent, man. So let's close out on this video, and then let's get our good brother Afro Think Tank on, so you and him can talk. And what I'm gonna do is also go to Austin Holloman YouTube page.
Okay.
I'm not gonna really play anything, but just want to go through it, and then we'll look at the titles and look at the video, and then and so on. But I've listened to some of his videos just to go through them. I haven't heard him say anything vulgar, disrespectful. Now, when you're talking about women, this is one of those situations where, based on your opinion or your experience, or or just how you analyze things, there's always a bunch of people who are going to take that personal, So, and what he's doing is, being, whether he's being critical of women in this country, that country, or whatever, is part of just a young man's experience, traveling the world, going to different places, meeting beautiful women. I've been there myself. I was in the U.S. Navy when I was 18, and then for a few years, a good few years, up to when I was about 22, and then from there on, worked for the airlines, and so I had more time to also travel and go places, and it's a good life, and it's not saying it's all about women, because it's not, and that's the situation where sometimes you don't want to show certain things on your holiday journey and things like that, because the first thing people look at is just that one or two situation that you're with a beautiful woman and things like that. So I personally looked through certain things and I didn't find anything. I don't know what the beef is, but you're my good brother, and I like the information, and it's a good advice. I mean, I appreciate you being a good brother and a big brother, and sharing that advice with not only him but also other brothers out there and things like that, because that's not what we're building, and things like that. And you and I may look at Africa different from from some other people, but you and I have had chance to grow and build the energy in Africa. The good thing about the young brother is, or the brother himself, is that he's doing similar things to how I got into these different business, as far as this Africa tours, and then also this community and investment. Because when you're traveling to the African continent, it opens your eyes, and you're gonna meet people. So even if you're just there trying to be a player or something like that, you're gonna see certain things. And but at the same time, too, even if you're there on business and seeing certain things, you're a man, and you're gonna like the energy of beautiful women. It's what it is. It's something I don't think no straight man should have an issue with. So if you're a man that's complaining about that, you may be a little twisted. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? And things like that. Maybe it's just because some guys, women are just not feeling them. You know what I mean? Like some of these guys, all you hear them do is just run their mouth and talk, but you never see them with a woman, never see them around any energy of of beauty. It's all about this fake Pan-African movement that they think they're pushing and building and things like that. I always tell people that don't abuse the word Pan-Africanism, because that's what most of them tend to do. Show us what you're building in the world of Pan-Africanism, based on definition and based on this a vision in Africa. And they can't do that. They go to Africa and somebody give them a little raggedy chief title, and they feel like they some kind of esteemed elder, and they should be able to judge everybody else and tell people what to do. That's why most of the time I don't show a lot of my sexy, beautiful videos and pictures and things. I kind of limit certain things, because the first thing people be like, you got a lot of women, or every time I look at something, I see you with different women and things like that. And it's like, okay, number one, you don't know who those women are. Sometimes it may be somebody you're dating. Sometimes it's your staff. Sometimes you take pictures of people at the hotels and things like that. But what do you tell people that I'm doing? Because whatever I'm doing is none of their business. You know what I mean? But the main aspect of it is you're showcasing the beauty of Black people, Black men, Black women, and the image of Africa has always been tarnished. Like, or the women are, like before this modern day time, it used to be like the women in Africa are not, are certain ways and things like that. But now, when you're talking about women in Africa, you can put them on a world-class stage as any other woman itself, any other Black woman or any other woman in general. It's just that dynamic. And some brothers didn't know how beautiful it was. I mean, I didn't until I got to African continent in my mid-20s and so on. And it's a great experience. And I would urge brothers, the young generation, to open your minds, travel, enjoy life, go check out some of the beautiful nightclubs in the different countries. That's one of the things that we try to do in this. You get out there and you network and you meet people. Not saying that everything has to be a sexual situation, because that's not. I mean, you're somewhere enjoying a new experience, and part of that is going to be nightclubs, going out to the beaches, meeting people, having cocktails and having tropical drinks or whatever, and just enjoying the life. So when I'm looking at his page and things, I'm like, okay, well, because like Afro think tanks say, other people say certain things, they say similar things. So okay, just because a bunch of other people are saying certain things about this brother, don't mean that it's right. Number one, and number two is like, all right, just because they're saying certain things, what are they really saying? And based on whatever they're saying, show me what the brother is doing. So that's what I love to see. I love.
I'll read some of the comments.
Oh, absolutely. Let me just finish playing this. Yeah, I think he regrets doing this video.
Out of fucking college. Who the fuck do you think you are, bro? Bro, you're fucking.
Oh my. Usually we don't ever play this vulgar language, but just to hear the brother point, we'll just let it slide. I don't have no way to stop it, unfortunately.
You nigga, you a barber, bro. You're a fucking barber who dropped out of fucking college. Who the fuck do you think you are, bro? To be talking to these people like that, to be talking about countries like that, to be that ignorant. And you know what? Your motherfucking subscribers are the worst. And you know what? Somebody, one of the ladies said, I thought that the subscribers watching that nigga was like young people and shit. Yo, if you a 30-year-old man, if you a grown man, you watching that little boy, that's fucking weak, bro. Like, if you are a middle-aged man and you watch Austin Holloman and you look up to him and you watching his videos and you defending him in everybody's comment section and shit, dog, you are such a bitch. Like, no bullshit. You got to be the weakest nigga. I see why y'all don't get no females. No game, bro. None. Do you see how the women be looking when he with them? Oh, they be like, I saw him disrespect the black woman. They don't think I like dark skin, so that's why I got you. Who the fuck says that? Who says the shit that come out this dude's mouth? Come on, bro. You are Austin Holloman is an embarrassment.
All right, Kala, I'll leave the video up and we'll just talk. He just made a point a little while ago. All right, so he said that people say that Austin Holloman was saying people say that I don't like dark-skinned women. So he presented a sister that was dark-skinned, and he made a comment about it. Now, that may not be the nicest comment, but how derogatory is that?
I have no idea, because that's how
for you to get cursed out about and have your name derailed like you're some kind of pimp on YouTube. Yeah. I mean, I'm all in defense of my brothers, especially my younger brothers, because we have to believe in our future generation, like your children, your family, and so on.
And also, I don't think anybody basically is looking at. Let me tell you something, man. People probably don't realize this, right? I don't wherever, if you're on YouTube, right? I really don't take anything any YouTuber has to say seriously. None of them. This is like the only show I have respect for, Bomani, myself, and whatnot. That's about it, So basically, I can look at people. Maybe O'Shea. I appreciate what O'Shea's doing, but that's as far as it goes, You can watch somebody, be subscribed to somebody, find entertainment, right? People watch YouTube because they're at work, right? They're in their car, they're in their truck, they're driving along, shift on the truck and everything. And he's talking about stuff. That's what we have, what we call content creators, right? He makes content, people watch it. People don't want to like what he's saying. They can easily hit the button and turn it off, So now we're attacking the people who actually his subscribers, right? Who basically listen to him and saying they don't necessarily mean they agree with him, but he has a fan club. He has a lot of females, males, whatever like that, who just like him, who just like his style. You know, I'm not an Austin Holloman fan because I didn't like what I was seeing with him in Brazil. I'm on record saying that. You know, the antics he was doing in Brazil, it just repulsed me, right? But when he went to Kenya and he went to Africa, and I said like this, at first I was saying to myself, I hope he does not bring that sort. I saw what he was doing in these other countries, you know, right? And I did not approve of that. Now, when it comes to African women, right, I just think on the whole, from my observation, and I hope Afro Think Tank can show me different, it was respectable. I don't see any females booty clapping. I want to know what Afro Think Tank thinks about Suki Kama and his boy Umar Johnson, right? Getting with Suki Ghana, Dookie Hama, whatever her name is, right? She's talking about eating ass and all, getting shit on her and whatnot, just everything. And Sexy Red talking about booty hole and all stuff like this, pussy and all stuff like this. I haven't seen Afro Think Tank talk about the fact that Umar Johnson defends these women, call them queen. Umar Johnson never called Felicia Rashad a queen. He never called Regina King a queen. These women that hold themselves up as virtuous and made us proud in Hollywood. Umar doesn't come to their defense. He's talking about Suki Han and everything. And he's their Pan-African leader. You know, Umar is their boy. He has nothing to say about that. But he's talking about a 24-year-old boy. And from what I'm seeing, I have not seen him do anything degrading. I have not seen any of these African women twerk. You know, I have not seen them basically do booty things like that. I have not seen them flashing. I have not seen them doing shots and all that stuff like that you see in the wild thing, you know. Where is he talking with the disrespect? You know, I want to know where's his definition.
Yeah, what I want him to do, because he's in the chat right now, so I'm gonna say send a link to your video. Send a link to a video and give us a timestamp.
That we can look at him being disrespectful and do it. I was watching for that, right? I was really watching for that because I would be the first one to pounce on that. I did not see that. You know, all he's just like basically enjoying himself, basically saying African women, he likes women. You know, and you basically degrade him and talk about he's not this and talk about this. Why, you know, something, the worst thing you can do as a black man when you strip somebody, right? Like me personally, I'll let people have their dignity, right? Let's say I find out that somebody doesn't like me, right? Let's say I find out that the person is in between jobs, living with his mom, and he's homeless basically and everything like that. If he has a thing, I'll debate him on that point. But one thing I'm not going to ever do, right, is just especially tear somebody down like that, you know, because we get that from the white media where they judge us all the time and tear down our character, tear down who we are. We can say, criticize what we do, but when you start calling him names, calling him a bitch, calling him his followers a bitch and everything like that, you, brother, are out of line. And you're wrong. There's no way you can friggin' justify this. You don't tear another black person down like that, especially in public. If you have a problem with a brother like that and whatnot, you know, off the record and whatnot, just go at it and whatnot. You know, I call Brandon sometimes and we go at it off the record and everything. People never know. Dynas and I, you know, well, I don't wait till I get on thing and be like, hey, look, man, blah, 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 blah. What the fuck does that do? That's not real men. You know, so he's always a 24-year-old thing. What example? Let me ask you a question. If we all supposedly got it together, right? How come he doesn't have a role model? Where's his role model for the Pan-African? There is none. He's figuring things. That's like Mark Me Africa. I'll tell you, he's figuring things out for himself because the past generation of black so-called Pan-Africans have been left with nothing. You got Mark Meets Africa going to Africa and having people twice his age, all of his grandparents coming to him for advice. This is how ass backward this world is. because of all the generation that never left anything. All we know how to do is be jealous and hateful and everything. We basically have all that vitriol towards each other. We wait for everybody to slip up. Oh, he said this. I got him this time. I got him this time. I got him this time, you know? And we wonder why this movement is a joke.
Yes, Kala, let's close out with it.
All right, good.
To black people. He's an embarrassment. Total fucking embarrassment, bro. You need to take your Austin, take your motherfucking ass back home, bro. You are creating a hostile environment in Africa. I hope, hey, public fucking service announcement to all African people. Austin Holloman does not represent African Americans at all, okay? If you want to, go look for another black guy that's in Africa, because that motherfucker that dude is an insect. Like, I don't know what the fuck wrong with that guy. I don't know if, like, nah. That nigga is finished. His YouTube career is finished. You can't walk around Africa and continue to do shit like that and think motherfuckers gonna keep paying you. I hope he's embarrassing, bro. I wasn't gonna do this video. I ain't the type to do. Y'all know me. Y'all know I'm Afro think tank. Y'all know I don't do this shit. But when you see blatant fucking shit like that, because I'm a Pan-African, you disrespect my black women, you disrespecting me, Slim. You disrespect my West African women, you disrespecting me, Slim, because you disrespect.
Exactly what was he doing disrespectful? Your West African women?
What's up with all this bad man talk, man? I mean, where's all the white men and all the other men disrespecting black
women? Yeah, we're all the white men that freaking disrespect black
women. Taking them to Dubai and taking advantage of them. Where's the fight in that? You know what I mean? But a young brother doing his thing and literally harmless. You know what I mean?
A harmless little brother, you know?
You may not be a perfect gentleman and things like that. And things like that, you know what I mean? When you're younger like that, you learn. You learn the path.
They're white men.
And what I can see is that he's maturing little by little. And time.
Yeah, little by little. I see him maturing. I see him maturing.
Growth.
I see his
growth.
As
far as a response, you know, Afro think tank, you don't have to believe what we're saying. Look at the comments in there. You know, everyone has seen the same video. We'll go to the brother channel, but let me just close out real quick. This is a long, short video.
God, why do we have to have this?
My mom and my sister. That's how I see it. I love blatant fucking shit like that. Think motherfuckers gonna keep paying you. Motherfucker, that dude is an insect. Like, I don't know what the fuck wrong with that guy. Okay, if you want to, go look for another black guy that's in Africa, because that motherfucker that dude is an insect. Like, I don't know what the fuck wrong with that guy. I don't know if, like, nah. That nigga is finished. His YouTube career is finished. You can't walk around Africa and continue to do shit like that and think motherfuckers gonna keep paying you. I hope he's embarrassing, bro. I wasn't gonna do this video. I ain't the type to do. Y'all know me. Y'all know I'm Afro think tank. Y'all know I don't do this shit. But when you see blatant fucking shit like that, because I'm a Pan-African, you disrespect my black women, you disrespecting me, Slim. You disrespect my West African women, you disrespecting me, Slim, because you disrespecting my mom and my sister. That's how I see it. I love my women. Who the fuck do you think you are? Get the fuck, take your ass back to fucking Thailand. Take your ass one of these Asian countries or something where maybe your personality will fit with them, because your personality don't fit no real black sister. Not at all. Not at all, bro. Get the fuck. Austin Holloman is fucking done. He's finished. This Afro think tank. Learn some, teach some. I'm out.
No, well, I obviously he had a live stream today. Almost had 1,000 people on his live stream today. So if that's finished, then I wish we could have 1,000 people on our live stream. And so it's idea that, oh, our black women. I wish people would shut the fuck up about that. The bottom line is this. A young guy is going over there having a good time, right? Where's all the smoke for the freaking white man, the white devils that's doing all the shit to black women in America and throughout the world? I have yet to hear Afro think tank even say the white man's a devil. I have yet to hear him talk about the white devils in Africa having sex with black women and raping black women, exploiting black women. That's going on all the time on the continent. I haven't heard anybody address that. But we can have all this smoke for a 24-year-old guy just basically having a good time on the continent. Who knows, like 3 or 4 years, he might move on and come back to America and everything like that. And you're getting all in your feelings about just a couple of videos on YouTube. You know, and it's like, I'm a Pan-African. What the fuck does that even mean anymore? Pan-African means you can virtual signal everything and cuckold and dick police people and whatnot. Pan-African means you're the Pan-African dick police. I want dick police everybody. This, that, the other thing. Every woman is not your mother and your sister. He's going over there. Those women that he's talking to are not your mother and sister. These are young ladies that liked him and everything like that. So this idea, these women are like this. Maybe he doesn't want to get with her. He's just out there dating. He's not trying to get serious with anyone. He's 24 years old. He's doing his thing. You know? So like I said, man, the bottom line is this: dudes that basically cock dick police and worry about what somebody else is who somebody else is fucking. That's some weird energy to me. You know, seriously. You know, and I'm the type of person, I'm not into all that. You know me, I don't, I have a wife, I'm married and whatnot. I don't fool around. I don't do all that stuff like this, But at the same time, I was 24 years old at one time. I know what a 24-year-old is a 24-year-old, Afro sugar tank.
Yeah, he should be doing exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, he's 24 years old. He's living his life.
And that's word from a sailor.
So the bottom line is this: I don't know who all these weirdos that's another thing. You ever notice that when have a Pan-African channel, and I say this thing about Brandon, right? I look at some of the people that be commenting on Brandon's channel, like, these are Pan-Africanists. It'd be all these people with these weird comments, right? And the same people have jumped from Brandon's channel to Afro Think Tank channel, right? There are all these people that basically don't like black people going to Africa in the first place, Don't like Africa in the first place, So the fact this young guy, this Gen Z guy is getting popular, Osman Holloman, he's a public figure basically, right? Is in Africa when it bothers them. They can't sleep at night. Now, when Osman Holloman was in Brazil and all these places, nobody had a thing to say about him. They didn't criticize him, anything like that. As soon as he goes to Africa, and he's not even doing what he was doing in these other countries. He's not sexualizing African women. I like to see the video.
Like I mentioned, the brother is growing and developing. Next thing you know, he's going to be an international businessman in Africa. I see it, brother. You know me, I spot, talent, and been a part of that trend to where you're telling people that you need an introduction into Africa. As long as you're not doing anything malicious or dangerous,
exactly,
you're going to grow. The continent is going to grow you. It's incredible just being around the energy. I mean, you may see certain countries, a certain poverty, or certain things, and you may see certain opportunities and things, but it's something that is only going to better you. So the fact that you mentioned Tiffany Banner, you mentioned a few other people, Marks Meet Africa, enough respect to our generation of people. We're not going to be like some of our other people feel like they got to be some kind of gatekeeper and tell people how this game should be run and things like that. Only thing I'm reaching out to our folks is go out there and experience Africa, and and be open to working, and then ultimately be open to working with your people to make a difference. And and whether the brothers are educating brothers about how beautiful the women are in Africa and how and how cool it is and how and so on. I don't want to say much because every time you say much about how incredible the women are in Africa,
talk about African women being beautiful.
People be just hating on you. Well, so what you saying about the women in America?
We're not saying nothing. We're saying
I'm not saying anything.
I'm just saying
that based on what certain men are looking for, because as a man, a brother's man, that's that's connected with his brothers, and you talk with your brothers and connect with your brother, and you find out what your brother's looking for, and you find out what your brothers have been through. You already know the situation already, and I tell them I got we got the right remedy for you in Africa.
Check this out. He basically found a Ghanaian-made cigar. That's a kid after my own heart, right? He's like, see, these are made in Ghana. He's smoking a cigar. He said it's smoking a cigar. I'm like, Austin, go ahead, Austin. He's living his life, man. As a young man, just having a good time, man. Why degrade him?
Absolutely. And as you get a little older and have time to just be doing all these movements, like I said,
he'll mature.
Doing business. So, you know, you appreciate the times when you was in your 20s and 30s, and, you know, appreciate the time of this, you know, going through what it takes to be a man. And sometimes that takes dating and, you know, meeting people and
Yeah, I
experiencing
get it.
different countries and things like that. So that's the life of a man, you know, but we got these new age people that want to redefine what a man's supposed to be and things like that.
No.
You know, and this guy, you know, instead of him being out there, you know, out there with a nice hot date himself and, you know, and working to build something beautiful in the future, he's there, you know, he's there cock watching.
That's some weird shit, Afro think tank, man. You do that. You gotta take an L for this shit, bro. You're taking an L.
Where I'm from, man, you know, men don't watch other men. You know what I mean?
You can't come off corny,
What
man.
you do is you go up to a man and you give him a pound and say, that's a nice fine sister that you got, man. Blessings, man. Take care to Empress.
That's how African men roll too.
You know what I'm saying?
So, let me say something, right? Let me say something, right? When African women tell me, like in Liberia, right? It's like an African man. It's unheard of for an African man. They'll say to have just one woman. You know, he has a wife.
Yeah.
He got women all over the place. The African American man is the only man that will sit there with one woman his whole life. And everything.
Yeah,
like,
man, but he's sitting there with that one woman and she's getting cheated on like 20 to 30 times.
yeah. So
So
but
I mean,
bottom
it's like
bottom line is African men do that out in the open. They basically just
I mean,
like that.
people
But
can
nobody
debate
has
the situation. It just, I mean, I'm gonna just be real. Africa is a continent for black men who wants to be a man. You know what I mean? And you know, a man that's not effeminized or controlled by a system. You know what I mean? So people can take it out. They want to. I got number love and respect for my sisters here, and it's what it is. But people like myself, that's my vision. That's where I'm at, and I love it in Africa. I love the situation. You know, it's just I'm not gonna do certain videos and just be talking about women. You know, what we talk about is this, you know, and that's my age. We're talking about communities, investments. We talk about repatriation. We talk about consultation and things like that. I mean, we do talk about beach parties and
it's what every once in a while
and pool parties and nightlife and sexy ladies and things like that, and photo shoots and, you know, and things like that, and fashion shows. So you know, which everything I mentioned is a part of our incredible Liberia journey, and we're gonna show you more exoticness and things like that. But even, you know, when we do that, it's still respectable. And you know, we have to encourage men to be men and encourage men to want women in an age where it's like weird as hell, to where sometimes I drive somewhere or you just go into a store and the only thing you can do honestly is shake your head. You know what I'm saying? You can't ever say anything because somebody may record you, you know, or something like, you know, and call you you know, you're hating on this person or anything. But, you know, like I tell folks, do your thing. Like I was working on someone's computer and they were telling me about some photos and things. I was like, family, your business is your business. I'm here to do a job I got paid for and make my money and make sure you're good and be on standby to help you. I'm not here to be in your personal life to look through your photos and see what you're doing and things with however many women you're doing and things like that. That is your business and things. Sometimes we just have to respect a certain level of order and things like that. And I feel like that's what people like this guy have literally just overstepped his boundaries. You know what I mean? It's like, who are you to tell a man about what he should be doing in a country of women and what he should say to women? You know, sometimes, you know, like we don't, what women tell me in general, there's like you guys, and that's when they start generalizing. There's like sometimes you just guys just don't know what to say. And I was like, yeah, that's typical men. Sometimes we say certain things and it's just not like what he mentioned about people say that I don't like light skin, I don't like dark skin women. So, you know, I'm showing you a sister I'm dating. That may be something one of those comments, but it's
let me
not.
tell you something, right?
It doesn't deserve you to be trash on the internet like you some kind of punk when other people are doing far more malicious stuff like that, but you just don't have the balls for that because you want to be a bully.
Yeah, check this out. I like this. The Gen Z people talk like that, right? Even with their white friends and whatnot, they basically will say, "Oh, he's a light skin." And I'm like, "Well, he's person's black, you know? Yeah, but he's a light skin. You know, that's the way they talk. You know, a dark skin. You know, that's the way they talk in that generation, man. They basically grew up on Snapchat, Facebook, and everything, so they did see all different types of black phenotypes, and they separate people based on color and stuff like that. More openly, well, we didn't do that. Black people are black people, you know. You're swimming in a shallow water. I see. I'm over deep in. We're swimming in the shallow water. Okay.
Yeah, let me read this thing. Afro think tank. Man, you guys are still swimming in the shallow water. I see. Ah ha ha. I am over here in the deep end. So I mean, if you're over here in the deep end, why don't you come on and have a conversation with two men?
Yeah, come on,
And
come
as a
on.
matter of fact, I won't say much of anything. You know, you can talk with Kala. The thing of it, brother, it's what it is. You may not, you may think you're right, but you're completely. You couldn't be any more, any more wrong, and things like that. And you think you're some kind of vanguard or you're some kind of gatekeeper of this movement. You don't dictate about how people go back and forth to Africa and things like that. And no one is ruining anything. You know, the difference is, you know, maybe more people understand that, you know, there's men that want beautiful women in Africa, and then weirdos like yourself just want to be chiefs, fake ass chiefs, and fake ass Pan-Africanists that thinking that whatever you're saying or running your mouth that you're doing something when you're not changing the game of anything. It's like you folks want to talk all this Pan-African stuff, but it's like, what are you building Pan-African? Oh, we're building. You know what building means in these fake conscious, fake Pan-African groups? That means a whole lot of talking, a whole lot of reading books, and a whole lot of just talking about ancient past and things like that. That's almost 95% of them, including this guy right here. I mean, and he's a perfect example of you know, and that's why people give us a hard time about this movement. But like I tell people, this big banner that you see as far as Pan-Africanism towards nationhood, it's based on the lives of two brothers who are dedicated to this movement and are dedicated to specific countries and working together to build a future for our people to live, do business, and invest in Africa. And we go hard at it and been working on this since last year for about a good 15 months now. And we've shown many progress with what we're doing in Liberia as far as having a nice solid group to come. And then once we carry on, we're just going to build more and more. You know, so that's what we talk about Pan-Africanism. That you can almost coin that as the definition of Pan-Africanism. What fake ass Afro think tank is doing is not Pan-Africanism. I wish his whatever kind of weird ass hairstyle that he has, I wish he could come on and talk like a real man and talk to some real man who've been through the same thing as this young brother, been around being a man and enjoying life. And I have no shame about it. You know what I mean? You know, especially just being in the U.S. Navy. You know, they just, you know, you travel to different places and you meet people and things like that. And no man, what you should be questioning about is all this fruitcake foolishness going on.
Yeah, the rainbow
generation of men that's so effeminized that they're scared to even talk to women. And this brother is breaking it. You know, he's not like, because it's a lot of these weird guys in Austin Alderman.
Yeah, weirdos,
man. And think of it as the fact that he likes women, brother. I'm like, I just want to go up to give him a pound and shake his hand.
Imagine Darius. Check us out. There was a guy not too long ago, right? Some weirdo that jumped into the Pan-African. Everybody can just get a freaking YouTube channel, call himself Pan-African, right? He went to Rwanda, right? He's one guy with the blonde hair, like Cisco, whatever, like that. And he went to Rwanda, right? And all of a sudden, they found out that he would start flirting with men, and he almost got killed in a club, right? And he got back, I made it out of Rwanda with my life and whatnot, because I was like, he said the men were flirting on me and whatnot. So they're trying to bring that LGBTQ, that homosexuality and stuff like that to the continent, you know? And
but
so
you don't hear Afro think tank talk about that. So that's more. That's okay. So okay. I think he's working for those alphabet people and those those different letter people and all those different agendas that's going on, because you don't attack those things, but you attack someone that's communicating with women. And if the guy does not have a personality, the thing of it is, having a personality and having all these things, it takes time as a man to grow. I remember being 18 in the U.S. Navy and being this a young boy, or even working the airlines and just being this so young, and you're still trying to you're working the airline business, so you meet beautiful flight attendants, and it just and you're trying to learn to talk to people and learn to this, and it takes a while to build that up. To even be a man to where you can just eventually ask a woman to marry you and things like that. This guy is, literally critiquing something that does not need to be critiqued. What he needs to critique is the other situation. And what he needs to do is just bow down to a generation that's coming and say, you know what, I want to give you my support and things like that. And let me give you some guidance, like with the great advice that you gave. So Afro Think Tank is acting like he's not listening and things like that. I don't know, maybe he's listening, maybe not. But the thing of it is, brother, why don't you come on here and talk to some real men? I'm sure some of us we're similar age or in similar generation and things like that. and then we can have a real dialogue versus you being a coward and literally this bullying some young guy because you wish that when you're his age that you had a chance to just enjoy a beautiful life and things like that, but you're stuck as a guy that's just literally just irrelevant to where you walk around, make these weird ass videos looking all funny as hell, and you're using all these disgusting languages to where it's hard to even hear any point that you have made, which you have made no point. So Afro Think Tank, if you're really a man and you really got balls, you can come talk to some real men. Other than that, you can stay in your little cubby coward hole and then keep on making videos of a new generation of people that's outdoing you, and you're just a hater. So if you want to prove that you're not a hater, which you haven't yet, come holler at us.
Come on now. Come on, Afro Think Tank, man.
You guys are seriously unaware.
Yeah, step right up.
Look here, loser. You're the one that's unaware. You're the one that's a stupid person.
Look at his channel. Look at his channel.
Let me actually let's go look at this guy's channel and things like that. Like I said, Afro Think Tank, if you have the balls, go after all those white men that's in Africa that's disrespecting a whole generation of black women. The Chinese guys that leave women pregnant and things like that. That's what you need to holler at, you know. So that's why people saying that you're jealous and you're a hater, because they can't see why you're running your mouth. And people listen to videos and people are texting me back that no, I didn't hear anything, because we're not there. You know, one thing about when me and Kala come on here and do things, you know, we have our facts, our research in order. We talk about this thing, we go through this thing. We don't just come up here and run our mouth like we're some kind of fool or like yourself, some crazy lunatic that's on drugs. I don't know if whatever meth you're smoking or something like that. You're in the park, walk around a video in a place where it has nothing to do with Africa, nothing cultural, and just walking around and just running your mouth, cursing all crazy and stuff in public, like you're some kind of insane lunatic. You know, brother, you gotta check yourself. Serious. This is the Young Brothers page, for those who have never seen it.
Look how he presents.
I'm not here to just defend people, period. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm here is not to let people use some fake ass Pan-African movement to disrespect other people who see a different vision of Africa. Just like, you know, my son, he's been all over Africa and he's experienced things. He may not exactly be some quote unquote like hardcore Pan-African, just like me and Kala, but you know, he probably see a vision of this doing international business and create opportunities for black people. Because at the end of the day, what we're looking at, you don't have to be all this Pan-African. You know, we're looking for people who can create opportunities for us,
exactly,
and also get us connected to the African continent. So I'm looking at these videos, and I've seen some of them. Elephant safari, first time on a bus. I'm home. Becoming Senegal. He's in the club. You know, like I got tons of video with us in the club, and you just literally seeing, you know, not that much different, you know, and things like that.
I want to see what he's doing so vulgar, so disrespectful.
Nightlife in where's this at? In Senegal, Pink Lake, and I've been there. All these places that he's been to, Ngor, I love Ngor. All these places he's been to. The fact that if he didn't go to like the Door of No Return, Senegal, and go to anything cultural, and he was just there all over the bars and clubs, like he come some kind of sailor that just came you know, off the boat, being on a boat for like a few weeks, and the first thing you want to do is get a drink and go get a woman or something like that. This brother is there going around to historical cultural places. Exactly. He's not there like a hound dog. And that's what somebody would do.
Side of Africa.
Every minute it's about some women. And you got one beautiful sister here, a few beautiful sisters, and that's showcasing the beauty of the sisters there in Africa.
Yeah, he said he's showing, okay, I got the culture down, I got the nightlife down, showing beautiful women, everything. That's going to attract a whole generation of young people to say, hey, look, you know, I want to basically make Africa my thing, because there's not a lot of people. But we at this thing trying to get people to come to the continent. It's not easy, because most black people spend $100 billion a year on travel. Guess how much percentage that goes to Africa? Less than what 5%? You know, most of that money goes to Aruba, the Asia, everything. So we can appreciate anybody basically who showcase Africa in a professional way. And I don't see anything disrespectful or degrading. You're just sitting there talking to women on the continent. That's what he does. You know, he travels the world. He's sitting there taking pictures with these women. That don't mean he's having sex with them.
There you go, brother. Like I see this one right here. Do traditional women still really exist? Message to passport bros. See, this is what Afro Think Tank is talking about. But it's like, when I'm looking at this, I'm judging this as a man, and it's like, okay, you may have different opinions about certain things. You may want to compare certain things. Even like I've done videos like these where we have people come here. We sit down and we do videos about relationship and polygamy or whatever, and things like that. And I have a whole repertoire of different videos I do. I don't he's more on the beauty and the lifestyle and things like that, which is what I will be in. And if I was recording videos,
he's a Gen Z. That's what they're gonna do. O'Shea Duke Jackson has a Ginganda channel. He has a Pan-African dating channel. And basically, O'Shea was telling me he's trying to open up to different aspects. There's dating, there's relationship, there's friendship. We have to build these bonds. We talk about connect with Africa. It's not all just basically Africa, this and and Africa someplace we just can't criticize and blah blah. That's a fool. We get to know the continent. You got to get to know the continent. You go to each country, get to know the people, get to know the culture, get to know the women, get to know the nightlife, get to know the business aspect. What's the infrastructure like? What all these things you have to know, before you make a decision on what country you want to go to and who you want to connect with, And so he's doing the right thing,
Absolutely. I just showed you the page. Nothing offensive or disrespectful. That was a very good videos.
Or anything like that.
I'm gonna look at the live. I'm just scrolling through the video, scrolling through the videos, and what I'm gonna do is show my Instagram page and things like that, and we just look at it. The only difference is what you're gonna see is just photos. What you see is thumbnails. It's photo version of his videos with the women and things like that, and it's a respectful energy for the most part. So this is the live, and I mean, also when you're looking at these videos and the titles, some of the videos and titles are giving you information. It's educating people, and and he's sharing his thoughts. And as he's sharing your thoughts, you're gonna learn, and you're gonna learn to just articulate and things like that, and you'll grow. But the fact that you're starting out, because I'm speaking in this situation because I was his age when I started traveling to Africa. I wasn't on the Playboy situation. I was more in a settled and married and things like that. So I wasn't I had retired at that time, I should say. But you're seeing videos of just his experience, and then mine was just like all roots and culture, which is still primarily it. But then now you see a little bit more, especially when you see the Instagram, you see certain beauty in certain things, because you're trying to just encourage an energy of men to like women and be into women, and especially Black women. So what I don't see is I don't see a bunch of white women, and I don't see a bunch of they're even Brazil. Even Brazil. I was very careful when I went there when I was doing my Brazil videos. I showed a few videos on the beach, and I didn't do much in the club and things like that. But because that's not what I want people to see and record and things like that. So I showed the beauty of the beach and some beautiful bikinis and things like that. But I think I just limited it to that. But didn't do some of these things. But everything he's doing is things that people like myself would love to do more when we do some of these trips and things. But it's like my focus is always what we're pushing. And I'm way older than him, and I'm saying to other men, it's nothing wrong with it, especially when you're single and not married. So that is some of those videos. And Kala, let me know if you've seen any title or anything that was just weird or disrespectful or anything. Even one in Brazil, because the bikinis was nice. That's one thing I did like about is Brazil shots.
To me personally, when he was doing the Brazil thing, I thought it was kind of annoying when he was interviewing women, talking about stuff. But he learned his lesson,
What is that a part of growing, right?
That's probably growing. He learned his lesson.
Anybody else who interview people, you learn that, okay, when I'm interviewing women, I can't say certain things, or I should kind of watch how I move certain ways.
Right, watch how I'm doing. You learn.
But the only difference is while he's learning, he's sharing what he's doing versus us where we didn't have no video camera recording anything, because I'm telling people we did the same exact thing. I can speak for myself. And and you just learn to talk to women and learn to be respectful. But sometimes it's one of those trial and error situations.
Yeah, but beyond Austin Holloman, right? I don't want to make the whole show about him. But,
it's a good topic to get with. I just want to scroll down this real quick, and then we'll just compare certain things.
Okay.
All right. Wish this thing would just like center in the page, but I guess it's not. So let's see if that work. All right, that looked fairly decent. I'll just go through these. So as we're looking at his pictures and things, you see beauty, you see certain things in this. There's not a bunch of edit artwork on there, but and most of what you see is group photos. But when you scroll down, because I just share different parts of it, I don't ever like populate things with too much of one thing. But try to show more of just a little bit of everything: roots, culture, nightlife. So when you scroll down some more, you may see some sexy pictures and some beautiful pictures and so on. And it's just us in Africa showing the beauty. I usually tell everybody to get dressed up, so let's go out. And I'm here in a nightclub, and some of these pictures are very provocative, and videos very provocative. And I think even one video, these are, I don't want to tell my business, what I mean, but I was just partying with these sisters in Senegal. It was a long journey and long drive, and connect with some friends, and we just went and hang out. And and you're not abusing or disrespecting anyone, and you just you're dressing up and you're enjoying life. And that's us in Africa. And some of these are your ladies you're dating, your people you're meeting, some of your tour members. And this is mine because I'm a lot more mature and a lot more into using this for business and sharing group photos. But trust me, family, if I was his age, you see half of this page would be nothing but half, women, and it would be just showing the beauty of that. Unless I learned how to just share cultural information, which you end up learning that, which I think which that's what I see. So some more beautiful, and try to be as conservative as possible. And sometimes you may have a model like this sister here, and we're just taking different photos. And people may look at it and say what they want to say. They may ask weird questions, like some people do ask weird questions. And I'm like, my photos and what we do is more, it's not all about women and things like that. But as a man, and then being single, and you're meeting people in different places, you're showing the world of beauty in Africa. So nevertheless, well, these are the I think these were like a whole list of like bikini photos. And nightlife photos. Yeah, Kala, I'm hoping you're enjoying the photos on the Instagram.
I'm loving it, man.
Yeah, brother, I still got it, man, after like 20-something years.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
The life of a sailor.
Yeah, the bottom line is this, you're showing the beauty of the continent, you're showing what men do, having a good time, learning the culture, the roots and everything, looking at investments and everything. Part of it is basically dating and romance, and like anybody else goes around the world. And
good food and everything. Good food, bikini, swimwear.
Food, the fun, the nightlife, friendship, connection, having drinks and travel and whatnot, that's the life. They're showing people that we can have fun being among ourselves, right?
All aspects of my life.
And get along. We're not going to always love everything we do, but the bottom line is this: we have to have fellowship. When we keep tearing each other down, what that tells me is you must think that you have white people to run around and everything. So a lot of times people are part-time Pan-Africans, right? Me, I go out of my way, even people who I don't agree with, right? If I don't agree with something, I'll leave it alone. I'll say, hey, this, that, thing, because I understand how important it is that if we can find something we agree upon, right? Bomani and I don't agree on everything. We don't agree on everything. But when we do agree on, we build and we strengthen that to the 100%. We don't sit there and be like, okay, I disagree on this. Let me go get here and start taking shots of Bomani. He's like, I don't agree with Kala on this, so let me talk about Kala on this and whatnot. That's not how movements and men operate. You know, if we're serious about a Pan-African movement, then people should have different opinions and everything. If you believe ultimately that Black people should connect and ultimately our ultimate goal is nationhood and building with Africa and building a global Black business pipeline and connecting with Africa and everything, then you should find common ground and stuff that you agree upon. And then it says in the Chronicles, I think in the Bible, it says a man must make allowances for his things that he don't like about his neighbor. So in other words, basically, when you have a neighbor or associates and everything right here, you build upon the things that you agree upon, right? You acknowledge the things you don't agree upon, right? Learn to be tolerant of the things you don't agree upon, right? And deal with it as it comes up and everything in a way. That's how people build civilization. But you don't sit there and take one thing you disagree with somebody about, right? And just tear them down. Austin Holloman's finished in Africa. He's finished in Africa. That's not the way to do things.
Am I finished in Africa, brother? Since I have all these beautiful ladies, some of them half naked.
You're finished, man. Look, man, you're having a good time. How dare you sit there with that Mai Tai and with the pineapple on it, whatnot? How dare you?
They probably say that he probably have more pictures. Yeah, I have more pictures than that, but it's like that's not what I want people to see. I want people to see my diverse experience in Africa, including the beautiful sisters and and all my wonderful tour members and and things like that. And us having a great time. Look at that, enjoying a coconut. And that's my mom right there and my son, and us in South Africa. That's me and Winnie Mandela. That's closest I'll probably ever get to Winnie Mandela.
Okay, where's your mom? I didn't see your mom.
She's right here by me, over here.
Your mom looks young.
Yeah, we all have young. It's that Jamaican Native American blood. I'm just messing with you. It's that Jamaican African blood.
Yeah.
Yeah. And some photos you just cut a little bit so you don't show too much sexiness, and then some you just and then like this one right here, we're getting ready for the nightclub. You know what I'm saying? Beautiful photo right there. Bomani love the tropical ladies.
Bomani has been shown for years. In this next year, when we go to Liberia, that'll celebrate 20 years of
traveling to the African continent.
20 years into this movement, and I'm proud to call this brother my brother. And that tour to Liberia next year is going to be the most groundbreaking thing we've ever done. That's going to mark 20 years of Brother Bomani, Africans and the Black African infrastructure coming up behind Bomani and helping him out and stuff like that. That's really going to grow the organization and grow this movement and everything like that. We're deadly serious about building a real Pan-African nation building movement. We got the top people in our team and everything like that. We're going to make this happen.
That's me in Brazil right here. And I was limited to some pictures, but as you can see, this one got more loves than anything else because it got a whole shade of different brown complexion women with sexy bikinis on, and then someone was like, it was like she got blue hair, and then they look down here, and I'm like, yo, we're just enjoying our time in Africa, sexy dresses, skirts, and just showing you all aspects of things. Me and my younger brother right there at the African Holocaust Dungeon, learn about our ancestors. Us here just enjoying the beach. Me and two of my beautiful sisters traveling with me. Me in Brazil with in Brazil with a beautiful Brazilian. Business photos, but yeah, this is my Instagram, and they show you the life of of me from a young age coming up and this experience in Africa and just showing certain things. So my head start was more into repatriation and investments in business. So it's not overshadowed by a lot of women talking and things like that. But me and my brothers I was at a little more advanced age and situation, but that's where he's heading to, man. He's heading into learning about business, and him and a few other generation of people could be a key part of the future, because that's what we're about building.
About this Pan-African stuff and everything like that. That's why I don't want to discourage him. I want to run him off. He could be somebody that's really could reach into parts of young black America we can't do. So I don't want to scare this brother off. Like, man, like run him off out of a thing like they did Brazil. He hasn't done anything wrong that we got to attack this brother like that. So, I'll never go along with that.
Yes,
Did
Kala
anybody?
Genesis. No, I'm gonna get back to it. He's still deflecting. So that's the link. After think time, we've been posting the link for about an hour.
Yeah, come on, bro.
I'm
Let's
sure
get
when you
links.
get on your, he said Zimbabwe women are ugly. Okay, wow. So if he said Zimbabwe women are ugly, that's his opinion. You know what I mean? Just like some people don't like my opinion when I tell them when they ask me what I think are the finest women in Africa. So when I tell them the Nigerian women, and then I start getting a whole bunch of hate about that. And I tell them I was like, that's my experience and that's my analysis on it. And I can tell you many different reasons why I say that and feel that way. Just like I would say that women in certain countries, I'm not going to name the country because I don't want people to be upset with me. I would say that they're not the most attractive women, and some of them are okay, but I'm not the brother's age, so I'm not going to be as outspoken in that. I'm gonna be a little more mature because you're talking respectfully because you're dealing with your black people all over the world, and you're not trying to pick any sides or disrespect any of them, and you're not trying to lose any business or people feel like, oh, you're this bad person because you said this, so let me not do business with you. Let me not try to connect with you and things like that. So, and that's the difference in my age and but at his age, you're gonna get on video and you're gonna say, well, the women in this country and people are not gonna like it, So he may say the women in Thailand is a certain way, and that's why he likes them, preferably for certain, based on certain situations. And a man is looking at what his needs are as far as meeting a mate, a wife, or someone to date or go out with. And we live in a global world of different flavors of beautiful black women, like some of my brothers from Ghana, like example, some of my brothers from Ghana, they'll tell you if you ask them what woman you like, and I'm not speaking for all Ghanaians, so don't be upset with me, but they'll tell you that they love the sisters in America. You know much messages and things I have. Oh, Bomani, when you come back, hook me up. Like
Yeah, when I was in Liberia, man.
About a message, because what they're saying is that, one of their friends may have married someone, or when they come, they see certain women, and what they're telling me is that they're shy to talk and things. And I usually just do my best to introduce people. I'm trying not to be the matchmaker, but that's what some of my brothers in Ghana that I've been around personally, that's what they tell me that they like. They didn't mention Ghanaian women, Nigerian women. They mentioned black women in America. So if I'm a Jamaican brother and say, I've been all different parts of the world, and I love African sisters. I love the sisters in Africa, primarily like Ghana and Nigeria. What is there to hate about me saying that and things like that? But this guy is taking it to a whole different level and like calling people names and degrading them and things like that because of their opinion. Like I'm saying some of the similar things, brother. So are you gonna degrade me and call me all kind of names and say that you got an Instagram reel of all different kind of women and things like that? And it's like, why are you not this and why are you not that? It's like I think people get into people's business too much and judge them, and they don't know their situation. Like some of the men I've met in America, they say, no, man, I don't want to build a family or future in America because of the system and how it takes control of you and your family and put you in bad situations. So it's like we have to grow up, man, and encourage our men to just be, if you want to, it's like, if you want to just experience life and do what you need to do what you need to do. But the brother got good. I like the brother's taste. It reminded me when I was younger. You know what I'm saying? And, well, regardless if I'm younger, I still have the same taste in women. And he has some nice, beautiful taste in women. Yeah.
No, you see that.
What I didn't see him with is I didn't see him with any white woman or no women like this. Like, he was with sisters that we normally like dark skin, brown skin sisters.
I didn't see them with any boys,
even more important.
Trans people,
Maybe next time we see Afro Think Tank, that's what he'll be with. Somebody would catch him on video with a boy.
I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't. Come on, man. I wouldn't go Afro Think Tank. You set yourself up for that, bro.
Whenever you're hating about men with women and things like that, that means it's something creepy about you. So you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that you're a boy lover and things like that, but it's like, don't get caught out there, man. Don't let us find out that you're something else, because you have some strong words.
Yeah, I mean, that was a strong opinion you had there.
Strong words about a man who likes women out there.
Yeah, we should be encouraging that, man. Now
saying, well, this one is ugly. I don't like this one. I like this one or whatever.
Yeah. He likes women, I mean, nowadays you got guys out here now are scared to even tell a woman that they like more that because they're called creepy, you're called this, you're thirsty, and everything like that. And like I said, African women appreciate when you love their beauty, you love their something they're spending time with them or not. And a lot of these women like that Rwandan sister that he was with, I was like this. If that same sister was African American sister, you would have to have $200,000 in the bank. You would have to be driving a Bugatti. You have to do all this stuff like this. And when he said, man, I'm going around these countries, and now he's in Africa, where these beautiful women are flocking to him, He's going to bars, and these women, what 24-year-old would turn that down?
Hey, brother.
What 24-year-old would turn that down, where women just flocking to him and just showing all this attention? All these women want, and a lot of these women want to get on his show because they're trying to push their own Instagram and stuff like that. So they're using him, and and one like they said, I don't even watch Austin Holland, I don't even watch him, I just see his headline, his titles, right? Because I'm subscribed to him, and then I may skim through his videos, but I have not sat down really and listened to his videos through and through, because me as a man, I'm 55 years old. There's nothing interesting I need to know about that other than the fact that, hey, at least you're talking about women. That's all I need to know.
Absolutely.
So I don't need, to watch his videos because that's not my age range. We're not in the same age group, and the stuff I'm talking about with Africa is different. I'm saying if he wants to talk about the dating scene and the beauty of women in Africa, hey, let him go that lane. I'm talking about infrastructure, business, and stuff like that we do on this show. And we're breaking down stuff like you've never seen. Nobody does shows like this.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the Afrikstan Analysis. Look at this hater right here.
He literally...
I can read it real fast. He literally disrespected every woman that was ever in his video. He said that all of them were taking advantage of him and that they were cloud chasing for their own channel. Now he mentioned a comment. About that, but I'm telling you, if that's the way he feels, that's the way he feels. Is that more than likely the situation? Yes, more than likely that's the situation. So what he's speaking is his truth and the situation that he realized, because women nowadays, they're trying to build their career and build what they need to build, which I respect to the highest level. You have sisters out there all over the world. They're getting theirs. They're building their channel. They're building their portfolio. They're building it. So, like I heard, and I'm not trying to quote Cardi B, and I apologize to people ahead of time, but I was watching just a clip of Cardi B on Love and Hip Hop. I'm not saying I sit down there and watch these things, but I was watching a clip and she said something important. She was like, she was just talking about how men use women, which it's what it is. Men use women, and it's unfortunate. I'm not saying it's funny, but that's the situation that we know. So she was saying that there's nothing wrong with while the man is using me, I can get something from it. I think that's not quote unquote, but that's kind of what she said in the rough draft. So when him as a man knows that he is using these sisters to do videos and to share, because they have to be open to the video also, because it's their privacy and they're sharing dialogues with him and everything. So he's building his videos and doing what he's doing, and so it's only fair for them to say they want whether they want to copy the video or they want to do an interview with him. That's only fair, and that's the way I operate when I'm doing certain things with people and things like that. So Afro Think Tank, or this is the Afrikstan Analysis. You got to come harder than that. That was very weak.
And not only that, check this out, right? If he says that, right, that means that maybe he's not having sex with all of them. He's not. I thought the whole idea was. Actually, I don't know, because I don't watch all his videos. He made it seem like he's having sex, disrespecting all these women, blah blah blah, fucking them and leaving.
Brother, I've watched enough of the videos, and I can't say I watch videos all day long, but I've watched enough of the videos and scrolled through them, and and see, because one of the things is like you see, I'll come after RJ Mahdi. I don't let people disrespect our movement and our people when we're trying to build something, especially when you're attacking our direct network and things like that. But I don't see anything to even beef about. Just like when people go after Go Black and people say like, okay, well, that's his opinion. He's marketing himself and he's building his channel. Well, and the only thing I turn around and tell him is like, well, You're just jealous because he started YouTube a few years ago and he's doing better than a whole bunch of us. And you know me, yeah, I'm in it for the long run of just getting quality people over the years that believe in what we talk about. So from the get-go, I've always pushed, you know, the same, like the banner on my YouTube page, Africa Tours Investment, Repatriation, and Pan-Africanism. I've never moved out of that subject area. That's just what I talk about. So I'm not gonna have a whole bunch of, you know, follows and things like that. But I'm sure if I decide to go back to Brazil and to a whole bunch of bachelor parties and things like that, and beach parties, I'm sure my fame will grow quick. And can I do that? I can absolutely do that. But that's not my message for my generation. It's more of a diverse message, and that's what the Instagram page is, the Facebook, the YouTube is showing you this, you know, a whole diverse world, and then telling you enjoy your life, you know, while you still have it, and explore and enjoy the beauty of everything, and you know, drink tropical drinks and just do wonderful things, take adventures, you know, go zip lining and things like that, and just, you know, and just enjoy, you know, enjoy paradise, you know. And the good thing I like about the situation now is that we have a younger generation of people like really enjoying themselves. Like, and you know, as people I know, you know, them and their friends come get together and they just go on cruises and do all kind of things. And you know, and I'm not promoting and pushing all those things because that's the business I'm in, promoting travel and things like that. But it's like you want to see people take advantage of this global world. What was the issue? The issue historically, was white people were the explorers and the travelers around the world, and they use it as a way to build their credentials to just dominate the world. You know, so we live in a competitive world, and part of education is traveling, is getting to know a whole geopolitical system that we have across the world, and our countries and language and things like that. So when the brother says going to Thailand and he's been to Brazil, I was like, enjoy it, man. I've been to Asia. I didn't enjoy myself like I wanted to because, you know, you're limited on those movements when you first, you know, when you're first out there, and you have a certain rank and certain age. I want to say I was still in my 20s, so you're just underage in certain things. But and that's one unfortunate thing. So that's why I take advantage of when I travel. Now I'm of age. I can go get me a drink. I can do what I need to do and party and enjoy myself and things like that. So but yeah, Asia is beautiful, incredible. It's what, you know, I literally thought that Africa should have or could have been in this age, in this generation. But I'm not gonna beat down on our continent or make it seem I'm beat down on our continent. But I can see why people loved Asia, and then also they love in that whole all these modern upgraded Arab nations. You know, people are flocking to it. It's a bigger thing now. So when I say brother promoting Africa, you got to get in there respect and love. I mean, yeah. And I always tell people like I'm open to helping and connecting anyone, so we can do a collective energy of pushing Africa. So just like when you and I connect, we mainly talk about pushing Liberia, and that's what I think it should be like. So you ask yourself, Afro Think Tank, who are you connecting with to build anything in Africa? Who are you connecting or collaborating with to push anything positive in Africa for us to build and connect together? Or you just every once in a while, when you take a hit of that med pipe, you just go out there randomly to the park and make these weird videos, because it's like the seventh weird video I've seen this guy make. It's like, dude, don't you have an office? Don't you have a studio? Don't you have somewhere where you can do a professional video and things like that, other than these little raggedy backyard videos and things? What your moms won't let you in the house to do videos and things, you know, and so on. It's weird. Laughing, man. That's why he's being a coward. He didn't want to come on because he rather beat down on I'd rather be a bully. You know, he knows he can't come on here and bully any of us because we have too much experience. So Afro Think Tank, I've placed the link many times. Let us know if you're gonna grab your balls and just literally just stick your chest out and then come talk like a man. You know what I mean? You know, talk like a man. This is not judge and this is not court. You know what I mean? We're here to talk as brothers.
Yeah.
You can learn a lot from Bomani and Kala.
Yeah. This whole idea is another thing I'm tired of, right? I'm tired of people basically let me say this, right? Let's say this, right? The idea of nation building and everything like that, returning Africa, building the oldest ideology of Black America, but it's the least developed, you know? And the bottom line is the percentage of Black people interested in Africa is what, 1 or 2%? You know, what, 1 or 2% of us are actually engaging the content and everything. The majority
about
of Black
about 1%.
About 1%, you know? So therefore, you would think that anybody who's going to the continent takes the time out of his schedule and spending money. Every time he travels to Africa, he's putting money in all these countries. You know, he's paying. You know, he's spending money. I know the money I spend when I go to the continent.
And you know that by experience, and I tell people it's a big bill. It's a big bill.
You know, you're spending money. You're doing stuff like that. You know, and you're basically showcasing the continent. People who would never have any sort of okay, why do I need to talk to him? You know, and talk to him like a brother, man. You about brotherhood, you talk. You know,
I mean, dude, you're a jackass. You're derailing the guy's name and stomping him out, and this, I mean, every other word out your mouth was a nasty, disrespectful profanity. I can understand if you literally came on and did a respectful video about passport bros taking over Africa and discrediting the Pan-African movement and women and things like that. And you know, you probably be able to reach certain people, but you know, just because some of the people in your channel agree with you, that don't mean nothing. You know, followers are followers. Most of them just follow just to follow because they don't know what else to do. You know,
and also you gotta understand something. Who these people are? Are these people that's talking to you in your chat? Have you basically got the email? Do you talk to them offline? Do you know who you are? They could be a bunch of white
and
people.
even more important, are they real people in the movement that are accomplished people that are about something? Like
most of these are ADOS FBA people who don't like any of this shit whatsoever, you know, and they pretend like they're cosplaying Pan-Africanism. Say, yeah, also Hollowman, blah blah. They like seeing people who call themselves Pan fighting with each other, you know. They love that. They love trolling Pan-African. We had that off at the pass. We know people basically don't like this movement and everything like that. So anytime they could throw somebody under the bus or cause friction or cause stuff like that, that's not really all that serious, you know? Now, if he was doing things like degrading women and doing the porta potty shit like they do, I haven't heard nobody talk about that. African women going to Dubai to do porta potty and sick shit. Nobody's had to think about that.
No, he doesn't have the balls to talk against those things. And no, I'm actually a decorated combat action special operation Marine. Well, thank you for your service, but you still, nothing changed in the situation. You know, you're still a weak excuse for a man and have no balls to talk to real men. That's what you are. I mean, not here to play games and things like that. You know, you don't have to think that you're wrong, but that's not what we do here. We don't dis. You know, what I mean, the thing of it is, the brother didn't have to go to Africa. Number one, so Africa think tank. You say that you're in the chat because you're a coward. You don't want to hear us, but you can play it on the playback, or your spies that's in the channel can go and tell you what Bomani said and Kala said. You know what I mean? Join the show and talk to us. Amen. A message for you right there. So whether you're on a plantation or whatever, and as far as you decorated combat soldier or anything, that don't mean anything. You have gone astray. You know what I mean? The situation as far as training a younger generation of people, that's not the first approach you make towards them. It's kind of like if you're in boot camp and you're trading some recruits, training some recruits. You know, there's certain things you just don't do, and there's certain behaviors you don't carry, even though you have to. You know, you're hard on them. So after think tank, you're using this what you're saying as an excuse, and you're really being a coward. Your actions show that you're a coward.
Yeah, you don't basically bully people and call them out their name and stuff like that. You know, you don't do that, especially when we talk about fellow black people. You know, I would like to see some of these people have that smoke for the white man. You know, I don't see that. You know, I see more people call themselves Pan-Africans always attacking other black people. You know, and that's my criticism with Brandon a lot. You know, you guys a lot of smoke for black people. You know, it's like him and Afro Think Tank are two of a kind, you know? And like, Chris, like, look, dude, man, if I want Chris, black people, right, you know, I could just turn on Candace Owens. I could turn on this person, Jesse Lee Peterson, and all stuff like this, you know? Larry Elder, all these people got judgment for Black America all day, but they say nothing about white people who are dying of crystal meth. They got more poverty in white America and all this kind of stuff that's going on in white America, all this dysfunction in white America. They'll say nothing about Mexicans and all these other people that are tearing the country up with gangs and bringing drugs into the country and everything. But they got so much smoke for Black people, so much smoke for Black people, And so we criticize our people when they do wrong and stuff like that. But, it's from a position of love. This is what we need to do. This is what we need to fellowship and everything like that. We don't hate Afro Think Tank,
Just like he's critiquing the brother, we're critiquing you. How you feel about that? We're critiquing you, and we're real about the situation. We're critiquing you, and we have skin in the game. We have experience in the game, and you can't challenge us on what we're doing and things like that. But we can challenge you on what you're doing, because what you're doing is just running your mouth and talking bunch of tough guy stuff to a young brother that's probably half your size. You're a combat Marine. And this is a little slim guy right there. You know what I'm saying? What kind of man are you? And for those who are listening to the chat that know this coward Afro Think Tank, you can just, if you don't want to watch the video, you can just relay his message and say that's what Bomani said. And none of these recordings are edited. We're real about what we're about and things like that. So again, you made your judgment of the brother, and now we're coming to make our judgment of you. And when we look at the comparison, we don't see none of your points. You made like 0 points. Yeah, I know. I understand. Afro Think Tank, it's frustrating when you have a failed YouTube channel, and when you've been a failure in your life, and the only thing that you can think about is your military career of being a combat veteran, and things like that. It becomes a real sad story. Then you go to Africa, and then what is he, some kind of fake chief? They gave him you have fake chief, fake prince. Fake chief, fake prince of Pan-Africanism. All of y'all the same, just fake as hell. And things like that. And then until y'all build something and show us something positive, the younger brother, actually Afro Think Tank, he's showing us more about what's going on in Africa and doing more in Africa than you're doing. Just because you're part of some one of these Yoruba village or community, and you're learning some ancient African spirituality that never built, saved, or did anything for our people, because we were stolen and brought here and sold into slavery. So that all that stuff can't be that powerful. And things like that. So, and then whenever they do anything in these spiritual systems, it's only to harm Black people. It's never to build anything and destroy the enemy. So I'm calling all you fake spiritual people out. You can say whatever you want to say about me. I'm a real person. I'm a real brother that deal with real people. Stop using your fake teachings and your fake education to talk down to other people. That was the big issue that I had in this fake Pan-African, fake Black power, fake Black conscious movement. People say, well, if you believe all those things, why you continue? Because I want to beat them at their own game and tell them that, you guys, only thing you guys do is sit around and study and read books and talk about some ancient African spirituality that's completely useless and never built anything from it. And all y'all do is turn around. I was one of those young brothers that they used to judge, just like the brothers. So I'm standing up for them and things like that. They all, and I end up outdoing all of them at their own game. And I actually end up showing them what real Pan-Africanism is by building an energy of connecting people across the African continent and putting a lot of people in this game and inspiring a lot of people. And building a whole movement of repatriation by building a community energy with my business people and things like that. So I've outdone all of the people that have came at me at a younger age about this movement and everything. So I've proven to them that it's a fake movement and there's no substance. But what we can do is we're gonna rejuvenate the movement with young energy and a young generation of people. People have Afro Think Tank. There's not much that we can get from him. He has not proven himself. You watch his stuff more than I watch his stuff. What is anything uplifting from it? Does he ever show you that he's working with anybody on any projects to build anything?
Well, I watch Afro Think Tank's video, and every once in a while he does have some good content on some good stuff.
I'm talking about the things that I'm saying. Who is he collaborating with? What is he building? These fake Pan-Africans, fake Black power, fake Black conscious people like him. What they do is everything is about I'm building, I'm reading, and I'm studying, and I'm practicing meditation and ancient African spirituality, and it's gonna save us. And just flapping his gums, and that's it. That's why the coward. That's why this coward won't come on here and talk with us, because he knows he's ashamed of himself, and he knows he can't talk down to us.
And also, like I was saying, in this movement right here, you know, and I never brag up to my own horn, but top people contact me and whatnot before they contact a lot of these other people and whatnot. They got all this big platforms and everything, and they always like, Kyle, this was going on over in Zambia. This was going on over here. What do you think about what we're doing over here in this country right here? Kyle, man, you got to come to here. You got to come to this country right here. Kyle, we need you over here and stuff like that. You know, we need you talking to the African Union. We need you talking stuff like that. That's the type of stuff, you know, when you actually real and you got something real to say, you know, you're just humble about it, you know. I don't toot my own horn or anything like this. And also, what I never do is there's a lot of people I disagree with, right? But they have their lane, right? Dynas Amir has his lane. Let Dynas Amir walk down his own lane, you know. Brandon has his own lane, you know, whatever like that. If people follow him and he's successful, I wish him all the best in the world. I'm not going to take his Pan-Africanism, whatever he feels his interpretation of it is, because let's be honest with you, like I said earlier, you know, nobody has this figured out. If it was, Bomani and myself wouldn't have to start from scratch when I built the BAIO and he built Africa for Africans for years, you know. We had to literally start from scratch, you know, and we still got people trying to contact us to derail us and get us into all different types of stuff that they do absolutely nothing with it, but just sit around and talk and bloviate and talk about a bunch of friggin' nonsense that leads nowhere. We have an idea that we're going to build communities or build infrastructure. We're going to build all these things and this energy and everything. And I think the next generation is going to take it to the next level after we're gone. You know, so I'm not going to discourage anybody that's interested in the African continent. You know, I don't know what everybody's interpretation. That's his interpretation. He likes to go out. Now, when he gets older, he might become like Kala Genesis. You know, he might become a true believer one day. You know, he might become like a Bomani Tyehimba. You know,
he might come like Bomani Tyehimba. Just enjoy this, you know, working and building business, but then still enjoying the beautiful life. So being on boats, planes. And just enjoying fine dining, great wine, beautiful women, all those good things.
Does that keep walking on?
Yes, brother, you're on. You're on. Greetings, my good brother. Let me know if you've seen the video, man. That is the topic of today. Angry, mad, meth head, Afro think tank, go crazy after taking too much of that methamphetamine or whatever they call that stuff, that meth. You know what I mean? That crystal meth, you know, and I think fried his brains, man, because he was going off.
I'm like, damn, is that like, damn it?
I'm like, dude, do you kiss your mother with that mouth?
I was like, what did he do, man? I'm like, I'm scrolling the video.
Brother, I thought he literally raped and sodomized a bunch of women in Africa.
Yeah, I thought he was having.
I thought he beat up a few of them and literally just like told them that they were the worst people and made nasty videos of them. I was like really finding. I was like, man, you're a better guy than me.
Oh man.
Anyway, keep walking. Go ahead, brother.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah. I came in late, so I did not know what was going on. But
all right, well, let me give you.
I have seen. His name is, what is it? Is it Austin?
Afro Think Tank.
Yeah. I've heard of his. I haven't watched. I'm not subscribed to the.
Yeah, it's
the
Afro
brothers channel.
Tank.
Yeah, I'm not subscribed to the brothers channel, but I heard a lot of great things from Kala. Used to talk about how he's doing great things. So,
the thing of it is when people say great things, just for a second, you have to explain what great things are. Great things for most people is they say a lot of nice things about Africa, and they say a lot of nice things that sounds good and everything. So does child molesters and crazy people. They say a lot of nice things. It doesn't mean anything.
Oh man, no.
I never say these great things in Africa, but I said
your actions have to show what you're doing. If you talk Pan-Africanism, you have to show it.
It was a while
Oh, go
back.
ahead, brother. Let me let you finish. Go ahead.
It was it was a while back. So, but but I was like, maybe are you guys not going into you defending another brother by going into hard into another brother, you know? So,
I mean,
I'm
do you
like,
want
what
to?
happened to?
Do you, I mean, the thing of it is because I wish
I'm
you like
like,
came in and heard the show.
yeah,
So
I know
have
I don't
to
know
stop
any
you.
of
I have
them.
to stop you and fill you in. So you're
Yeah.
saying that we're defending another brother by going at another brother. So
Yeah.
the most important parts that you have to understand about this whole situation is the whole situation is the fact that we have a young brother at a young age in their 20s, and what he's doing, he's traveling to Africa and experiencing the continent, and he's
Okay.
promoting the different countries and promoting the lifestyle of the country and promoting certain things and things like that. This is what we me, Kala, and other some other brothers we talk about, trying to get more of us into Africa because it's so hard. I mean, I'm the one that said that the master recruit, and it's difficult to get people to come to Africa. I mean, it's a full-time job trying to get people, and even with the 50, 60, 70, or 80 people that we may get, it takes you a ridiculous amount of people to call, talk to, and everything. So when you see people just organically just say, hey, you know what? I've been to Brazil, I've been to Thailand, I've been to other parts of Asia and so on. Let me experience Africa. You want to be there. People like ourselves, we're like the support party. People call me all the time for consultation, business, and things, and just have general conversation about Africa. So we promote that. And then one of the things is we love women, and we feel like men should be into women. But if you're a man and you're not into women, that's your business. I don't watch men and things like that. You do what you do, and just don't put it out there and try to encourage my younger brothers that this is okay and this is cool, because we're going to defend it and push male. So when you see my Instagram and you see certain videos and things we do, you see the beauty of women, the beauty of the country, the culture, and things like that. It's all part of it. You cannot show the African experience without not showing the beauty of the women and things like that, because all of us was told that our women were the worst women on the continent and things like that. These are things you're brainwashing your head. And so when I started going, I was like, it was just a whole different world. I had some of my friends that they were in their 70s, and they was like, I'm a new man. And then I asked them what they mean by that. It was like, man, I have me a young wife and I have a young child and things like that, and I've been able to experience another side of life and things like that. And you have people so you have that aspect of it. And I can't think about the amount of people that got married under my watch, and because you create a cultural environment of people from all different places, and they're around each other for a period of time, and then they start realizing that they connect, and next thing you know, people are married. You have people living here with their wife, their husband, and things like that. And
Traditional marriage.
It's a beautiful thing. So, but you don't hear people like Afro Think Tank talk about women, because he's really a funny guy that represent that funny movement. That's why they don't talk about women. So they have issues with guys who talk about women. If you're a young guy and you're dating a woman and you're dealing with women, you may say a few derogatory things and things like that. Because some men were taught better, their father taught them better, and some men didn't have no father to teach them, and some men are just learning. So you make your mistakes and you say certain things, but I think you grow from it. But he has no legitimate complaint about his brother. We played a video and he was dogging out the brother, calling him all kind of nasty names and saying he's finished and disrespecting the brother. And this is a young brother that's trying to push Africa and show our people what's going on in different parts of Africa, which is important because we need a younger generation, to see Africa. Just like my son. My son is he's like an inspiration to a whole generation of young children. Even when I hear his friends talking, it's like, you go to Africa too much, you travel too much, and it's we're going during the holiday times and things, but it become a conversation where now children who normally would even talk about Africa, because they see him and he's having a good time. They see him and he looks good, and he's not coming back hurt or coming back and saying nasty things, and he keep on going back. So it's like it opens up their mind. And the same thing when young brothers see Austin, they're like, you know what? I may think about finding me a wife in Africa. I may think about building a future in Africa, starting a business and things like that. So for me personally, this young brother, I've done more than Afro Think Tank would ever do in a movement at this moment at his young age. And he has nothing but elevation to go to. So that's why we're going to defend the future. And people like himself, which think they're some gatekeepers, some old oligarchs, are just useless fake Pan-Africanists that runs their mouth. And literally, I've never produced anything tangible other than being like a fake chief or whatever he got himself into in Africa. And whatever fake religion that he got himself into, and it has not changed the dynamics or empowered anything. And so that's what I have to say, brother. But let me just let you talk and share what you have to share.
Yeah, I cannot judge because I haven't watched his video.
Yeah, brother. So what are you doing on here?
Yeah.
Get to your mind, because if you we don't want to keep cutting you off and things like that. But I just gave you an overview, so you can speak on that.
Yeah, but on my own, I'm talking about on my own. What you told me though is different from what if I watched it on my own. But peace is. I'm saying there should be peace between brothers. I don't know who's older, who's younger. If you can talk to him, if you think he's making, if you don't agree what he's doing, talk to him instead of just, like I said many times, I'm against Africans coming on here on this platform, destroying themselves. He's not the first one. We had, there's a whole lot of channels. All they talk about is black people. Africans this, Africans that, we tethers all day, 7 days a week. So if you got something to say, and if you love your people, and if you love Pan-Africanism, and if you think someone is making a mistake and he's young, maybe send him an email instead of just attacking him online. And I will say the same thing for you guys. If you don't agree,
nah, brother.
Yeah.
This is where we're gonna have.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play this for you so you can see. I'm gonna play some of it again because we're mature people and we talk and dialogue and with people. Some we're posted the link for him to join us and talk. And talk. But he's not gonna talk either way. We talk to him private or not. But just like he called a brother out and disrespected him, he's getting called out by people who have an energy in the game. You know what I mean? And I'm not gonna let just like just like when I was on the plantation. You know what I'm saying? I used to stand up to all the bullies on the plantation. And that's why I had to switch my career. You know what I mean? And things like that. But I refuse to see black men be disrespected by old black punks that are jealous and weak of them. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna let you play a clip and then you can really hear it because it's gonna get right to the point. We're gonna do it real quick and just play a few of it.
I want to go and do this because I'm the guy who up the thing, but this is my last video I'm gonna make on this Austin Holloman dude, bro. Cause he did a video today. This Accra versus Nairobi thing, right? And listen, I listen to snippets, but after looking at the comments and hearing what people on my videos got to say about him, I said, you know what? Let me go ahead and watch a video. Let me watch a whole video, right? Bruh, this little boy is disrespectful as shit, yo. This little boy he's finished. Austin Holloman is finished, bro. Listen, you can't be over there. You can't be in Africa with no personality, all right? Zero personality. Anybody watching us, I say I want. I'm just being regular now. Anybody can see that the reason why Austin Holloman don't get having success in America because he ain't got no personality. He's weird, right? And then when you see him in Kenya not Kenya, you see him with the other ladies over there in East Africa, they looking visibly uncomfortable. Like the dude ain't got no. Like, dog, you are totally disrespectful. I see why African American women don't like your ass. I see why Brazil kicked you the fuck out. I see why East African women are like saying fuck you. And I see why people are saying in Ghana saying get the fuck out. Dog, nobody wants motherfuckers like you in their country, bro. You are just a nasty, disrespectful, no motherfucking personality having little boy. You are immature shit. You need to take your ass back home to Houston and learn some fucking manners. God damn, bro. Like, you ain't that good looking, nigga. You is not that good. You is not one of them dudes that you can be so fucking arrogant to go to these countries and literally just disrespect women willy-nilly, disrespect the country willy-nilly, talk out your motherfucking ass and make African Americans look bad. God.
How does he look?
So did you hear what that coward was saying? I mean, do you think this is appropriate and respectful? And do you think that people like ourselves is not going to defend and come up with our own analysis? So anybody, our family, you want to that's seen this stuff and have a proper analysis, you can join the conversation. But keep walking. Go ahead, brother. Share what you have to share. I just like to play.
This it's the same thing I was pointing out. I would never be on this platform talking about another black person. You know,
I mean,
taking down someone else. I would,
Let me
you know,
say-
another black man. I would never do that.
Yeah,
let me
Carla,
interject.
let me go on for a while and finish, and then you know, you
Yeah.
can just jump in. Go ahead, brother. Keep on going.
Yeah, yeah, that's personal. I think they know each other or something. That is a little bit personal, brother. Yes. Like I said, but you know, it's. I don't think it's a good look. You know, I look at Asians, I look at the whites, I look at the. Do you see any channels? I mean, you know, the African people, or African descent, whether they are from Caribbean, from Africa, or from Latin. I mean, it's just drama, 24/7, man. Um, so I don't agree. I don't agree with it. I'm not condoning it. Um, like I said, much love to both of them. I hope they stop at this. If you see someone is doing, write to them. Like you know, send an email. Um, yeah, that's my take on it.
Okay, well, this is the whole thing, brother. It's like these platforms are probably the only time we really have discourse. So if we have a disagreement and everything like that, why not just basically air it out? I have no problem with him basically doing a video if he's doing fair criticism of Austin Holloman, what he's doing. But what I don't like is the fact that we came at him like, okay, I saw the video between Kenya and a thing. He was basically giving his assessment, his opinion, the difference between Kenya and thing. He, like I said earlier in the show, he probably doesn't know Kenya was in a better position when it got its independence than Ghana was. Okay, and so he probably doesn't understand the fact that maybe Nairobi is a little more developed than thing. A lot of people don't understand infrastructure. They don't understand geopolitics and everything. So he basically is like, okay, I'm a young guy. It's not the same thing. When he goes to different Asian countries, he'll say, okay, I like this better than like this. You know, when he goes to different Caribbean countries and everything, I saw him say, this is what I like about this country. This is better about this country. Okay. That was not basically pitting these two countries together. That was his opinion about these two different countries, you know? And let me tell you something. Let me say something, and I hope Afro Think Tank listens to this and listens very carefully, right? One thing I noticed, right, when you're dealing with people who are free people, or people who respect people who are free, right? People are entitled to their opinions, right? You're entitled to your opinions, right? Now, Afro Think Tank is pro-Democrat. He's a leftist. He believes in Marxist and everything like this. I haven't heard what and he's very critical of black people who like Trump and who vote for Trump. He's attacked black people who don't like Trump. Brandon is conservative in his, and he attacks black people who are liberal and stuff like this. But both guys got to understand, right, that every people have to have respect for somebody's opinion. You never hear a Latino go to another Latino, right, and say, you are shit, you ain't shit because you think a certain way. You respect that person's agency and sovereignty of thought. This is because we're still in bondage, right, as a race of people, and we perpetuate that bondage by keeping ourselves in bondage, right? We have to basically tone police and virtual signal other black people as a way of control, right? Everybody has their opinion on things, right? Your opinion is yours, right? When you listen to other groups of people talk, this is my opinion, right? White people can have, you'll have white people who are conservative, white people who are liberal. They may not agree whatsoever, but you see them out there playing shooting basketball together. You see them doing business together. Their kids are dating. You see the difference? They mature enough to respect each other's opinion. Understand that that's his mind. You know, where your mind shapes what your perception of the world. And there's a reason why people think a certain way. Instead of saying, you know something, that's his view, let me show him a way. Maybe I could change his mind. If he doesn't, okay, that's fine too. But we black people, when we find somebody that has a different mind and different opinion, we want to denigrate them, like there's something wrong with them. Why do you vote for Trump? Why do you like Trump? Maybe it's just Donald Trump there. He just like Donald Trump. I respect that. Why do you like Joe Biden? Maybe because there's something about Joe Biden or Barack Obama or Kamala Harris that they like. We have never gotten to the point of maturity as a race where we can respect our differences. And it's in the Pan-African world, right? Also, Holloman has his version of Pan-African. He's like, well, okay, I'm exploring Africa. I see the stuff going. Who knows? Also, Holloman could have been influenced to go to Africa by listening to Afro Think Tank. Who knows? But he just basically said, who knows? Also, Holloman could say, you know something? I watched a guy named Afro Think Tank, man. I'm inspired. Let me go over to the continent. But Afro Think Tank just burned all those bridges just for some views and clicks and likes on YouTube. Because it tells me the Afro Think Tank is not serious about this movement. There's people in this movement, the Pan movement, I totally disagree with. But I'm not going to shut them down. I'm not going to say they got to go. I'm saying that's their lane, that's their opinion. All I could do is be the best college genesis I could be and give my opinion. If you agree to disagree, we agree to disagree. But we're still brothers and we're still family. And keep walking. And we have to have these conversations. We cannot. What happens? What you're saying is just to get along and get a piece. Somebody got to hold their tongue and be quiet. Just in the name. No, it don't work like that. Sometimes we have to talk about our differences. It's what you do with those differences. In the end, you have to showcase. Yeah, we have disagreements and everything like that. We agree to disagree. Okay, I agree with this. You agree with that. But when we don't have any discussion and we're just trying to get along just to get along, and that's why this ADOS FBA movement has taken off so much, right? Because we never had these conversations about diaspora stuff, and how we see the world. African Americans see the world different than people from the continent. When they come to America, they see America differently. They see the white man differently, Caribbeans see different than African Americans. African Americans see different Caribbeans. If we don't discuss this stuff, it blows up and eventually blows up in our face. But we get a hold of it and say, look, this is what we agree on, okay? And this is what we disagree on. Let's work on that. I now understand your position. You understand my position. But when you ask people to be silent just in the name of just getting along, that doesn't work. Because the people that want to dominate and dominate and browbeat other people, whatnot, and create cults and cult-like following, they win. And then nothing gets done. We watch movements. Brian and I watch movements. We've been in movements for 30 years and whatnot, and nothing's ever get done. Why? Because people sit in organizations and be quiet just to get along, just to basically have peace. No, it don't work like that in the real world. So that's what I want to say about that.
Yes, brother, we're analyzing his trash, and he is mad at me. He is mad at me talking about he's sure my videos and things. We appreciate your support and your love and everything. It doesn't change the fact that you're wrong, brother, and you disrespect, and you have two respectful brothers calling you out. And just like you call a brother out on a video, we're calling you out on a video. You don't deserve to be called and talked to like a man. You deserve to be called and presented information against you on this YouTube channel so we can analyze it. Just like you're analyzing, you're talking about the brother while you're just walking around fresh off your high, off your med pipe, walking around the park like you're lost.
Or just come up on the channel and speak your piece. Simple as that, I'll mute myself for 10 minutes, let Afro Think Tank talk, and let them get it all out.
This business, we're building a real Pan-African movement, and we need young recruits and young brothers that that can grow and things like that. We have not been able to get anything from Afro Think Tank other than whatever he talks about. Him and his Marxist, Leninist, whatever he believe in, whatever foolish government he believe in that doesn't work. Everybody always want to come up with some socialism for Africa that never works, or some kind of capitalism or whatever it is. Everybody got all these answers.
Both of them, the black capitalists and the black communists, none of that shit works, you know. But everybody wants to use a Pan-African label to push socialism, Marxism, liberalism, or conservatism and right-wingism and all stuff like that. All that stuff means absolutely nothing. You can have those beliefs, but don't make that the line in the sand. Oh man, yo, you voted for Donald Trump, man. I can. What that got to do with nation building? Pan-Africanism was nation building. Nothing. Like I said, this movement, man, it's time to start cleaning house. You know, everybody got smoke for everybody else, and nobody really got it figured out. Nobody. If we did, we'd have a seat at the African Union. We'd have things in place, infrastructure in place, and everything. Like, we would have puppet African governments running as selling the continent out as we speak and everything like that. We wouldn't have a freaking African refugee crisis. You know, people drowning in the sea trying to get to the Mediterranean if we had this Pan-African thing figured out. We don't. Ain't nobody in no position to be judging anybody. I'll tell you that right now. Ain't nobody is in any position to be calling nobody out about no Pan-Africanism. Not me, not nobody else. It's an idea. Let's see what we can come up with to build. I'm a Pan-Africanist. I'm a judge. No, it don't work like that. Nobody has this figured out. If it did, we would be what Asia is right now. The Asians looked at Pan-Asianism at the 1955 Bandung Conference, right? Look what Asia is right now. African leaders were at that same conference and whatnot. Africa has not developed or progressed since then. And what you call it, Bomani?
Yes, brother, we are tearing each other down.
A clip of the Bandung Conference. Let's show you what Pan-Asianism looks like, as opposed to what we're doing, or we're attacking people online, calling ourselves Pan-Africans. The Asians have, they built a Pan-Asian infrastructure, and that's why they got cities. You got China and Japan, right? Pan-Africanism mean we can hate each other, but China and Japan do $400 billion a year worth of business together. They have jobs and everything like that for both their people, back and forth and everything like that. We have a Pan-African movement, right? But we have nothing in place for people who legitimately want to move to the continent. That's what we should be talking about.
Yeah, these people that you're talking about, brother, they have discipline. You know, they have discipline.
Well, they have discipline, but they have leadership, and they have a plan. You know, they have order. They have a plan. They're civilized.
That's one thing we are missing.
Yeah, we're not civilized as a race. We look at every excuse to attack each other, tear each other down, and bloviate and pontificate like we got together and all stuff like that. We ain't got shit together.
And I understand people are mad at each other. You know, you don't have to get along. Conflict is going to happen. It's a natural. And anywhere there are humans, there's going to be conflict. There's going to be disagreements, but take it offline. Do not discuss. Do not spend 3 hours, 4 hours live tearing another person down. That is my advice. But you know, hey, that's how we are getting clicks. There's so many channels, man. If I just go ahead and search, last night I just found 2 more other channels. I've never saw them before in my life. All they talk about.
One thing we don't do over here,
yeah.
We don't do this for clicks and likes and super chats. You know, you know, I've never taken a dime from this movement, not one. I've spent more money. I got people in Liberia on my payroll that I pay every day and whatnot because I know we're going to use them in the future. I send people money all the time overseas out of my hard-earned dollars. You know, I have not made a dime off this movement. You know, that's what you do when you're serious.
I hear you. You know what I suggested? Those universities right now, they're increasing the Pan-African University. There's one in South Africa. I think that may be one of our. That's the only best thing going so far. That we have There's one in Cairo, one in Libya, one in Nigeria.
I'm looking for black.
Maybe the graduates from there might have something in common because right now we don't.
What we need right now, as far as like university, is if Africans would see some of this sovereignty and stop bunkering down these colonial borders and everything like that, you'll realize if you have universities where you have enrollment of top students from all over the continent working together and learning together and everything like that, you know, where like if you look at Europe for the last 1,000 years, right, where people will live in different cities like Paris and Madrid and Rome and Vienna and stuff like this, the educated people would basically get together and they'll say, you know something, we're all Europeans, you know, and that would create a Eurocentric view of the world. And so therefore, where you like the Habsburgs and Maria Theresa of the Austria and Vienna, and she built a huge library and made compulsory, the first compulsory education to the masses for millions of people in Austria and Vienna. So the bottom line is we never had that. You know, we never had that situation where we said, you know something, we're going to, instead of worrying about just me being a Kenyan, we're going to basically have universities where we have engineers that are from all over the continent. You know what's going to happen? When those engineers graduate and everything like that, after years of fellowship and everything like that, they're going to be able to work and form corporations throughout the continent and work together because they got lifelong partnerships. And at the same time, you can integrate Black America and the diaspora into that equation. That's why you have corporations like the Punloy Group, you know, the Punloy Group, right? All over Asia, they work together to build Asia's infrastructure, you know, everything. We don't have that in Africa because that's what happens when you're serious about Pan-Asianism, right? When you have Black people, all we want to do is sit back and talk about red, black, and green, Pan-African, and we don't build shit.
That is true, bro. We got a lot of talk.
You know, it's all talk.
But we got a lot of talk. If we could fill all that talk, we would be rich.
We'd be on our way. But the bottom line,
we would have tanks. Yeah, we would have tanks full of talk. If we could sell all the talk we do.
You ask yourself 100 years from now, they look at 120th Street, what happened here? We're not. All you're gonna see is people selling books and tapes and CDs from debates from the from YouTube from back in our day when, oh man, they're really dry and nothing being built.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's a color. Let's even show people. Let's get back to the chat. And Afro Think Tank has a lot to say. He said he wasn't watching us or listening to us or whatever, and he's just texting in the chat. So I started just texting him all kind of stuff and just letting him know how I feel and see about these things. So I don't think he really appreciate my comments, but nevertheless, let me post some of them up for you. Look at this right here. I mean, is he delusional? Dude, you are cussing the guy out and saying all kind of nasty things about him, using disrespectful language that you never see people like myself use because you're trying to get a message to educate people and you start using all these foul, disrespectful language. People are not going to be feeling you, you know what I mean? And things like that. And if you were genuine and if you were literally trying to come from a place, you know, so I think he said in another comment that he meant to be disrespectful. So you meant to be disrespectful. So I guess you don't like what we're doing, but we're critiquing you. You know, we have all the right to critique you because, you know, you're claiming to be a part of our movement, not the other way around. You know, you're some, you're some combat, some bootleg combat veteran that literally got into Pan-Africanism, and now you feel like you're some kind of vanguard or gatekeeper. You know, show us and tell us what you're teaching. You know what I mean? Last time I had knocked Meezy around ready to debate you and everything, and you ran you ran just like you're running right now. This guy has no balls.
How many subscribers does Afro Think Tank have? It must be a lot now.
I don't care. That's our problem to it. We worry about subscribers. He's a nobody. Nobody really like take him serious. Well, they can, one thing about us, they can all hate on us. We do.
Hate on me all they want,
The more you hate on us, the more we realize that we're doing progressive work and things like that.
And also, we get the inbox. Yeah, I want to go on a trip with y'all with Liberia. So
like people are wishing that I do bad in Ghana on my product, to where they come up with so much rumors and so much things. And I tell people, like when people reach out to them, I was like, if you want to believe people, you believe them. But only thing I can do is show you my work, my dedication, and what I've done. And then when you compare it to all those people combined, you can go with them if you want and things like that. When you build a movement and you have so much people that you're doing business with, if it's 95%, if 95% you're good, and then if you have 1 or 2% of people that, which, because we have a high percentage of our people that are mentally ill, so they'll complain about nothing and things like that, and they'll go rogue on you just because you don't agree with them or just because they can't get their way. So you're gonna have people that's gonna say things about you. So Afro Think Tank and things like that, the testament that that people, that people are saying certain things is a testament that you're dealing with real business. Because when you're dealing with a ridiculous amount of people, 1 or 2 people are just not gonna like you for whatever reason. Now, do we do bad business with people? Absolutely not. Do people make bad decisions and just want to jump into certain things, and then you explain to them, and then they they change their mind? Absolutely. And then do they get upset with the agreement? I was like, you signed a legal business agreement and things like that. So people like myself, we're building what we're building, and all I see is us building progress, while everybody else is out there judging and talking about us and circulating rumors. So I tell people, keep on circulating rumors. How about a few of y'all do some videos and talk about all this, And then the thing of it is, it's easy to talk stuff, but can you prove any of these things? Last I remember, I have all my videos of all the things I've done in Africa. Us on jet planes, us traveling to the country, us eating, us traveling all over the place, us experiencing a life, and things like that. But when we talk about other people, it's like you're trying to find out, what are they practically showing you? I mean, and that's real, brother. We have to step the bar up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the bar is so low that someone like Afro Think Tank can be a Pan-Africanist and be proud of it, and feel like he's a vanguard to where he can disrespect other people and making up things like, oh, you shouldn't do this. Like, who are you to tell me what to do?
Yo, I sent you a video to the Pongloy group, right? Now,
Right.
This is the result of the Bangdung conference. This is a product of the Bangdung conference. Everything you see, the Pongloy group and whatnot, you don't have
a newer video?
That was okay. Okay, let me find another one.
And he's showing me these ancient videos.
It's still relevant.
But, nevertheless, yeah, absolutely. Let me get it rolling. So yeah, he's in the comment. Girl, Kala, you don't piss him off, Kala. He's so mad.
What happened to
sweating.
Mr. Negrobian? What did you do to that guy?
Mr. Who?
He's missing. I haven't seen my brother. My brother from European mother. What did you do to him?
Yeah, brother, I'm gonna be real with you, brother. I've been in this game for a long time, and a lot of people have tried to challenge me. And when you turn around and ask where they are, I'll tell you they're gone.
Who's he talking about?
Negropean.
What happened to? Do you remember?
All my arch nemesis, they're all gone. Like, none of them have because the thing of it is, it's easy to fake a movement.
That was wild. I remember that one.
It's easy to fake a movement, and then you turn around and say who is still going, who is still getting black people to Africa, and who's still building with black people in Africa, and who is literally just trying to tear down a movement and trying to get views and things like that. The thing of it is, when you real about this movement, brother, you stand the test of time. And from myself being in my mid-20s to now, I've stand the test of time, almost 2 decades. And this is a self-funded movement. No one supports this movement. We have to make sales. We have technical operation, business operation, real estate operation. So you have to work it, and you're not in a movement that you depend on anything. You're doing the work of that movement. You're living that life. You actually talk to people and connect them in this movement on a day-to-day basis. Whether you're making it,
I know, bro. I've been to the website. I've seen
what I'm saying is, like, the bar, I'm stepping the bar up. So what are some of these other people at Afro Think Tank are doing to where you can have a dialogue like that? And I'm explaining what I'm doing. Well, I'm doing the spiritual stuff, and I'm a fake ass chief. And I like to read a lot of books, and I like to talk a lot about about what black people used to do back in the days when they used to be in ancient Egypt and they built great pyramids, and all of a sudden now we can't build nothing.
When we
Yo,
we used
this
to
movement colors, like
tame
it's
the
the deadly
dinosaurs.
clowns, man, deadly clowns. But go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I have not seen him, bro. He's offline. I don't know seriously what happened.
Who's I mean, what you mean?
Brother.
Yo, my brother, when I come against people like myself, will shut you down. He lucky that's all he got was just a shutdown.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but it ended for him when he told me when he said I was
I
gonna get shut down in Ghana.
Live he invited you.
What he was doing in a live stream, he was talking to people saying I'm gonna get shut down in Ghana. I was in Ghana and I was making videos in Ghana, and I was like, whoever say that they're gonna come get me, come and get me. I'm at this hotel. Whether you want to bring your whole military, come and get me. Because if you really did something, you're not gonna be on showing your location. You're not gonna be in a country where you have public information on a public site that shows you exact schedule and exactly what you're going to be doing. What kind of fool would you be? So when I tell people, it gets this point in the movement when you have so much power and energy and you influence so many people, you have this nut but haters because they're mad at this brother from Jamaica who know nothing about Pan-Africanism, study with certain people that's supposed to be some Pan-African, the best of the Pan-Africanism, and they didn't produce anything, and I produced. Because I was asking people, where's the rest of the people that can showcase you the movement that they're building in Africa, and being there for your people. My number, my email address, my information is available, and that's what I do. I talk and communicate with people. There's people like Afro Think Tank does that. See, people like himself, they don't have any skin in the game or put enough energy in the game to be running their mouth. What they need to do, they need to be figuring out how they're going to build a real program, because after a while, people are going to say you just one of these fake scholars that run your mouth and talk and then produce nothing.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, somebody saying something about clicks. I don't do nothing for clicks. I'm about my business. We care about subscribers and views. You want everybody to watch what you're doing and things like that, but that's not. I've never been on YouTube for that reason. I market my business and market what we do. Man, stop worrying about these fake subscribers. You're being an entertainer for fake ass subscribers.
His subscribers agree with him and whatnot. I mean, that is so childish, man. You don't know who these subscribers are. Half these subscribers. Oh, Ross, what's going on, brother?
The thing of it is, brother, if I'm a troll, if I got a white network of trolls, and then you're talking about and you're disrespecting somebody about what they're doing and things like that, you're gonna get their support and things like that. Especially if you're disrespecting black men trying to build in Africa, or and things like that. So all I see him do is just come after everybody else. I don't see him really do anything. I mean, maybe you can tell me. I mean. The people you go after, like Brandon, I mean, they're both birds of the same feather. They actually need to just flock together, instead of just literally just, they're both the fake ass degenerate wannabe Pan-Africanists, Pan-African strikeout and Afro stink tank. But family, join us. Anybody want to join us? We're having a great time on Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. And Kala, get that video lined up.
Okay, give me one second.
Video. Let me know if you have anything else to say.
I'll be right back.
Brother Brendan has like a house in Kenya, right? He's like promoting Africa. He's a fake too.
I don't know. You say he has a house in Kenya. I don't know. You have to tell me. I mean, the thing of it is, when you say these things, you have to know these things. You can't just assume these things.
He's been live in Kenya.
He's live in Kenya or living in Kenya.
We've seen some of his videos. So
what about him in Kenya?
No, are you saying that he's not Pan-African? He's not promoting that Pan-Africa? Africa?
Just because you're going to Africa, that don't mean nothing. I mean, I got white devils who pop up every time you go to Africa. And some of them do more than some of these fake wannabe Pan-Africans.
I know.
They're actually doing some good stuff in schools and doing some good stuff in the country. And I respect them more than I respect some of these fake Pan-Africanists who all they do is run their mouth and talk about what the rest of us are building and doing. Just like, because that whole video that the guy just made, I mean, that I played for you, I mean, Okay, what is your point at the end of the day with the video? There's no point. The point is this: I'm jealous. I'm hating. I wish I could be like this guy. I wish I look this good, and I wish I wasn't such a funny looking. I didn't want to even call it certain names. A funny looking guy. Look more. So it's a weird stuff, man. It's this YouTube crazy energy and
I hope
things.
we get along.
But people have to be careful when they deal with these things, because then you got Bomani and Kala, come at you. You see the colors in the background, everything. That map back there, 6 continents, over 35 countries since I was a teenager to now. And we keep on building.
Keep doing your thing.
Goal is to put on more brothers and get them out there to the world. Let me see who this is. Time Travel Tarot. Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. Can you introduce yourself, please? Time Traveling, you are live. And you're unmuted. Introduce yourself, please.
Oh, that name is a suspect.
Hello.
Oh, that was a real person.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. But you can click on the link and rejoin, and I'll connect you back in. But yeah, brother, share what's on your mind. And before I'm gonna get set for another video.
When is the next travel? Liberia is the next journey.
This is our schedule right here, family.
Yeah.
So this is our incredible tour schedule. And we're next in Tanzania. That's November 16th to the 27th. And then South Africa, December 24th to January 4th. Liberia, March 29th to April 9th. And we're back in Ghana, July 11th to the 23rd. And then next year, it's November, it's Egypt. So that's our schedule, family, on our website, africafortheafricans.org. You can click on the link, check it out, and let us know what you think. And if you have questions, reach out to me. That's my number, my direct information, and all of our documentation that we probably share with you to share with you our growth from just being in our young 20s to mid 40s and our experience in Africa, all aspects of our experience in Africa. So it's one of those things where, and then as we grow and we get more into business, we want to just, build a dynasty, an empire of just Black enterprises, a conglomerate, international business run by Black, visionaries. So the foundation of what we're doing is this tour.
Can I ask you
these tours? Go ahead.
Do you switch like nations? Like, do you go to like Nigeria next year? Do you switch them around, like Gabon? Or do you have
that's what I'm showing you. I'm showing you the countries I go to. My goal is not to travel to 50 countries in Africa. Okay, my goal is to use the countries that we have and go to like with Gabon. I have no interest in going to Gabon. I got a bunch of countries, Chad, Niger. Yeah. I got a bunch of countries that have zero interest to go into.
French? Because of French?
No, because you're trying to pick the best countries you can build a program with, and connected to it based on schedule. Like Ghana is an ideal schedule because it has the African Holocaust. It also has remnants of this Pan-Africanism, and Liberia. That's our ancestors in America historically built that nation. So those countries are relevant. Tanzania, just an incredible place for tourism, incredible, beautiful country. South Africa, just one of the more modern, advanced, incredible countries in Africa. Egypt, and so on. So I've been to other countries that are no longer on the itinerary, but it's, you only can do so many countries. So you just
I hear you. You're right.
And then when you have a country that people have more interest in, like Liberia and Egypt is the newest one, and those countries are doing well. If I just doing some general country like Cameroon, as big as it is, and as much people may have historic DNA from Cameroon, it may not always work out that way. But I'm proud of the countries that we have. We're going to reduce the schedule and keep it at about 5 countries, which is Ghana, Liberia, Egypt, Tanzania, and South Africa, which basically takes you around the African continent. Give you a good feel of the African continent. east, west, north, and south as far as regions. My good brother Nuan, welcome to the call. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. My brother, let me know what's on your mind.
What's going on, Ross?
It's early. It's 6:39. It's a rainy day.
How's Liberia?
Good. Rainy season is still raining.
Yeah, you got one more month of rainy season over there, right?
There about 2 months.
2 months, all the way to November. I thought October was it.
Now the dry season starts around November.
Okay.
This is funny right here. Afro think tank, even ADOS is agreeing with Bomani, and he is their biggest critic.
Yo, anytime ADOS agree with us, shit.
Yeah, for real, right? There you go. So that's what it is. But go ahead, Ross. New one, continue, brother.
I was watching a video like in Fishtown, Liberia. There's a road that goes through that city, and the rain, the trucks. It took over the rain. The rain is just crazy in West Africa, man. It just took over the whole land, like impasse. Trucks are just sitting idle in the middle of the rain of the road. That was amazing.
That's why we got infrastructure, right? We got to take our investments from America, our pension funds, all stuff like that. And when we get to the point where we have real Pan-Africans, right? When we sit on cities like New York, Chicago, Detroit, and everything, we got billions of dollars of sovereign wealth in there that we invest all over the world and everything like that, right? And we don't put nothing in Africa, like like our colleges and everything used to invest in South Africa back in the days, and everything before the divestment movement and everything, right? Where there's no funding mechanism for us to invest long term in African debt and African sovereignty. That's what we want to talk about, Pan-Africanism. That's what we have to graduate to as far as the Pan-African movement, right? But we're saying, look, if you want our vote and whatnot, why are you giving Ukraine $80 billion, which they're basically taking and stealing? Ukraine president is pocketing the money, and they're still buying gas from Russia and everything, and they're supposed to be under sanction. And the Ukraine is losing the war, not fighting the war, but yeah, they got billions of dollars to give Ukraine, right? But you look at how much money America gives to Africa, it's pitiful. And so therefore, I'm saying this is what has to change. And if Black people get on one page and saying, look, if we're the major voting bloc and we're going to decide the next election, a real African development policy has to be on the table. No talk like that. We want at least $100 billion over the next 20 years investing on the African continent, or you don't get our vote. You could be Democrat or Republican, Trump or Biden. If you come up with our Pan-African development plan, you'll get our vote. That's what the so-called Pan-African movement should be behind. Stuff like that, to invest in infrastructure. Infrastructure development Africa will create jobs and opportunity for Black people of America to actually go to the continent and live. With that, you want to play the Pung Lloyd group, brother?
Yes, let me get this going here. And I'm trying to see if I'm trying to find I'm trying to see where the people in the comments are, so we can get some feedback from them. Because Afro Think Tank is taking over the comment section. I guess he wants people to hear him loud and clear, which he should just join. And that will just make it simpler, right? That all makes sense, right?
Yeah, anything that makes sense, Negroes don't do. You just click on the link and say, look, let me come on here and speak my piece. But hey, what do I know?
Well, sometimes you just have to be a man and have balls, and Some of these men nowadays don't. So maybe you don't have any balls, or maybe you just got tiny balls. Nevertheless.
There's one invaluable lesson that we have learned.
Yes, my good brother Kala, that is the video up. So if you want to do a quick introduction about the video real quick.
Okay, yeah. When we talk about the Bangle conference, and like I said, I get angry, right? Right? When I see, I mean, I'm not trying to be jealous or nothing like that of Asians and all these other people. You know, they do what they got to do. You know, people do what they got to do. But after, you know, the West, after the Bang Dung conference that we saw in the video, instigated a war, Vietnam and stuff like that, tried their best to take out this and stop this and everything. But yet these little Asians prevailed, you know? The fruit of this is this: when Africans basically need something built, oh, the Chinese are going to build infrastructure. The Chinese will build, like, we have all these brains on the African continent, all these brains in the Black world. Why don't we have a global logistics and infrastructure corporation operating throughout the continent of Africa, in America, or wherever like that? Why are we as a race organized like that? What it tells me is that real Pan-Africa does not exist. You know, most people are Pan-Africans in name only. You know, Painos, Pan-Africanists in name only. You know, when you see the Peng Loi group, this is what Pan-Asianism looks like. Singapore, Malaysia, Hong Kong, you know, Taiwan, you know, even the United Arab Emirates are a part of this global conglomerate. And look what they've been. Watch this video. Well, look what they're able to build. You know, look what they're able to look at the engineering feats they're able to accomplish. Are you telling me that the Asians are smarter than we are? You know, and because they're able to build their own infrastructure, they don't have to be in debt to foreign countries and everything, because they can finance their own infrastructure because they built their own tax base and revenue base and everything. That took decades of planning and stuff like that to do. Now Asia we're going into the Pacific century, where these countries, all these countries in Asia are surpassing the West in modernization and infrastructure and development. And Africa is still falling far behind, because one of the main reasons is that nobody's interested in the African continent. So I'm saying to myself, if we have young people that see Africa as a future and everything, the next thing they're going to do is say, well, the reason why we can't come is because we don't have jobs. We don't have stuff like this. That's going to put pressure on African leaders and people in certain spaces to start coming up with ideas to build Africa. You know, so this is why I say the title of the show, the Gen Z people, you know, these people are go-getters. It is people that want to see a different side of the continent, you know, and what's going to attract them is being able to go to a continent and live a nice life, live a nice place and have nice things, have a condominium, have a car, and have good transportation, good infrastructure, electricity and internet and stuff like that. Then people will be able to transition to the continent, you know. It's all about infrastructure. With that, you want to play the video, brother?
We got one person here real quick. Let me see who this is real quick. Let me get us all up. Greetings, Michelle. You have to turn off the show that's playing.
Is it off?
Yes, it's off. Greetings,
Hello, everyone. Okay, but Mike, Mr. Janis,
you got to shut down the player. You got to shut down the live player.
Yes, because you're having feedback. See, right now we're nice and clear, but once you come in, it starts giving feedback. So just keep the StreamYard link open and close everything else. All right, greetings. Welcome to Pan-Africanism.
Am I better now? Am I better now?
Yeah, we can hear you. No, we got it.
Okay. My question.
What you know the video that you clicked on? Where you see the video where the red dot is, where you got to click that off. Not the StreamYard video, the video that you clicked on, the show video that you clicked on the link from. You have to click off that.
And so once you click that off, just unmute yourself, introduce yourself. Let me see if
I believe I clicked off. Is it better now?
go ahead.
It's so fucking.
No, it's
My question too is what I see with, especially with Black people in the diaspora, the young, they want to leave the continent, they want to leave the Caribbean. How are we going to build when you have a population that wants to leave?
Well, that's what we're, like I said, we have to build infrastructure. You know, Africa did not do what the Asians did 50 years ago and have a coordinated. Asia would have had millions of people leaving Asia if they didn't take the steps to do and have good leaders like Lee Kuan Yew and all those other Sukarno and all those other people in Asia. They would have the same friggin' problems, you know? People leave the continent because there's no opportunity. You know, we don't have infrastructure. Right now, like I said, South Korea and Japan do $300 billion a year worth of trade. China and Taiwan do $300 billion worth of trade with microchips, semiconductors, and all kinds of computers and everything like that, high precision robotics and everything like that, right? So there's opportunity. There's no Taiwanese want to flood into America because he has opportunity where he's at. And Africa doesn't have.
But the other caveat is that, if I may, excuse me, the other caveat is that their population is declining. That's another issue, as you so-called.
Develop. You gotta say what I mean by declining, right? What it means is the economy is growing so fast, the population is not keeping up with its growth. That's another thing when people say population is declining. No, as the standard of living increases, people have kids less at later years. They date more and stuff like that, so they're not replenishing the population with people because there's no real immediate need to do that. People are living their life. If you got young people, you have a young people who are 20-something in China, they're doing the dating, they're going out and they're partying, everything. They're not having kids at the age of 18, 19 and whatnot, 3 kids and whatnot. They're waiting to their 30s and everything to get married. So there's a population gap and all this. So that don't mean the population is declining. It just means that the population not keeping up with the growth. You know, Africa's population seems like overpopulated because there's no growth. There's no industrialization, you know? So it looks like there's more people than needed. No, if Africa was developed, right, Africa will go through the same thing. We don't have enough people. Africa got plenty of people, but no jobs. And when people say population, they're talking about the workforce. That's the only thing they're talking about is the workforce, you know? And Europe is in a bad position because they have such a high standard of living and everything. They have absolutely nobody. That's why you think they're bringing all these immigrants to Europe, because they have no choice. You think the Swedish people want a bunch of Muslims in their country? They have no choice. You think Finland want all these Muslims and everything? They have no choice because they basically did it to themselves. When they have this high standard of living, they have all this wealth and everything, you know, and, you know, they got people that generations moved from the factory work and the day-to-day work and everything. So they always need immigrants to replace that. You know, and so what happens is a country like Africa and everything, but the thing is, these other countries that are leaving are not being developed. Same thing will happen with the Filipino community, right? You have Filipinos, right, dominate the nursing industry in California, but that hurt the Filipinos because the Philippines didn't have enough doctors and nurses. They're supplying the world. We live in a global world, unfortunately. Well, people take advantage of the fact that these countries will produce educated people, like Nigeria. They produce a lot of educated people, but Nigeria doesn't benefit from this. The UK benefits, you know. Germany benefits, you know, from the Nigerian educated people. Nigeria doesn't benefit. So we have Pan-Africanism is the antithesis of globalism. You can't be a globalist and call yourself a Pan-Africanist or a Black nationalist.
Yes, brother. Great breakdown. Michelle, let me know if you have a response. If you have anything else to share, if you have another question.
Oh no, I thought you were about to play the video, so I didn't want to intrude. So, but then my question to you, is, Mr. Kala Genesis, if we're not procreating, or in Africa where procreating is upside down because we don't have the necessary infrastructure to support the population, what's going to happen to us as a people? That's the bigger issue for me is us survival as a people.
That's what Bomani and I talk about. We need to build Black African infrastructure. That's the only way. If people keep fighting us on this and thinking other things like what a 24-year-old is doing, taking pictures with some girls is important. If that's the most important thing, we're lost. We need to build Black African infrastructure. When you watch this video right here, this is what we need. I want everybody to come away from this thing saying, well, what the Paul Lloyd group, why don't we have this right here in the Black race? Why don't we have infrastructure? Why don't we have industries?
Because I live in the DC area right now, and I feel we Black people are being pushed out due through gentrification and with this migrant crisis. We're done here in the DC area. We're done as a people because I don't see us, coming together to do what is needed for our survival.
Well, it's like there's some DC. I live in Virginia. It's not the same thing. And Black people here are doing really well in Virginia, where I live at. So we got Black people in top positions and everything. I'm not worried about migrants here. We're not worried about migrants here. DC has been on a downward spiral for decades. We let I have nothing against Marion Barry, but a lot of these people were socialists. They didn't build any real industries for the people. Everybody thought they could survive for decades on government jobs. They would create jobs just to create jobs, just to give Black people jobs and everything. And no one ever built anything. And now, like I said, when you look at Prince George's County, most of these people are ex-federal employees, ex-military, ex-government workers and everything like that. Traditionally, that's how we ate. We were just civil servants and stuff like this. Now, because we didn't build any only thing they really built in that area was that FX Stadium. Have you been there before?
Yes, I have. And you hit it on the nail because everybody I grew up with, majority of people I grew up with, families were government, work for the government.
I know.
But the issue is when they became of age or their grandkids became of age, they can't get jobs in the government. They didn't put any infrastructure because, for example, I got a friend whose grandmother was in the government for 45 years, but your grandson is unemployed.
Yeah, it goes like that. Black people, this is a legacy we left. Well, there was no real planning or anything like that. Everybody was like, I got it. You got to get it yourself one night. Everybody, you're competing with your father looking at you like, the nigga ain't taking my job. That's what it is. That's the reality of Black America, motherfuckers hold on to those jobs instead of retiring in 30 years and passing on to the next generation. They're going to hold out till they can't work no more.
But the reality of it is, you're not going to pass a job to your children like you're not going to pass the military off to them. They can join and apply. But what you can literally do and build is you're building generational business enterprise. And that's what we're trying to get more of our people into. So instead of us worrying about some 24-year-old playboy, these people who are running around doing that, come holler at Bomani and Kala so we can work together. That should be like Afro Think Tank reach out. Like, yo, Bomani and Kala, let's work together so we can build something for our people. Nah, that's too much. That's gonna take too much hard work. Because Bomani and Kala is gonna want. They're gonna have expectation for me to for me to step my game up. So let me just lower my game down since I don't really have no game. Let me just talk about a 24-year-old young man. That's the kind of mindset that we're just dealing with. So me and my brother here, we have had our numbers, our information out. We're telling people if we're connected into, mainly what we're pushing is between me and him is we're working on Liberia together. So we've been offering people an energy of what we're building to open their minds up and things like that. And you think that a whole bunch of people will be rushing to reach out to connect with us, but it hasn't been that situation. Instead, this is what the so-called Afro think tank, a Pan-Africanists, do. Brother Kala, has he ever reached out to you to connect with you about anything real or about your great? And the same thing we can say about many other people. So when people wonder, why Bomani, why you and Kala always come at people, I was like, we're not always coming at people. We have a certain level of experience and we're analyzing the situation. Like basically our question is this Pan-Africanism? Is this nation building? And then you turn around and ask them, ask them, what
for
are you really
example,
doing?
I invested in the Tulsa real estate fund, and now a few weeks ago, it is just a hot mess. I'm really, got the Jay Morrison may have used some of his advantage to buy property. I mean, that's a whole nother complicated situation. I'm about nation building. And I thought with the Tulsa real estate fund, look, I know I wasn't going to get rich quick, but at least I thought it would be a stepping stone in the right direction. And it came out to be this convoluted and complicated mess.
But let me say this. You got to mute yourself. This is what I say about this. Jay Morrison basically he went by the white man's playbook, pay yourself first, or something like that. You raise all this money as a crowdfunding. First of all, crowdfunding, right? I don't think you have the ability to pay yourself first, right? You say we got investors. We understand that. People, okay, you're going to get this. And you say you pay yourself first and all stuff like this, right? So he bought these properties. What he did not do, right, is like when you look at Donald Trump, does real estate. Before he builds a building, right, he already got tenants and office space already rented out. People are like, okay, I need to be there. This bank right here wants to be there. This insurance company to be on this floor. He already got the stuff already rented out. So therefore, when he gets in there, now Jay Morris bought this building and whatnot, and there's no tenants. And so you're relying on the equity. You cannot do that. You got to have people paying the mortgage, paying the maintenance and upkeep, and bringing in revenue. It has to have a revenue stream and everything like that.
You have to make your property an income property, one way or another.
Property, and so he did not do that. And he didn't do that, right? Had he sat on the money, right, for 5 years or 6 years, it wasn't even 5 years. Had he sat on for 10 years and said, look, I'm going to rent this property out, right? In 10 years, this was going to be worth, right? Because he had equity in it. He didn't do that. He took the money out first. That's why it collapsed, right? He ill-fated. He was like trying to be balling and stuff like that, it was a good idea. But when you talk about black people, he should have been clear, Look, I think his Tulsa thing is in Atlanta, right? He could have went to Tyler Perry and said, Tyler Perry, all these people, business people in Atlanta say, like, I need you guys to rent these office spaces out. We need to have 100% occupancy, before we even sign the thing that we're going to buy this. We can have occupancy. Now, the people who sell it could say, you know something? We're going to up the price because you got occupancy. That's the risk you would have taken. If you had to pay $1 million more because they saw you out, but that's what you have to come on. When you go buy a property, you should have occupancy, We're going to sign a 5-year lease. And then with that right there, you can get a letter of credit from banks. Banks going to loan you money because their money's secured. They didn't do that. But it is what it is. But it's not beat up on Jay Morris. I don't like because he at least tried, sometimes you learn, maybe you come back better from this and, live and learn.
Brother, business is rough,
I
man.
understand he tried, but he used his personal advantage in the fund as a fund manager to buy property for him. That's where I had the issue. I understood, this is good.
Right.
You're right. You're right about that.
You're right about that. Yeah.
I supported him I was quiet for 5 years, but once this revelation came out, I was upset. And the optics of it as a community, it was going to look bad once it came out. So come on.
Yeah, it is what it is, And that's what, like back where I was telling, keep walking, right? This is what happens when you have an organization, right? And people they want unity so bad with black people. We want to work so bad. We keep silent. You know what I'm saying? We keep silent. We say nothing. Oh, we don't want to sound like no. That's what business is all about. Let me give you a perfect example of exactly what I'm talking about, right? Like 10 years ago, we had like today we had our sizzle with the Garrity sizzle, where all the companies trying to pitch their product to us that we're going to sell this year, right? But anyway, we have these road shows and everything. Insurance companies come and say to why we should sell their product, focus on their product this year, and everything like that, right? Anyway, 10 years ago, I was at this one in Richmond, in Sanson, Richmond, right? You know, outskirts of Richmond, a nice hotel for United Healthcare, right? And I noticed something when I was there. This would dawn on me, right? All the black agents and agencies were sitting there like, oh yeah, look at this. But the white agents, right, that had agencies, not even big as us, were like, I don't think so. See, this is what happened. Like, and they didn't say, well, you don't like this guy. All the black people looking at it like, why you guys acting? No. This is what I know. This is what happened. This is what happened to me. Blah, 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 blah. No black person ever gets up in these meetings and say, talk like that. It's only white people who basically say, hey, no, I think you're misled. Blah, 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 blah. And the black people just sit back and be like, I'm just happy to be here. I'm just happy to be here. You know, that's the difference. And basically, when we go into business and everything, we have that same mentality. I just want to be quiet. I don't want to make waves and everything. Well, we're all in this black power and everything. No. You know, see something, say something, speak up. You know, and we don't do that enough. We just go along to get along. And then when it does crash, now we're like, all the stuff that you see Jay Mars, people talk about that, should have been talked about 5 years ago. Should have been discussed 5 years ago. But it's too late now. So that's what I'm talking about. We got to get out of this idea that, oh, yeah, you know, we got to just go along to get along and whatnot. Like me, like we talk about the stuff like the Liberia. I welcome all challenges and everything like that. You know, I don't overpromise. I say, yeah, there's a lot of opportunities, no guarantee. And I'm very transparent about what I tell people and everything. And also, I tell people all the time, people are like, I want to go to Africa. I'll be asking you, okay, what are you going to do over there for work? I don't know. I'll find, no. Do you got a healthcare plan? Do you got traveler's insurance? You know, what if you get hurt or break a leg or something like that? How would you support yourself? How would you basically pay for yourself if you got sick, whatever? You got a return plane ticket? Do you got burial insurance? You know, do you have a means of supporting yourself? No, I don't have that one now, you know? So my whole thing is I tell them that, you know, you're not ready to go to the continent. If you go there, you know what I'm saying, you're going to be making a big mistake. Then some people are in a position to go because they got a company, a corporation, or whatever like that they could probably get a government contract or something like that. Okay, you are in a position to go. I'll tell them, hey, go for it. Do your due diligence, do your homework, and go for it. But if you're not in a position to go, I'll tell you, you know, my opinion, I can't tell you what to do. You're not ready to go. And then people go do it anyway, right? And they come back to me years later, man, Kala, I lost everything. Yeah, you were right, Kala. I don't want to be right. I want to try to protect people from their emotions. So we're going to play this video, brother. I want to see this video.
All right, perfect. Video on the way.
There's one invaluable lesson that we have learned. Designing and building world-class structures is a blend of innovativeness, safety, and attention to detail. Building a world-class reputation, however, takes passion, honesty, and grit to deliver at all costs. The Punj Lloyd Group has achieved all of this in over 2 decades. A global player providing EPC services in energy and infrastructure, Punj Lloyd Group has a powerful presence in the Middle East, the Caspian, Asia Pacific, China, South Asia, and Europe. With 20 regional offices and 37 nationalities, we have executed projects in over 50 countries across the globe. The group has evolved to become a diversified international conglomerate comprising 3 world-renowned brands: Punj Lloyd and PL Engineering, headquartered in India, and Sembawang Engineers and Constructors in Singapore, collectively offering a broad range of EPC expertise and experience. At Punj Lloyd, we have delivered civil infrastructure work for major public sector enterprises and private sector companies, executing aesthetic, economical, and globally. In the area of transport infrastructure, our work includes urban projects like subways and metro stations, airports, bridges, flyovers, and interchanges. We have also designed and built highways and expressways, tunnels and caverns, as well as seaports and terminals. In the field of utilities, our experience includes creation of reservoirs as well as water treatment plants. Our portfolio for mega-urban infrastructure includes commercial, industrial, institutional, and residential complexes. We have to our credit high-spec buildings, townships, and industrial parks, multi-speciality medical institutions, as well as luxury leisure resorts. We flag off our journey with a breathtaking start. Among the many highways that we've built, the standout is India's Golden Quadrilateral, a national infrastructural dream come true, complemented by the prestigious East-West Corridor. In addition, the group also ventured into tollway construction when entrusted with the Vadodara-Halol tollway project. Our huge fleet of equipment makes execution of such mega projects possible. We own 13 sets of road equipment for bitumen laying and 3 sets of concrete laying, besides heavy earth-moving equipment. As most of the roads we built form an integral part of the country's transport network, we ensure safety at every step of construction. Punj Lloyd achieves this by creating appropriate construction zones and adopting uniform traffic control methods and devices to ensure safety of both road users as well as construction workers. Daily toolbox meetings ensure safety during all operations, from working at heights to construction of sub and superstructures. In urban areas, we have reached new heights in viaduct construction, linked cities with major road interchanges and flyovers, and bridged islands to their mainlands, increasing urban connectivity for countries like Singapore and India. In India, we have constructed the Piragadi flyover and the Raja Garden flyover for the UP State Bridge Corporation Limited. We also executed Singapore's next generation of public transportation with the mass MRT and light rail transit RT projects. This world-class mega infrastructure includes stations, elevated and underground systems, depots, and more than 70% of the city's LRT systems. In India, we have been involved with prestigious sections of Delhi and Bangalore Metro, constructing both stations and viaducts. The group offers rich experience and world-class expertise in marine construction, having built seaports, jetties, and dry docks for Singapore, the major shipping hub of Southeast Asia. We have built many facilities for Asia's major aviation hub, the award-winning Changi Airport in Singapore. This ranges from terminal extensions to hangars and control towers, as well as supporting facilities such as training centers, freight and cargo terminals. In addition, we have also helped build in-flight catering centers and an MRT system to provide seamless journey to and from the airport. At Sikkim's Greenfield Airport in the foothills of the Great Indian Himalayas, Punj Lloyd is building the highest reinforced earth wall in the world, 80 meters high. The airport is an altitude of 4,700 feet with deep valleys at both ends of the runway. In the midst of the intimidating urban congestion, we built Singapore's underground transport infrastructure, meticulously avoiding the existing deep tunnel sewerage system and the electricity network, while allowing life above to continue with minimal disruption. Availability of land is an immense concern in Indian metros as well. In the true spirit of urban sustainable development, waste area in the midst of the capital city was converted into a mammoth parking facility for the 2010 Commonwealth Games. We've built some of the tallest, most intelligent and exquisite buildings in major cities, turning them into architectural icons and the most sought-after commercial spaces. From high-end condominium, luxury villas, to modern student housing, we've built some of the most comfortable homes and exquisite residences in the world. 6-star luxury hotels and beachfront resorts to prestigious country clubs and championship golf courses, we've built some of the most luxurious places for people who value a premium lifestyle. Against all odds, we created a winter playground complete with ski slopes, snow, and a wintry climate in tropical Singapore. Our world-class competency in engineering and construction is especially valued in the healthcare sector, where precious lives are at stake. We have handled both ends of Medicare, right from advanced healthcare manufacturing facilities to sensitive hospital environments. One of our landmark projects is India's Medicity, the multi-speciality medical institute integrating high-end modern Medicare with alternative streams of medicine. Is an increasingly strategic role in the business process by providing cutting-edge technologies needed to create value and competitive advantage. Resources are optimally utilized through the use of sophisticated MIS and collaboration tools. Constantly innovating, our team of engineers focus on newer construction technologies. We were the first company to use the jacking method of tank erection in Singapore. As an OSAS 18001, ISO 14001, and ISO 9001 certified company, we adopt the world's best practices of HSEQ: health, safety, environment, and quality. Safety is an absolute. One of Punj Lloyd's key strengths lies in its ability to design temporary structures for construction. These include wall, slab, tunnel, table formwork, climbing system for lift core walls, proprietary scaffolding systems, hoisting, shoring, launching scheme of girders, and casting of piers and caps. We've also prepared temporary pre-stressing and propping schemes for bridge erection. On the last leg of our journey, we take you behind the scenes for a glimpse of our most crucial assets, our people. Our multinational workforce, with a rich and varied experience, is extremely precious to us. Nurturing talent is critical at Punj Lloyd. We continuously train our workforce at our Executive Development Center in Banmore. Our efforts towards worker welfare can be gauged through our worker colonies, which are in keeping with IFC standards, with regular medical camps and yoga being organized. Well-traveled and highly adaptable, our people can be readily mobilized globally to seamlessly integrate into the local environment. Intricate projects, testing conditions, and grueling timelines. We've built our reputation by repeatedly delivering successfully within these stringent parameters. It is intuitive for us to see world-class quality standards as benchmarks to meet and to beat. In our pursuit of excellence, we won accolades from renowned clients and awards from distinguished bodies around the world. What compels and propels us? The unflinching faith of our stakeholders who believe that, for the Punj Lloyd Group, nothing is impossible. Who count on us to deliver safe, sustainable, high-quality solutions for global infrastructure. Always.
Now, why don't we have that on the African continent? You know how they said they operate in all these countries, even in Europe, but not in Africa. It's just this disheartening. We have to change the mindset. We have to rise above this poverty and mediocrity. And so, like I said, the Punj Lloyd Group is a direct result of the Bandung Conference, where they were determined to develop Asia on their own. And because they made those steps and everything and put policies in place and everything, and basically severed their ties with Europe and did what they had to do, they're free people. They could build, and so world-class infrastructure and everything, raising the standard of living of everybody, creating opportunity for everybody. When I was over in Africa, one of the things that people always said, look, I just want a job. The most average African, he's not thinking about anything else. He's not thinking about bling bling. He's not thinking about Jordans. He just says, look, I just want a job, man. I wish our government could provide jobs for us, man. I like to do construction. I like to do this and everything. And I said, I wish I had the answers for you, brothers. You know, he goes, why don't we have the infrastructure? Why don't we have factories? Why don't we have all these things and everything? And I said to myself, I'm not trying to come here to be a savior, but I'm going to use my voice to say, you know, there has to be a just world, new just world order. You know, and the just is us believing in ourselves and loving ourselves enough to believe that we can do this. You know, and we can give everybody a chance. My vision, my philosophy, I believe every African child, every Black child should have the basics, a basic education, basic health care, basic transportation, basic communications, safety, security, and everything, the basic things of life and everything. If you give people the basics and everything like that, people are happy, you know, but we can't even deliver on the basics. After all these years, all these decades, we can't even deliver the basics to people. So like I said, it's time for a real Pan-African, a Black revolution in our thinking. And thinking is not basically calling yourself a Pan-African. It's basically how do we basically come together and say that we want to improve the lives and give everyone a chance in this world. But that's my takeaway from the video. You know, I would love for the Pongloy group to be an African group. I'd be sitting there all happy. Yeah, look what we're doing. But it's not the case. You know, we sit here and we talk about mediocrity. You know, foolishness, back and forth, backbiting, and talking and stuff like this. This is what we use our minds for. And we think we're going to compete with these Asians. These Asians are going to clean our clocks.
Serious business.
You know, I'm just saying, it's really depressing. You know, I mean, I'm glad for them. You know, the Indians and Singaporeans and all these Asian countries. I'm glad for them. You know, not gonna hate on them. But you know, where is our infrastructure? Where is our corporations? You know, we have all this talent in the Black race, and whatever, but no one's putting us together. No one's coordinating us. No one's building these sort of relationships for us to thrive or put in the environment. So, just a sad situation.
Yes, unfortunately, but family, as you can see, that business enterprise has been number one. It's been generational. Yeah. And it's also been, when you look at the whole operation, it's kind of India and
Singapore.
Indian Singapore. That's they created something that's basically, my point is that to employ a lot of their people, and they kept it generational. So it's important for us to build multinational corporations. And so one person, the lady that came on, Michelle, she mentioned that there's a generation of people who have government jobs, and then their children didn't get much of anything, and they didn't set their children up to do certain things. You know, when you're getting that kind of money, you want to invest and build something organic from the ground up. That's why we have to learn to invest in Black-owned business, because that's one of the things we have. We have a high failure rate of these businesses and things, and I know people sometimes are scared, but it's what it is. That's the only way we learn, unfortunately. And we have to break the generational, break the the generational gap, and really just lay out the future for our children. I mean, we have to just give them directions and guidance, just like you and I are providing guidance and directions in this Pan-African movement. And so much of it is confusing to people, and so much of it is fake, to where people they're just like gullible and just believe anything, and any little nice voice or something that sounds good, they just run with it. So when people say, why are you guys talking about all these people? Why are you saying all these things? Because it has to be analyzed. That's why we talk about, that's what we call it, Afrikstan Analysis. Does this translate to nation building, what they're talking about, or is it just good feel good talk? It's a real question.
Yeah, the Afrikstan, the infrastructure is all about building infrastructure. We don't build infrastructure if we don't have all stuff like this. We have nothing. It's all gonna be talk. Feel good stuff. And then all of a sudden, not only that, the sad part about it is, like I said years ago, right? I said if we don't pull something off, eventually we're gonna start turning on each other. And when people are sitting around, when people are losing, when people are losers, all they do is sit around and attack each other, because they're losing. People will. You say, yo, look, I'm telling you right now, right? I'm at a place today where I did my sizzle. I'm around top people in the insurance field and everything like that. Everybody, oh yeah, I heard you guys doing this, and they're just bigging each other up and everything like that. Hey, that when winners are together and whatnot, they're always complimenting and building it. It's an energy, When people are losing, right, they gravitate towards negativity. They navigate towards mediocrity, foolishness, stuff that gets you nowhere. That's what they think is important. When people are winning, they basically gravitate towards things that are that's going to progress them and everything like this. There's two things that the laws of power say, right? You have to avoid the unhappy and the unlucky. Well, also Holloman, back to him, right? He seems like he's very lucky and he's very happy. And so he's going to attract people, People who are unhappy and unlucky, people avoid them. Young guy like that.
The main thing is, in this case, there's going to be a lot of people that's going to be hating on him and jealous of him.
Mm-hmm.
Because, he's 24 and he's traveling the world enjoying it. And then you're 24-year-old and you work at McDonald's and you live with your moms. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like those situations.
The unhappy and the unlucky. You got to avoid them like you do a plague, The unhappy and the unlucky. We in the Pan-African world has attracted too many unhappy and unlucky people.
Yes, brother. Woo-wee. It's sad, man, because by now, you and I both thought we'd have a whole bunch of people we can work with.
No.
I tell people I'm telling people I reach out. I'm a person that network, reach out, show up at events, meet people. Been doing it like that my whole, for like 2 straight decades. And you're consistently trying to outreach, join an organization, trying to connect with people. It is a nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
Because what you realize is that most of the people that you think are about it, they're fake as hell. And I'm telling people, judge their track record. Who are they connecting with? Would they answer your phone call and actually call you back and actually talk with you? These are just real things that you have to ask yourself. And I'm not saying that some of the people who made themselves very difficult to reach are not about their business. Sometimes they may be busy because they have a lot of business, but some of them don't give a damn about you.
Yeah.
All they care about is their views and their like and their super chats.
Yeah. Yeah, a couple of people like that I reached out to, so that I could build something. And I said, 2 years ago, I said, something, I gotta reach the best of the best. I had that call Bomani up, said, Bomani, man, I need your help, bro. I need somebody that can do this. I ran through how many people in the BAO I came with, a lot of people still in the BAO and everything like that. But the one person that came to me and said, we can do this. In Liberia, I said, yeah, this can launch us into other things, and we get this right and everything like this. I just need somebody to help me organize a real Pan-African movement to Liberia and everything like that. We do this and everything like that, and build and everything like that. That's going to translate to the rest of the continent, like a pipeline to the rest of the continent and everything. And so I had to reach the Bomani Tyehimba, because I tried so many other people. To be perfectly honest with you, right, I didn't choose Liberia as the first country. It was Angola, but that didn't work out because it's just too far, and the COVID-19 happened and stuff like that, and so we couldn't make it to Angola and do what we wanted to do. But I said, let me start. When I went to Liberia 2 years ago, I said, let me start here. Let me start here. And let me build something here. Let's start with tourism. When I was in Liberia, they said, you guys ought to start tourism. I didn't think tourism was important, They said, yeah, tourism, you could bring tourism. And I said, what's tourism do? I didn't know anything about tourism. What does that do? They said, well, people come to the country They see the country and everything like that. Then next thing you know, they say, "Oh, I want to come here and invest. I want to buy." And I found out in Liberia, you could actually own property as a Black African American. And the government, I heard from many people in the government tell me they want African Americans to own property and come there and live and build businesses and everything. I said, "You say no more." And when I go back to the States, I'm gonna reach out to the right people. And here we are. I heard it from the horse's mouth. Yeah, man, come over here. You can own property. You can do this. Nobody's gonna tell you no. If you got money to invest and everything like that, you're employing people. You'd be surprised with how you can make a difference by basically employing people to do work and carpentry work and stuff like that. People put money in people's pocket and everything like that. You're going to get all the support you need. So I said, hey, I think I could work here. And when we're successful in Liberia on a large scale, and a lot of Black people in America are there now doing work and investing and doing what they got to do and everything. And the countries in Africa, they welcome that. If you got somebody, most of the people that you see that's doing stuff in Africa are not on YouTube. They're over there, they're going there, investing, they find what they invested. Let's be honest with ourselves. A lot of people have business ideas and they have their aha moments, right? They don't want to put it out there. So they have competition. They want to go out there and they want to make money. Once they get successful, then they'll tell you about it. They're not going to say, oh, I'm doing this. So you can go and compete with them. So basically, you got to get in when you fit in, You got to get in there. Sometimes it's like, as Ross calls it, blessings from God. I call it blessings from God, but I also call it a lot of luck. Sometimes you just luck up on the right opportunity and boom, your whole life changed. You can meet the right person at the right time in the right situation. It's like, damn, had I not walked into this restaurant, I would have never met that guy. Next thing you have a conversation, you guys are doing business. That just comes with a lot of luck, I don't want people to think that I'm atheist, nothing like that. I believe in God and all this stuff like that, right? But I do believe that sometimes it's just a matter of luck. A matter of luck, There's no guarantees. It's only opportunity. But the idea of the Pan-African movement, this has to keep going on. Because the more and more we start building on the continent, the more and more that strengthens our position in America, and the more and more we could help the African continent by saying we have an interest. It's not enough to have an interest in Africa. You have to have an interest in Africa. That means I have something tangible, something that a stake in the continent, and we have a stake in something, you want to protect it. You vote around it, hey, look, you want my vote? And that's what everybody else do. The Koreans, can we tell what the Koreans want? The Koreans get Democrat votes, Republican votes. Why? Because they come to them and say, oh, this is what we know you want. You want this trade policy, everything. I support that. I'm going to put some legislation here, right on the bill and everything. Okay, you got to vote. Black people, when we run around, we act like we look like fools and whatnot. I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican. Neither one of them got anything tangible that they're offering you and everything. You don't have any interest in anything to vote on. It just feel good stuff. So I like the way this person said this, or I don't like this person when they say this. And you have nothing, right? Because you have no plan. The Pan-African movement, right? When you're this Pan-African movement, right? And I'm seeing right now, to be honest with you folks, Black America is 45 million strong, where like that. A lot of these African immigrants and everything are growing politically stronger than you are. Why? Because even though they don't have the numbers, right? This is what a lot of Africans do, right? They'll basically, if they have something that they need passed, and they have a congressman that they that support what they're doing, they'll go to the greater Black community and say, "We need to support this guy." What's this guy? And we're saying, "What for?" Well, this guy, and it's usually something that they benefit from that we don't really benefit from, but because we don't have any political agenda or any economic stake in anything like that, we just go along with it. That's usually how it goes. And I butted heads with a lot of my Liberian friends and whatnot and say, well, why are you guys like this guy right here, this congressman right here? Well, he supports this right here. And because I love my Liberian people, I say, okay, you guys like him? I like him. Like Liberians love Donald Payne, the late Congressman Donald Payne. Why? Because although they weren't any significant numbers in New Jersey, I think that's where he's from, right? They was able to make enough noise and rally enough black people, right? And John Payne said, well, I see where the energy is, right? This is what I'm going to support. You know, and he was been a champion of the Liberian community for decades, you know? Man, he's African American. But the black community don't have anything like that. Why? Because these people have stuff like that's tied to diplomacy and stuff like that back in their homeland that they need done. You know, if we basically got involved more in Africa, we would have something that we could talk to the government with and say, this is what we see, this is what we want, whatever like that. We don't do that. We think that basically talking about reparations is going to get Congressman. No, nobody's going to pass no reparations thing. It's not going to happen. So the black political movement in America, African America, is completely dead. Reparations is never going to happen. But you look at the thing, and I believe in this acronym called LARP, was logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. Other people come with those 4 letters, LARP, and say, this is how I'm going to basically engage the American political system. And they go right to the lobbyists, they go right to the senators, everything like that, and they get stuff done. Well, we're sitting here 40-something million strong, and we can't get anything done because we have nothing logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical that somebody could say, okay, I'm going to stake my political career on. And that's why other people are winning in America. America's working for them. It's not working for Black America. But don't believe me if you don't want to. Keep doing what you're doing. You know, if your people continue doing the same thing, hey, I wish you all the best of luck. This is a Black African Infrastructure Organization social network. It's our own social network. Join this social network. You hooked up with people from all over the African continent. I would say we got 60% of the people, the Black are people or Black Africans from the African continent, you know? So we don't believe in the ADOS, FBA nonsense and everything. This is truly a Pan-African platform. We have different groups. What we want to do is this, as this social network grows, we have chapters for each country. We used to have meet and greets with each chapter. Each chapter used to have meet and greets back in the days before YouTube. So YouTube sort of hijacked the BAO ideology. And I think it's coming back to us, right? Because people like join the BAO and next thing you know, they're off with this YouTuber and they're all doing their own thing and everything. And now they all come back to me. Oh, yeah, it's been 2 years. Haven't heard from you. And now you're coming back, right? Why? Because they went off in their own thing. If you were stuck to what we was talking about, right? You have your local chapter, right? You have a Chicago, Illinois chapter, Chicago chapter. You got a California chapter. If you guys kept doing your study groups, your meeting groups in your local area and meeting together like I do here in Virginia, you know, with BAO members in Virginia, and we meet on a local basis, study notes, go out to dinner and do stuff like that, you know, and fellowship and everything like that, you know. And we have chapters in Ghana, chapters in Liberia, chapters in Zambia, chapters in South Africa and everything. If all the people that's live at Black people, African Americans that live on the continent was part of the Black African Infrastructure, they would have a network of people that they could connect with. We have a chapter in Kenya, a group in Kenya. We have all these groups, you know. You can form your own group in this social network. It's our own social network. You could download the app. It's right on your phone. You know, you can upload stuff to the forum. You can write blogs, upload pictures, or tell us about yourself. You know, connect with other people. Can go with like-minded people. So we put it out there and everything like that. Everything between Bomani and myself, you have everything you need to connect to the African continent and connect the Pan-African world and everything like that. You do not have to listen to these YouTubers and all stuff like this, you know, if you really want to get stuff done.
And that is the business, family. Let me show you. Let me try to show more of the site. Let me actually. I think I have it. There you go. You can see more of it now.
So you got members joining every day. You know, people joining every day, and people friend requests. You could do like Facebook, friend request people and do stuff like that. And people are hooking up and they linking together and stuff like that. You know, people are meeting people they were never met before and stuff like this. You know, and it's it's a resource. It's our own resource. You know, it's our own platform. I gotta delete holdups. You can see that. I've been meaning to do that for the longest time. But what I do is I change the name to your group. You know, change the Africa for Africans. You know. You know, upload stuff like that. You know, people look at this thing and they see Bomani's pictures and everything like that. They see that we're a real movement. You know, upload videos and everything like that. The About Us section tells you what the philosophy of the Black African Infrastructure Organization is all about. You know, what we do and what we mean to do and everything like that. And this is what our mission is. You know, it's all about building, you know, all about creating. So join us. Join us. Join us on this tour to Liberia next year. You know, you're going to have the time of your life.
So yes, that's some of the activities.
And don't be shy. You know, people join the BAO. Don't be shy, man. People post everything from their baby pictures on Facebook and whatnot. You know, you come here.
There you go. That's funny, man. That's some funny stuff.
I gotta be careful about where I post my stuff at. You post everything, and uncle, you're taking a dump on Instagram and whatnot. You post that shit, you know. You know, we don't post. You're not allowed to post garbage on here and everything. But you know, the blog page is on the main page, right? We have like
once we use LARP. That's interesting.
Yeah, LARP. You know, LARP, logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. If something's not LARP, I don't deal with it. You know, everything I do is logical, it's achievable, it's reasonable, and it's practical. You know, when something's not LARP, I don't do it.
So that's what we tell people about Liberia.
It's logical, it's achievable, it's reasonable, and practical. You know, you want to enter into the African continent. You want to get your feet wet on the continent of Africa. Your first way into Africa, I said, let's look at Liberia because of the history of the country and everything like that. You know, I tell people all the time, go on Amazon. I got friends of mine order my book, Journey to the Promised Land. It's about the Exodus of 1878 from Charleston, South Carolina to Liberia. It's a historical novel. I have several film companies that want to make this into a movie. You know, several film companies want to make this into a movie. I'll decide on it next year who's I'm going to go with. But order my book on Amazon, Journey to the Promised Land, Voyage of the Bark Azor by Dwayne McCullough. Order on Barnes & Noble, Amazon. Amazon link you to Barnes & Noble. It's the first and only historical novel on Liberia. You know, and like I said, God bless me with this movie picture deal and whatnot. I'll write more books. I got a lot of books that I've started and stuff like that on African history and Black history that I want to put out there. You know, but it is what it is. I can only do my part, and I stay humble with this movement. You know, I say this is what I do, and I showcase what I do. I never jump in somebody else's lane, tell them what you ain't doing this. You should do what I'm doing. Hey, look, I stay in my lane. I do my part. I be the best person that I can be. I do the best Pan-African work that I can do.
Yes, brother Kala, another beautiful live stream, another beautiful presentation. So let me bring back up the main subject. So if we don't have anything else, you can just we can just close out on it and give a summary.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna give a summary, right? I said, can Gen Z recreate a new image of vision, right? And I'm steadfast about this, right? I said I'm gonna conclude by saying this, like I said at the top of the show, right? You have like 2 generations of Black kids that grew up in Black middle America, right? Just because somebody grows up in Black middle America don't not necessarily mean that they don't face racism or they're not race conscious and everything like that, There's a lot of young Black. I see one sister the other day, right? She a cute sister. She had hair natural and an afro. It was a real cute one now, And she had some red, black, and green beads on. She was like, it was only 19, 20 years old. I didn't talk to her about anything, but I know these kids are watching this movement. These Gen Zs are watching this movement, and all they need is direction. They need direction. They don't need to be beat up by older people and everything like that because they don't do the Pan-African world the way you know it. So I tell people all the time, they say they want to go to the continent and everything. And hey, look, this is what, I would give them advice and everything. But they have to look at Mark Beats Africa, a young, intelligent brother. Basically does all the right things and everything. Even he's had problems on the continent. He has a problem with Black America. He talks about a lot of stuff that he's going through. So it's not just Austin Holloman. You got dudes out there, people out there that attacking these young people because they may not know who Amos Wilson is. They may not have read Dr. Heinrich Clark. They may not know all the, can't quote Garvey off the top of their head. They may not know everything Malcolm X said, but they understand that Africa is their mother continent and they have a stake in Africa's future. And so why not encourage that and let them grow from there? Instead of jumping on their backs and telling them what they're not doing, how stupid they are and everything. We don't need that sort of talk. We don't need that sort of stuff in this movement. Why can't the Pan-African movement, right, be a classy movement, right, of intelligent people? Why do we have to be in the gutter? I believe this movement is different than the so-called conscious movement and everything that you see. And the people that's being attracted to this movement aren't coming from the gutters of Black America. They're coming from the best of Black America. They come from 2-parent homes. They're coming from education. They're coming from privilege. And the fact that they're interested and they're trying to go to the continent should be encouraged. That's a sign of victory. Because if you got people, young Gen Zs got everything beating America. You got these young guys. I seen these young Gen Zs, right? These 2 young brothers in the Baltimore, DC area created their own app, delivery app, already make millions of dollars of their own delivery app, competing with DoorDash and something like that. These young kids are phenomenal with this technology. Why wouldn't we want that energy in this movement? You got older people like, oh man, yeah, they're seeing young people become successful and stuff like that. We want to hate on them,
Yeah, perfect, man. That video was a great example, man. It served a great example. I know sometimes some people may not like it, but we know we have to use what we have as examples and literally just do what we do best, brother. analyze it and educate our people, and just open up to what nation building and Pan-Africanism is, and just so I appreciate the brother Afro Think Tank for making that video. Thank you for making that video. You really exposed yourself and really show us what type of person you really are, and that allowed us to literally get into it and then provide proper analysis.
And people are egging them on. It's like, oh, people agree. You don't know the people that's egging you on. You don't know anything about these people. Like, he doesn't do live shows, everything like that. He doesn't recognize anybody. All he sees, oh yeah, I got his followers. Like, you don't know half the people also Holland's followers may hate him. There's a lot of people who
and
don't.
I mean, then and most of them are that you have a young people, the ones actually like him and things like that. And it's like, that's a positive thing because you're exposing them to Africa, and most of them are just not even going to think about it unless somebody famous or popular or somebody that they really like or follow or look up to actually does it. Because that's what we are as a people. We jump on the bandwagon. You remember when you were in high school, whichever team was winning the championship, that's everybody's favorite team.
People stick their finger out the window, right, and see which way the wind is blowing. The wind is blowing this way. That's where I'm going. That's 90% of people.
So that's what I'm saying to everybody also in this movement that's doing real Pan-Africanism and real nation building. We keep doing the work. People are gonna follow, and because right now people are seeing the trend in Africa, but we're gonna translate that to nation building. We're gonna translate people coming on vacations and holidays to investments and living and doing business and repatriation. It's no different. Just like you go to a country and you just you like that country, like, wow, the woman in that. Like, one of the things I always hear got and it's one of those things when you market to guys a little bit different, because men have different questions and things. Some men are just completely innocent and all they want to do is go somewhere, but they want to see something beautiful. They want to see a beautiful scenery and beautiful women. They may not be trying to indulge, but they want to see. So all those things, if you're trying to get men into certain things, you have to, meet them where they are. And some guys, that's the shallow mindset. Some of them, some of them you can actually work with. Some of them you can't, because, the one point that I'm gonna agree with Afro Think Tank on, and I'm not saying it's just based on the science and philosophy. Yes, we don't want any one of us to come to the African continent and show a woman in a disrespectful way. That's why I try to make myself, be as respectful as possible, as best as I could be. You know what I mean? And even in a sexy bikini, I try to make the woman look very respectful and nice. Make it don't look like I'm just some kind of monster things. You're taking a beautiful picture with a beautiful sister. But sometimes it's hard to win in a world that's so effeminized and so are so driven and run by feminists and their ideology and the other groups who believe in all of these things. And then it's like it's almost like it's almost a scary thing to stand up and be a man and show that you believe in man views and man things. And some people like say, well, what is man views? Well, man views is being number one, being masculine and being strong. And man views is this, the things you talk about. Men are created to love women and created to be providers and created to be leaders and created to raise their family, and not apologize about it or feel weak that they can't do it. So some men excel that and they stand up strong and they handle their own, and and then some men indulge a little bit more and then they have multiple women and things. It's a tricky situation, but it's like that's the world that we live in, and what's worse than that is men being into other things, and so I tell people that's what I love about African continent. It's okay for you to like women, it's okay for you to want women and things like that. When you hear it's like it's a little bit mixed and crazy, and I tell people be careful of whatever cruel people that you're working your way around, because you have too many people pushing these negative agendas. We're all about, the key word you see at the top is nation building. And nation building deals with a trinity of man, woman, and children or child, and also deals with us building the things that we need. So anyone I always say that ever have an issue with our views, you can post your comment or come and talk with us and things. Because I'm always saying, Kala, based on what you and I present and talk, I mean, what are we really saying wrong?
Nothing.
Yeah. We may not be getting you excited as sitting around talking about 3 hours of making bunch of videos back and forth about polite and about who was right, who was wrong and things. And that's very relevant, because we have to educate our people about, and also warn other men that, brother, this be on your best behavior and don't do stupid stuff and jeopardize your career and things like that. Like one video, Chief X was playing. This one was good. He was playing a video with Dr. Mahat playing a video of basically polite back in the days. I don't know, maybe several years ago. And what she was playing was basically saying that he's saying that he's okay with basically looking at a man as God, even though he is molested young girls. And I guess in the case of Dr. York, that's what he's talking about, that he still look up to him. So that may be twisted up. I've heard different stories. I've heard stories of mothers giving their teenage daughter, and when we talk about teenage, usually like 13, 14 to 18. And I've heard these stories, and so I'm not saying I agree with any of it or disagree with any of it. That's a lot of these things are out of my league as far as, but it's like it's kind of like we have people in the movement that are literally passing down bad behaviors and bad education to where their followers pick these things up. So that's what I'm always telling people, like, the hell with some followers. And I mean, some people just are not, what are you really even following? But literally in this situation, the same thing has happened to two generations of men. One who thought it was God, and the other one thought that he was the son of God. And they both end up in the same situation. And I feel like we can definitely learn from these things and encourage other men that, like some guys in Africa or some countries may say, well, in our country that's a legal age, and I've heard that. I've been to, you go to so many countries, you get lost in confusion, but you stick with the American rule, 18 to 21, 21 or older, or something like that. And that's fair. You don't have time to deal with a child mind anyway. But some men in some countries, and I just tell them that they're sick. And also one people that works around me, like, hey, I have someone that's 16 years old, so you are not allowed to go near her. I don't need no problems. I don't need no beef in situation, because as a father, when you're traveling with your daughter and everything, you got to protect your daughter. So I had a situation on the last journey, and I was like, I told you guys, make sure you keep an eye on her, because I don't want the father giving me problems. Me and him are cool. I don't want to damage that relationship, because we have to look out for each other. So it was funny how you came out one night, and I was like, man, is keeping an eye on his daughter, and it's what it is. And it's like, you maybe think that in your culture it's okay for someone. I think she was like 17 or so. You may think that it's okay, but it's like it's that's how you do things here. That's how you do things here. But you're doing things international business, so you can't just go by certain things, and that's where the confusion is at, because some people literally, that's the situation. They have these age range and things, and then some men literally, I've heard, and and sometimes I have to just be cool in conversation. I heard this brother that from America that went to Ghana, and he was telling me about wives. I think he had like 2 wives, and I was, me, brother. Hey, you talk, I listen. So he was talking about his experience and things, and he's talking about, the younger the better, because I get to groom them and all kind of stuff. And this is what the feminists be mad at and things like that. Like I said, I'm agreeing with the brother, but it's like, and he was talking about some young age, like 16, 17. But that's in Ghana. That may be, that may be the age range there. Like I said, I'm not into teenagers. You know what I'm saying? I'm into grown women and things like that. When I was a teenager, that was fine being a teenager.
Yeah. And what my thing about this situation is this: if the woman, if you got a young guy 24 years old and he's talking to women between his age range, stuff like that, and they're just having a conversation, they're not talking anything sexually explicit or anything like that. He just basically talked about his experience in this. I like Nairobi over Accra, and I like this, and
I mean, that's it, brother. I mean, he didn't talk about having like a fine, sexy Nigerian threesome, nothing like that.
None of that,
Like for real, having like a woman in cheerleader outfit dancing for him, around the balcony around his house.
And the bottom line is, I'm saying to myself,
what is he guilty and sent to and given a death penalty by Afro think tank for?
No idea, because I think the whole thing about Afro think tank, he's like, well, you're going over this way. Look, women are grown women overseas. African women are stronger than you think they are. They know how to handle men, They know more about men than I. If you've been around African women, they know men. They know what you want. They know all the stuff like this, and they basically have no pretensions. They're not going to. Also, Holland's not going to do nothing that the women know that they let them. And
absolutely, and the key point you mentioned, they know how to cater to certain situations. That's how that's why they're in very high demand as far as this that kind of skill and things like that, because you're trying to look for someone that you're trying to date or build a relationship with that kind of caters to what you're building, because as a man you're responsible for building the empire and you want the support. I mean, it's hard to even have these conversations because somebody's gonna say, well, what do you say about this and what do you say about that? But the reality of it is the sisters there that I've met on African content, they have mastered a certain skill and a certain type of energy that what I found out from men I've traveled with from different parts of the world and just live with and work with here in America. And that's what they're looking for based on their struggles and their stress and the things that, men go through and things like that. So, that's the evolving world. And, and some men
let me say this. Now, you might have somebody, a black young man in his 20s that is moving up the corporate ladder in America, right? He might take a vacation to Africa, right? And he might overhear a board meeting saying, we need to expand on the African continent. And he could probably say, something? I'll head there. It happened in South Africa. We're not talking about this. When Mandela became president, right? Who do you think led American corporations back to South Africa? It was black African Americans, And a lot of the guys were single guys. They were down there saying, we're dating these African women and everything. That was part of it. They're like, hey, look, we're having a good time. I think Afro Think Tank needs to watch the series Blacks Without Borders, right? African venture partner, a multi-billion-dollar operation. The guy was like, "Show look, the women are beautiful, having a good time, and everything like that."
It's a man thing to say and experience. It's a beautiful thing, family, especially when you're somewhere that's completely different. You feel like a king because everybody's catering to you and serving you and showing you love like you've never been received love. So it gets addictive. You know what I mean? And if any man that's out there that will want to judge us and say what come travel myself and you'll see the difference or travel to different countries and then you just judge for yourself and then you decide what you want as a man and you decide what you want as a person.
Now worldviews are saying Afro Think Tank was on fire. Now he's somebody that hates Pan-Africanism and hates all the stuff. Of course he's going to agree with it. And that's what Afro Think Tank has to understand. The people who's agreeing with him are these ADOS FBA types, whatnot, who hate Africa, He was on fire. See, they'll side with you and comment and say and boost everything like 400 comments.
Brother, you and I do the Afrikstan analysis. We analyze information. And you and I talk about information. We look at information, we process it and put it together. And if somebody is out there, we're going to talk about it because we know, you and I, we fear no one.
Yeah.
We're the kings of Pan-Africanism and things like that.
Who you are.
And so on. And we have active project that we're actually active movement that we're building in Liberia. So that's our energy and things like that. So we're open to talking and connecting with people. But I literally, like I'm telling people, I looked at it and I saw nothing wrong because I'm also comparing it to him as a 24-year-old brother that's in Africa and traveling. And I'm looking at all the things that all of us are doing when we're 24 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I know myself. I want to say I was working at airlines, and you're working at airlines, you're fixing planes. You're trying to see which flight attendant you could try to just go up on a plane and talk to. You know what I'm saying? And you're just a man, and you think you're working or whatever. You're thinking about women. It's like that is an important part, unless you're somebody weird, strange.
I was 24 years old. I was so aggressive. I didn't even date girls my own age. I used to date women in their 30s and whatnot, late 30s and whatnot. All the women I was dating.
I remember that. It was you get to that point in your age in your life where you're like in your early 20s, and then you just get this upgrade qualification that you're qualified to talk to women in their late 20s and early 30s. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things, man. It's a beautiful experience.
He was older.
So it's I would never be a man to knock another man's hustle or or cop block,
or dick police,
or cock watch.
Cock watching and dick police.
You know what I mean? It's like, let's be real. I mean, it's really a problem in our society with men. And I know some people are not used to being around real men. They're used to being around these soft, punkified guys. And I tell people, I'm one of them guys. I don't flow like that. People tell you that that's we run business serious, and we put our foot down. We don't have time to play around. Like I got a bunch of social pages and a bunch of pages. I don't let no foolishness go on in them. I got a bunch of WhatsApp pages, ridiculous amount of them. I tell people no time for no foolishness. It's a group. We're here to share information and here to connect and build a network. That's it. Ain't here to be posting no videos about the Ukraine war and about what passport brother got arrested or something like that. You know what I mean? Got no time for none of those foolishness. All right, let me see what she said right here. I see nothing wrong with y'all passionate ideas and plans for different countries in Africa.
Okay, maybe that's a different person. There's somebody. There's another person named Worldviews that hate my guts.
Yeah, this is a different worldview. Worldview look like wifey.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't really see the whole picture, but and that's how we love. That's how we love our women.
Yeah.
Beautiful and cultural, beautiful in this, tropical.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. It must be a different worldview then.
Yeah, it's a different worldview.
The other worldview person hates my freaking guts, man.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, that's like, I think that was like Tay Brown. And
there's
Tay Brown partner, because they were like tag teaming you. Yes, worldview. Appreciate your beautiful energy. Thank you for not calling us a male chauvinist and a guys that just talk about women like their objects. So we don't. We have no more respect for our women. We just, I believe, I believe men should be around beautiful women.
Now, let me ask about, but I do not put down Black Americans. Anybody show, we always talk about Black America. Black America is my heart. That's my love. But
there you go. Similar views. All right. And so once Kala get reestablished, this is worldviews. I just don't like when you have to put down Black American to uplift another in false ideology. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. All right, we're gonna get Kala to load back up and get him back rolling. Let me see what ADOS is talking about. Bomani did your tour guide P doing the Liberia tour. He did, and facial expression was priceless. All right, that was probably a presentation on Liberia, but one of my lives. I don't know. I think the last flyer I was shown was Tanzania. And we get that rolling. So yes, family, we're here. Another incredible topic. And we're gonna show you some. I'll be right back, family. Hold on. Gonna play some nice music from Melanie Ganji, and we take a short break. Enjoy the music as Sons of Africa. And we get ready for Tanzania.
Sons of Africa. Sons
Yes,
of Africa. Remember where the builders of the pyramid, sons of Africa.
There you go, and that is our short musical break, Sons of Africa, as we get ready to take ourselves to the Sons of Africa right there in tropical Tanzania for the Roots and Culture Journey, November 16th to the 27th. So 2 months from now, family, we're going to be sailing in paradise. So let me get my brother Kala back here as we tune back into a regular scheduled program. And Kala was breaking it down.
Yeah. Yeah, the main thing is with this movement is everybody has a lane. You know, find your lane and travel that lane and stay in it, you know?
Yeah, and don't try to start swerving in lanes and coming out your lane, because then that's how we get crashes and accidents.
Exactly.
You know? And African time, that's what, once you stepped out your lane, all you did was cause a whole bunch of accidents.
You know what I'm saying? You driving the lane.
Kala is here to do damage control.
Yeah, we're police. We're the state police, you know? Swerving, man. You've been swerving all over the fucking road. What are you doing, man? Man, I see you did this. You came over here. You swerved in out of traffic, man. You clipped this car right here. Bye. You know, I'm giving you a ticket for reckless driving, man. You know? No, what are you talking about? You know, look, bottom line, you was in your lane. You supposed to stay in your lane, whatnot, and then you're supposed to signal when you want to get off, whatnot. And then when you go switch lanes, you gotta let people know and whatnot, you know. And now, if you wanted to get in Austin Harmon's lane, what you could have did was, hey, Austin, man, you know, let me talk to you offline. You know, I disagree with you on this. You know, let me come on your show, or you can come on my show, or we can meet on a different platform. You can meet on this platform, you know. And so let's have a conversation, you know. That's what you do when you're trying to build. But when you don't have any real thing of building and everything, you want to basically jump in somebody's lane and cut them off and try to swerving out of traffic and drive them out of their lane and whatnot, you know. That's what you don't do. You know, you stay in your lane and whatnot. If I'm doing my Afro think tank lane, I'm going down here. I'm doing my Afro think tank, whatnot, you know, people, everything. And also those people who are commenting and everything like that in your thing, you don't know where they come from. Are they Pan-Africanists? Do they believe in this movement and everything, you know? You know? Yeah, Bomani wish that was him singing. You know, I wish I was Bomani singing.
Yes, world views for you. I'll sing that song for you.
Sons of Africa. Sons of Africa, you know. So you stay in your lane, you know, you stay where you at, whatnot. You know, that's why we have these platforms, whatnot. I want to see Afro Think Tank's view on infrastructure. I want to see his what his thoughts about energy is, you know, or what his thoughts about international trade and business and stuff like that. You know, that's what I want to hear. You know, I want to hear different opinions about things that matter, you know, things that matter. You know, these are the type of discussions going to bring people to this movement and everything. When people look at this show and they can say these guys talk about infrastructure, they talk about business, they talk about all the things that matter. So we can rock with it. That's why people attracted to BAO. We attract people with education, you know, and people link up and everything. Why? Because we're talking about serious topics and everything, you know. And like I said, a lot of people just go off on their own. Oh, I got it now, you know. They followed me for a couple of years, and they go off and do their own thing, you know. I got it, you know. You know, I don't need college no more. I got it, you know. But at least they got an education, you know, and what we need to do, you know. So, like I said, you know, I do my part. You know, I think the thing we need to talk about is infrastructure, and we need to talk about global business, and we need to build together as a race of people. You know, why is it at the Pung Loy group, and we don't have our own version of the Pung Loy group? You know, those are things I talk about. You know, as a man,
You go, man. Talk
you
about
know,
it like a man. You know what I'm
but
saying?
guys in their 20s, right? They're not going to be talking about what I talk about.
Yeah, exactly. Just like I'm telling worldviews, I'll sing for her.
Get your
Yeah.
Mac off, brother.
And if I can't sing for you, I'll play some smooth reggae.
Come on one of those trips. Go on the Tanzania trip.
Anyway, let me focus on what we're doing.
Oh, yeah, okay.
All right. Next you know, she's gonna start blowing kisses on the screen. I like this little emoji, the thumbs up part, and I guess yes, Sons of Africa.
You got a new fan, Bomani.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always good, man. I'm on the hate that we get, man. You know what I'm saying?
About time we get some love.
As soon as we say something about somebody, like as soon as we say something about African Time, before we even got into it, he just jumped on. And it's like, wow, how much more of y'all listening? And hey, you know, don't get defensive. You know, we're just doing the Afrikstan analysis. It's nothing personal. We're all learning from each other.
Yeah.
And when you're wrong, you're wrong. And my youth, you're wrong. You are very wrong.
You are wrong as two left feet, you know?
Nothing right about it, man. Nothing right.
You know, because I was saying to myself, man, I said I had to go back and say, maybe I missed something. So I look back
I thought I did too.
I said, man, where did I miss? Did I miss something and everything? I'm back and say, oh, a 24-year-old kid when not having the time of his life, traveling to different African countries, you know, giving his opinion. Jeez, man, you know.
Eating a nice restaurant and with beautiful women, you gotta be jealous. Especially like, I mean, look at Afro Think Tank. He look all rough, like he just came out the woods or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, he was probably out there hitting that med pipe. Looking at Austin Holloman following, like, why you got so much love? Well, you know, it's like he's like the mad rapper. You know what I mean? That's what he remind me of. Mad fake Pan-Africanist.
Yeah, that's the first time I ever heard somebody talk in a panel about another man's looks, you know? First time I ever heard that. You know, you ain't that good looking. Yeah, he never said he was, you know? But females like him, man, you know? When he went to Uganda, right? And the girls were like, oh, my God. One girl interviewing was like, oh, you're not some dusty, man. You're a real handsome man and blah, blah, blah.
Take yourself and look good.
You know, he was like, "Ooh, you look so hot and sexy and whatnot." And I'm like, "Hey, 24 years old and whatnot." You know, he's like a black Camelot. You know, Casanova, Don Juan. You know, we're not allowed to have that in our race. You know, this young guy.
The thing I feel I tell people the difference is we all did the same thing as age. The only difference is he's on YouTube and he's recording videos of himself, and you know, you kind of appreciate the age we were in because you had your privacy of what you're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, for whether it's back in the good military days when you're having bar fights or you just, just going to places and you're just meeting women.
If everybody saw what I was doing at age 24, they would judge me. If I had a camera and all the shit I did in clubs, they're like, Kala, you're a piece of...
They'll say I'm the worst person, but like I tell people, you know, you work the numbers. You know, I'm a man that believe in numbers. You know, it's like, so you pull up at a club and you work the numbers. You know, you realize that not all the women are gonna like you. That's number one. I don't care how fine you are. And you know, so it seemed to be, you know, he seemed to be going places where he's finding women that, you know, that's a pit.
He said also Holliman's done. He's Kenya. He's back in Kenya right now. Said I'm home. He actually lives there. You know, none of these people that criticize him actually live on the continent. He says, "I'm home. I'm back home." He says he called Kenya his home. When's the last time you ever heard that? You know?
Yeah, it's good, man. Naturally, you and I would love for people call West Africa home, but I do get it. I mean, whether they move into Tanzania, Rwanda, Kenya, Uganda. I know saying all those words has made my teeth just cringe. But the West Africa that you and I wanted to build and everything, it never really materialized. So I do understand why people went to East Africa. I've lost members that wanted to do things with us, but
And
I am
Kenya,
not going to East
people-
Africa to build anything. We're building strictly along Liberia and Ghana because we can only do so much. We can't like extend ourselves all over the place. And when you look at geographically where our people are from, it's West and Central Africa. So it's ideal right there. And the West Coast of Africa provide you more groundbreaking opportunity than any other parts of the African continent. And so
it's challenging.
yes, and where people are up for challenge and things like that. But that's the difference. But
O'Shea
I
had a video. He's interviewing that couple I was telling you about, why they're in the studio in Kinanda, and why they chose South Africa, right? And they're getting a lot of pushback. So the same thing, just like you say, people are hurt about about him saying Kenyans are better than Ghana, right? Now Kenyans are coming after this couple saying, "I hope you guys get robbed down there. I hope there's xenophobia."
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow. You're gonna wish bad stuff on me, man.
Because they said they like Kenya, said we have a good time. But as far as like business and everything like that, they said they looked at the situation. They said South Africa is a better fit for them. So they're moving
Exactly.
south,
And so people are gonna say that. And then I've been to all of those. I've been to Kenya, I've been to South Africa, I've been to Ghana, and I'll be the first one to say, for me personally, I love as much as I love South Africa and a great place. I think it is. For me personally, it's not really me. I've even thought about it removing from my schedule. But I mean, is it fun, exciting? Is it incredible? Yes, I just don't think it's a much diverse energy of African experience. And I'm so used to going to countries that's so dominated with African culture, like East and West Africa is that's the cultural paradise of Africa, and things like that. And I would just think there's too many things that goes on in South Africa that I'm just not feeling. And me personally, I would just, so in this situation, I would be recommending Kenya and things like that. But it's people gonna look at these things different from based on the views of what they're doing. And that's what I tell people when they look at too many people's stuff. I tell them, I can share you my experience of what we're doing and things like that and why we're doing it. And like there's no other part of Africa like West Africa. You're not gonna get. I'm not saying it's like a brilliant highlight with the slave history and even the highlight Liberia, the only country that's built by ancestors from the Americas, is right there. So when I look at things, I look at the culture, the history, and I look at the tropical piece of this West Africa and groundbreaking opportunities. And then it's the place where I felt the most that I felt at home in Africa. I'm not saying I've not felt at home in East Africa, but the feeling in East Africa has been completely different. It's just, for me personally, it's like a nice vacation and a nice getaway. And I just appreciate the energy of the people and I appreciate a different experience. But I can never just say that's like home. Home is like in all these countries I've been to in West Africa.
Yeah, and people, and everybody's entitled to their opinion, their worldview. Why can't we respect the fact that you just said that, right? Okay, oh, you don't like East Africa? You don't like South Africa?
That's what people are gonna say. That's what they're gonna say. People are gonna twist all the little words I've said, and then they're gonna just make videos. Well, he said this about women. He said he loved Nigerian and Ghanaian women. So what is he saying about women in America? It's like, what am I saying? It's like, can a man be a man and have a real man dialogue and talk about real situations without people getting their feelings and feeling defensive and things like that? That's why all the people always talk about how much we have an issue with Nigeria and call us Nigerian haters. I was like, no, we're not Nigerian haters. I even say that that's one of my favorite women in that's the woman I see that's like the finest and most incredible woman. When you compare certain demographics. But it was like, as far as the country and as far as what it should be or what it was projected to be and things like that, it's a great example to show a failed state in comparison to other situations in other countries that have evolved. So No, we have to be able to just have dialogue and have critical thinking and critical analysis without everything being somebody just hating and being disrespectful. Now, what Afro Think Tank was doing, that's hateful and disrespectful. What we're doing is, is analysis respectfully to the highest level.
So we, like I said, everybody has their opinion.
What is this right here? These people in the comments. Bomani time, it seems you prefer Africa than America. I guess they're talking about a country. Yes, absolutely. I would love to live and be in Africa. Living in my community, living in my town, being a part of the future. And it's something that you can build as a dynasty, as an empire, and you can build for your children and your people. Here, you kind of just, it's like you're just running fast and getting nowhere, and you just end up all you're doing is just making everybody else richer. You're working hard and you're generating capital, you're making everybody else richer. So that project in Africa, it'll just give us the closest access to being free, where we have our own, organized infrastructure, our own town, working with our own people there in the town, to where we can really build something special, create opportunities for the orphanage, the children in the orphanage, and the children who need opportunities like this, and just make it something special in a rural area. But for now, based on running business and being able to, make my way around to all my customers and stuff, that's why I live here in Georgia. All my customer base is just in this area as far as technical work and things like that, and moving around. And then majority of people that I do business with, I live here on this East Coast as far as people who travel with us. We're gonna, America is what we have to work with right now, but Africa is the future of what we're building, and we're building a realistic future where we're gonna put the things in that we need, and be prepared for a new generation of people to come to live and do business. So these are all the things that we're talking about, and as we talk about, we're working towards it, and then as time go along, you see us working more on it and expanding on it. So yes, family, it's about that time. Yes, Kala Genesis, you ready for close for the night?
I'm ready, brother. 5 hours, bro. Woo.
Yes, absolutely. So, family, that is the subject right there.
Tell us to like, share, and subscribe. We're looking for you in the comment section. I know the comment section will be lit. All these trolls are gonna come in there.
Let me see what this is. Too many homelessness and drug cracked out people roaming the streets of America. Africa doesn't have that, right? The drug part, no, but you do have, people that are somewhat homeless. It does, and Worldview said it does. Worldviews.
Well, everybody has their problems, but like we said,
yeah,
Africa's not gonna solve everybody's problem. But if you could basically contribute and build something there and stuff like that, and make that connection, let's do it. Some people, America is doing, like I said, I'm doing really well in America. I know a lot of people doing well in America. They don't need to go anyplace. But some people want that connection to the African continent. You're never going to get that out of Black America, right? The connection to Africa. And what Africa has to do is build the infrastructure where Black people, like in the Point Lloyd group, you saw the one part where they'll talk about Medicare centers and everything like that. That's what I would like to do. I would like to design health management systems on the African continent. I would love to have the opportunity. If I had the opportunity, I would leave tomorrow. I'll be on a plane tomorrow and say, look, let's build this new health management infrastructure, insurance, and health maintenance organizations and everything like that. I could design intricate health management systems and everything like that, if I was given the opportunity, but no one's giving me the opportunity, so that there should be that opportunity for somebody like me to transition to the continent. A lot of times, when people go to the continent, they can't transition. The infrastructure's not there, But we got to keep making a case for Africa, and things will change. We turn our back on Africa, then what's going to happen in 20 years, the Lebanese, the Indians, and everybody else is going to take over, So don't begrudge someone like Austin Holloman. He can influence young people to get involved and take interest in the continent. Let them do it,
Absolutely. Let's see who Instagram is more provocative. This is his Instagram, and I already showed you mine for those who were with me earlier. And if nothing else, you can always click on my links. It takes you to all the page. Let's see what he got on here. Use your Instagram. You put your best photos on there. All right. Let me know when you see something provocative and disrespectful and hateful. A few beautiful sisters. The one in the black dress right here, nice dress.
Mm-hmm. Him smoking a cigar, you know. Him sitting there, you know.
With some brothers, similar stuff we do. You know, you're out there profiling and taking nice pictures.
I don't
yeah,
see no bent
yeah. The
over.
thing of it's pictures where women are innocent compared to mine, because people, you know, like I one sister, like, yeah, you just be all hugged up and everything. I was like, you have no idea who that person is I'm hugged up with. That might have been, you know, someone I was dating or things like that. But I was like, that's how I like to take pictures, and you know, I think that's you know, a man thing is you try to take pictures of beautiful women
Does
and
he
things
have
like
another
that.
Instagram thing? Because I don't see nothing really bad.
Nah, you saw my Instagram, and you saw how much women that are like half naked in bikinis and us out there.
It seemed like he's just having a good time.
Yeah, this is okay. So similar type pictures. You just out at tour sites, and I mean, you see more cultural stuff from me because that's the business that we're in. But these are all representing the same pictures I've taken. It's just I got more other things. But I was expecting to see a bunch of half-naked Brazilian women in bikinis, with a nice firm shape and everything. I was actually looking to see something literally more than this. It looked like one of those clean-cut nice guys. He don't look like a player, like a young businessman.
So I don't see anything wrong.
And that's the Instagram, brother. Where's all the women at, bro? I'm gonna have to send him a message and like, yo,
where's all the women doing?
where's all the women in bikinis and all the women that you have on the beach and things like that?
And flashing their stuff and whatnot. You know, I didn't see all
I mean,
that.
at least, you know what I'm saying, at least show us a intro to a threesome or something.
You know, I didn't see all that. You know, I'm just saying a young guy like he's having a good time. Yeah. So maybe we missed something here. You know,
I missed something.
Maybe Afro Think Tank has a channel that we don't know about.
I bet he's feeling real stupid because he's been called out by real brothers. Because I guess he's feeling himself because he had a whole bunch of coons on his following him and things that they cheer him on, and he have no idea what they're cheering him on. And then he has some real brothers coming to check him now, and he's in his feelings and things.
Fool.
The way he's so scared, he wouldn't even come on. For the last 4 hours, we've been trying to get him to come on. He's hiding all the women in another private account. That is funny. I guess we all have. I guess that's why. I guess what we all have. We all have our private accounts that we don't share with anybody, right? That's what it is, right?
Yeah.
My point is, you know, I mean, people take a bunch of stuff that they more than likely they're not gonna put online, and that's their business. But I'm talking about the stuff that you actually put online, because that's what you're publicly being judged for. What you have publicly, you know what I'm saying? It would be unfair to get access to my computer and show the things that I don't need you to see on my computer. You know, but that's not the situation. We're going by what you decide you're gonna post and things like that.
As people by what they put online to the public, right? You know, what he does in his private, that's his thing. Does Afro Think Tank got some inside information? Does some female inbox him say he did this to me and everything? No.
Also, so he hates Black American women. He prefers overseas. So my thing is, but the thing of it is, all right. So Kala, you know, I mean, and it's what it is, family. I'm not trying to down all women and things. It's like my brother got a lady, is woman in Liberia, and me. I'm not gonna disclose my information, but it's in Africa. So do we hate women in America? I mean, we're both moving to Africa and building our future in Africa. So that's also one of the things that's interesting. If you're a man that's never going to leave America, more than likely you're not into these women in these other countries. You know what I mean? It's kind of, then people, just like I mentioned, like I have several sisters that have gone to Ghana with me and they've been married. Now, do I come here and be on them like you hate black men, you hate Black American men? That's why you're over here marrying some of these brothers in Ghana? Who cares? What is it? I'm just happy to see black people get together and trying to build something. Period. Because you know how hard it is. I mean, didn't some clown named Princess of Pan-Africanism say that there's a snow bunny crisis?
Yeah.
Well,
So
I look
he-
at this brother's page, and he don't have no snow bunnies on there. My page, Instagram, no snow bunny crisis on there. Who are these men he's talking about? The very rare percentage, small population of black men that maybe are in a world where their biggest fans are white women, and eventually get one of them because they're the ones they feel like are supporting them.
Yeah, that
The average black man is not doing that.
The average
You and I
black
know that.
one black
It's not like you got all of your friends. You can, like, I can list about 30 to 50 of my friends, and ain't none of them. And then maybe if I go up to 100, maybe I find one or two.
Yeah,
There's
most
just
black
so many crises. And then you ask the next man, because I've asked other men the same thing too. We come to the same conclusion. So we have to do our numbers. And it's like maybe about 1%, maybe about 2%, maybe a little higher when it comes to certain fields and areas.
So for most part, most black men are with black women. If we go into the African continent, right, they're still dealing with black women. So what's the big deal?
Yeah, and if and then it's based on preference. It depends on your vision and what you're doing. And like in some cases in your lifetime, that's what you're focused on. But you're building different things in your life where you're building. You have your values are still the same, but your vision and what you're building is a little bit different, and so that those things happen. So we're in a world that's more where people are just connecting from different countries and different places, and I don't think it's the worst thing. The worst thing is that that funny people business and things like that. So we have to embrace evolution. Let me see what this person say. Bomani, the funny thing also, people keep saying whites and Chinese taking over Africa. Most YouTubers, even white ones, film and don't see any large white or Chinese population there. Now you don't see them. Their takeover has to be more of industrial takeover and then business deals. So you're not gonna see them in your common area walking around and things like that. But I still don't think it's a high percentage of them. But I think it's gonna get there. So that's why we're pushing the energy out and pushing about just trying to get more people into doing black cooperative economics, and then also just telling people like, if instead of you beating down on somebody, some young brother that's traveling to Africa, why don't you reach out to us and then we can put some energy together? If you're really trying to build something, if you really care about building something and really care about all these things, reach out to the right people. Along we've been pushing all the things we're talking about. How many people have called you to work with you in Liberia?
None.
And they got your information. The network is right there with all your details and everything. Yeah. So, but I'm not saying, folks, you're battling the weak versus trying to join us so we can be strong. Even my videos, you don't. You don't. Only time I see them is usually at the African Holocaust dungeons, when they are, when they're just around, and a lot of times depends on how I feel. I just make crazy videos. I just maybe mocking them and saying things about them, and I may even get ignorant sometimes. But there's different years I do different videos, and it's like whatever. And so people always question me, why you call these white people devils? I was like, what do you call a race of slave traders? Where you call them good? We call them good black devils and good white devils. You call them who they are. So why do you use the derogatory terminology, black devils and white devils? What is the devil? I mean, most people grew up in a Christian faith, whether they're Christians or not. Most of us, that's our background. And a devil is considered as a devil is a devil is a devil. And a white devil is a white devil is a white devil. There's nothing derogatory about it. It's talking about an evil, wicked person. And so, like, I got a video titled White Man's Grave, or I have another one called titled Spitting on the White Devil's Grave. Like, stuff like that, right? And it's like people send comments like, you're so immature. Yeah, you're so immature.
Hey, that's what you feel.
You're an artist, and you're narrating a story, and you're sharing things based on title and based on presentation. And you're immature.
White devil.
I'm not the one that stole ridiculous amount of black people from one continent and brought them somewhere else and profited from it for generations, which is still happening. And I'm narrating a story, and I'm sharing our situation. You know, so, and yeah, did we really spit on the white devil's grave? Yes, we did, and we recorded it, and it was a presentation, you know, and things like that. But you know, I tell people, you know, sometimes you just gotta smile because other than that, you just have a bunch of anger and you just want to throw one of them off a cliff. And you just, you know, you're there and understand that other people are learning what you're learning, but their experience is different from you. You're coming there to reconnect to your stolen African ancestors. They're coming to see what how they're coming to mock Black people and see what was done to them so they can torment them.
Yeah, and
And
brag.
when you see them, you don't see them being apologetic and things like that. You see them just, you know, you see some of them, like the ones I love to deal with was when I start seeing smoking cigar. Like if I don't run up on them, I get one of my security guys to run up on them, and you know, you just embarrass them, you know. Be like, would you like for us to be at your place, at one of your Holocaust place for whatever country you come from, and go there and smoke and then start playing our loud reggae rap music and being disrespectful? And no matter what you tell them, they're always ashamed because they know they're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just like a child, when you tell a child, don't keep on doing this,
what they can get away with,
until people step to them.
Yeah, that's what I love about Liberia. White people stay in their place. They know
Stay in your lane, Holmes.
They have no history in that country. They didn't build one thing in that country and everything like that. And they're like, how the hell this happened? You know, when they go driving down Tubman Boulevard, they're like these tall buildings. They're like in Syncor. They're like, what the hell? How the hell these people do this shit? You know, our ancestors were great when they built Liberia. They were dead serious about building a nation. You know, that's how they did it. You drive down Syncor, Tubman Boulevard, you think you're in Manhattan. You're like, how the hell did this happen? You know, and we're building that history. You know, it's vital that we restore Liberia into its greatness. You know, that's gonna be a testament. You know, when all of us comes in by large numbers and everything like that, we connect Liberia with Black American institutions and everything. That's gonna be victory right there. That's gonna be the road to the Afrikstan. You know, it's gonna change. It's gonna create a revolution. You know, so.
Yes, brother. So it's cool, man. We're gonna sign off, man. I'll play some wonderful music, Sons of Africa. So Kala, always good. Appreciate the energy. Another great, incredible presentation. And family, we literally broke this one down. And you know what we're gonna do is we're gonna support our future brothers and sisters that's looking to connect to Africa. And we're not looking for perfection, but what we're looking for is growth, and looking for people are open to this being real and just enjoying their experience. So family, the journey continues.
Remember, we're the ones who navigated the Nile, sons of Africa, and all the star systems them in shining bright forever and ever. Come on and move away them dark clouds. Shining bright forever and ever. How sons of Africa, shining bright, sons of Africa, forever and ever, sons of Africa. Oi, sons of Africa, sons of Africa, sons of Africa, sons of Africa. Sons of Africa. Remember, we're the builders of the pyramid, sons of Africa. Remember, we're the ones who navigated the Nile, sons of Africa.
It was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Kadamawi, Kadamawi, Kadamawi. Hey, hey!
Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Son, go forward. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. United we stand, and we standing strong. From the examples of Ghana, got to be working together. Black star, black generation. Ice, gold and green. Life, color, life, liberation. Black and pink cross. Symbols from creation. It was a sun, go forward. A message in the lesson, lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Son, go forward. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing, blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. The call and response. Rhythms of djembe and kete. Sounding far and distance. Regenerating vibration. From corner to curb. The million voices are heard. Ahoya, ahoy. Ahoya, ahoya, ahoy. It was a sun called for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Sun called for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. You must return to your roots and get your blessing, blessing. Ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. Stand, go forward. A message and a lesson, lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Stand, go forward. A message and a lesson, lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. United we stand.
It was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Kadamawi, Kadamawi, Kadamawi. Hey, hey!
Yes, family. So we are closing for the night. Appreciate you joining us. I hope you enjoy the music. That's two of our featured track that's on our website from Melanie Ganji, and you'll find a bunch of other music. But when we play some of those music, it doesn't flag anything, but it give you these copyright situations. So it's all good. So take care, our family. Good night, and you take care. And for anybody want to link me, that's our website, our email address. and my direct contact information. You can text or call, and that's what we do, family. We connect you into a world of Africa, tourism, investment, Pan-Africanism, and repatriation. So if you're looking to talk about any of those subjects or any things relevant to the shows that we're doing, reach out and we'll connect. Our goal is to keep on networking and keep on building a good energy with our people. So that is the slideshow. As you can see, is this incredible generation of us as a people enjoying an experience in Africa. Right.